Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. It's Disney Sunday, day 3,
That's
DigiCon.
Right. Welcome.
Day 3 last
Gabbie
night,
has come
best
dressed for
day.
the part.
Absolutely.
We flip-flop costume days. I got yesterday, she got today.
And I've got a whole bag of more ears in here. I probably need to find a better way to store them than a trash bag.
Instead of a trash bag.
Later.
How's everybody doing out there today? Thank you for joining us.
Happy Sunday. Oh, if you're just joining us today, let's introduce ourselves, Bob. We might have some new friends in the audience. I'm Gabbie. I am a product manager here at where do we work? Topps Digital, and I work on the Disney Collect app. and this is Bob.
I'm Bob. I am on the marketing team for Topps. You might recognize me from the previous WWE Slam for Topps. You might have seen me in some watch parties and some prior interviews, but glad everybody could join us today. We're looking forward to a big day featuring Disney and skate and our Topps NFTs. We got a jam-packed lineup. We've had a lot of great interviews and content that's come out this past weekend, and we're ending it with a bang with Disney and skate and NFTs. So I guess without further ado, we might as well just get into the schedule for today.
Yeah, let's take a look.
All right. So as I mentioned, Topps NFTs, skate, and Disney Collect is going to be featured today. We are kicking it off right now with our morning kickoff show. So I hope you guys got your coffee ready. It's a nice Sunday morning, hopefully where you're at, wherever you are in the world. It was a little bit of bad weather here in Nashville overnight. I was kind of nervous that the power might go out because there was some.
Oh, no.
It's crazy. What's crazy about Nashville is, and I've never seen this anywhere else where I've lived, it's not so much that it like thunders or rains a ton. It's just a lot of lightning. It's like hours and hours of lightning. It's incredible
like
to see.
Heat lightning.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
But that's scary.
Like, growing up in Philly, like thunderstorms would last 20 minutes. You'd get a bunch of lightning. You get a lot of big claps of thunder. Here, it's like a little bit of, it's like 3 or 4 big claps of thunder, and then it's just lightning for hours and hours. It's pretty crazy. So hopefully it's nice where everybody's at. The clouds have parted here. It's a beautiful day here in Nashville, but
perfect. Just in time to kick our day off. They knew. Exactly. They heard you, and the clouds opened up.
Perfect. So we're doing the kickoff show right now. We'll do that till about noon. And then, as we've mentioned throughout the weekend, we've been hinting a little bit. We had a set release in Disney yesterday. The big one for us, Gabbie's favorite. We interview Kermit the Frog, who is the legendary Muppet. Of course, everybody know. Who doesn't know Kermit the Frog? Cannot wait to talk with him. One and only. Virtually. Never thought I'd be interviewing Kermit virtually, but here we are.
So crazy.
Times they are changing.
What is life? What is it?
Right? Yeah. I didn't know he had that set up in his swamp. I was very surprised at his technical setup there.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how much like tech and like how clean he keeps his, all of his area. But
the wires and
oh no, you know what I think? I think actually he was at Muppet Theater when we talked to him. I think
true. Yeah. You're right. That's right. Yeah. I forgot they had the setup there still. And then we're gonna go into some Disney Collect trivia. So can't wait for that. We're gonna try and get through all the questions there. We're gonna have a little bit of extra time today to get that completed. So looking forward to Disney Collect trivia. And then at 1:15, we're going to talk with Tobin Lent, who is the GM of our Topps Digital team. He's going to talk NFTs, what's come out in the past so far this year, what we have coming down the pike, and then he has a big reveal for us. I can't wait to see what that's going to be. I'm waiting with bated breath to see what Tobin's got for us.
I'm hoping it's bonuses for you and me, Bob, but
that'd be nice.
I may be holding my breath for a while. So
maybe some extra vacation days, if you want to toss them out for us. And then after Tobin, we'll be talking with Arielle Moyal, who runs Moyal Enterprises. She is going to talk to us about, her involvement in sports marketing over the years. She's worked with a lot of famous athletes in her career. She's worked for the Sacramento Kings. UCLA is where she got her start. She now runs her own company. And, just talking about the rise of women in sports and where we're going to go from here. So looking forward to speaking with Arielle. And then we're going to go into some skate trivia. As I mentioned, we're featuring skate today. So hopefully you guys get your pads on and we can talk some skate trivia. We'll skate down the ice on some questions there. And then this was a great one. Zero Cool Media. So for those of you who aren't familiar with that, they are a part of Fanatics Collectibles, and obviously we are a part of them now as well. But we were able to sit down and chat with Josh Luber, who is the co-founder and chief vision officer of Fanatics Collectibles. So it was really great to pick his brain, talk about the Jackass release, the V-Friends releases, and what they have coming down the line, and just where they see the company going in the next couple of years for Fanatics Collectibles. So really looking forward to hearing what he has to say and just picking his brain. After that, we're going to stick in the NFT world, and we're going to talk with former U.S. men's national team player Heath Pearce. He's going to rip some Bundesliga packs for us in the NFTs. We have Roshan from the NFT team here at Topps joining us for that. Going to hear about, what Heath has going on today. I know he's a YouTuber. He's an analyst for several different places for soccer and has a couple foundations that he works for. So we're going to talk with Heath and again, rip some Bundesliga packs there. And then after that, we're going to go back with Kermit. You guys, a few weeks ago on the Disney app, a few weeks ago on the Disney app, we asked you guys what you would want to hear from Kermit the Frog. You had your questions. We didn't really say what we were doing with those questions, so we were a little facetious about it. But he's going to answer your questions today. So looking forward to hearing what Kermit has to say about what you guys asked him. I'm sure I know we compiled a great list of questions. There was a huge turnout to see, to get Kermit some questions. So looking forward to seeing what he has to say. Then after that, a personal favorite of mine, we're going to speak with Hall of Fame player Paul Coffey. He has played for many different teams over his career. He played with Wayne Gretzky, played with Arielle Moyal, Steve Yzerman, Eric Lindros. I just can't wait to hear what he has to say about those guys. I mean, that's a life well lived right there in terms of a sports career. So play with the best. Looking forward to talking to Paul. And then we'll close out the day with you guys here on the Twitch stream. Obviously we'll recap the weekend. We'll hear what you guys have to say, what your favorites were. We want to hear from you. And then at 6 p.m., similar to what we did yesterday, Disney will be doing another watch party, and this will be the Turning Red watch party. So looking forward to it's gonna another chock full of fun stuff today. Can't wait for it.
Turning Red. I gotta go dig my Tamagotchi out of my box of old memories for that one. I gotta get ready for that.
And so that's what's going to be happening on the DigiCast today. So we might as well dive into what we have going on in app as well.
Oh,
yeah. So Topps NFTs. This is just to show you what we're going to talk to Tobin about later today. These are not new releases, but I'm sure those of you that follow Topps NFTs are familiar with these. We have obviously Bundesliga released recently. Godzilla released as well, and then the Mantle release was about a couple months ago at this point. But just want to talk to Tobin about those, get some thoughts on and insight on what he has to say regarding Topps NFTs, how we've done so far this year, where we see ourselves going, and of course the big reveal that he's got going on. And then of course Skate is one of our featured apps today. So let me just get my notes up here to make sure I'm not saying anything wrong. As we've been doing, obviously, the DigiCon free cards are available in the app right now. And then, of course, we have special cards available to our pass holders. So if you haven't gotten a pass, there is still time. I believe they stopped going on sale tonight at midnight. So if you haven't gotten your DigiCon pass, there is still time. And I believe that the packs will be available for those that have bought the passes by tonight. I think stuff will be available till the end of the week. So you'll still be able to get all your stuff if you buy the pass by midnight tonight. But for Skate, I mentioned this briefly yesterday, but we have some special Paul Coffey related items coming out in the app today. Some Paul Coffey. So basically back in February during NHL All-Star Week, we had the privilege of getting Paul to sign some live signatures for us. So we have a set of cards coming out of Paul Coffey limited live signature cards in the app today. It was released later this afternoon, but really excited that they're going to be out there in the wild again. He's been on so many different teams over the years, so there's such a variety of different cards that you can get of him in his different uniforms. Obviously, there's Flyers right there, but he played for the Oilers. He's been on the Penguins, the Red Wings. He's been all over the place. So there's quite a variety of different cards that he signed for us. So very fortunate that he was able to do that for us. And now you guys get to enjoy our hard work that we put into getting those together. So definitely get into the app and get those today. They're limited and exclusive, obviously, for DigiCon. So looking forward to you guys being able to grab those. We also have Editor's Choice continuing this week with Winnipeg's Cole Perfetti. And then, of course, the Captain's Daily Chase is going to skate on. And we have Gabriel Landeskog of the Colorado Avalanche featured today for the Captain's Chase. So lots going on in skate today. Again, those Paul Coffey signatures are awesome. I've seen them, up close and personal. So definitely get your hands on those. And then I'll toss it over to Gabbie if she wants to cover what we got going on at Disney today.
Absolutely. So in-app, in Disney Collect today, first of all, don't forget to get your pass holder pass if you haven't already. We have our DigiCon free and pass holder exclusive cards. Remember, if you've got the pass holder pass, you will get the pass holder cards with that. What else? We've got the Turning Red character collection that debuts today, and that's on theme and on brand for our watch party later. It's got these awesome common geometric glitter cards, and the hypnotizing chrome heart cards. Those are rares, and I love it. I love what we did here. We really leaned in hard to that nostalgic kind of early Y2K preteen girl glitter fest that we all, well, some of us love.
Who in here was alive around Y2K? I feel like there's some folks that weren't even alive.
Yeah, let's
when we thought the world
just
was
say.
end. Yeah.
For some of us, that movie was incredibly nostalgic and brought us back to our, boy band craze days.
For those of you that didn't experience Y2K, we all thought for about a year that the world was going to end at midnight in the year 2000, but we're still here.
Super sketchy. We've got Four Town, May, and plenty more in that set. So just don't forget to hop in there and look for those. And then we've got the Living Posters collection that is finishing up today. And we've got Goofy teaching us how to fish. And, of course, our Mecha Mickey cards. And, again, I keep saying it, broken record, but don't forget that at 6 p.m. we've got our Turning Red watch party. You're actually going to watch Turning Red on Disney Collect or wherever you've got access to it. I think it's only on Disney Collect right now. Or Disney Plus. You're going to watch on Disney Plus. Disney Plus, and then hop into Disney Collect and join us in our in-app article where we're going to chat about the movie and we're going to open packs together and have an awesome time.
Awesome. Love it. And I hope if you guys joined us last night for the Zootopia watch party, I hope everybody had a good time. I saw some really great comments on social media about that. So glad that people had a great time. I've seen somebody.
Thank you, everybody.
Backstreet Boys 2000s time. Yeah, that Backstreet Boys were all the rage. I don't know.
That was my band.
I was going to say, tell us in the chat.
Yeah, were you an NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? And if you say both, you got. I mean, I get it, but you got to pick one. And if you
together now,
I was a Backstreet Boys fan. That was me.
We'll also allow LFO as well if you want to throw LFO in there. But let's dive into some content for the other apps. Obviously, Kick today they're still doing their DigiCon free and exclusive pass holder cards. So for those of you that have Kick and if you haven't downloaded yet, I would inquire you to do so. So get in there and get your Kick DigiCon free and exclusive cards. Moving over to Marvel again. DigiCon free and exclusive pass holder cards. The Derek Loffman Enter the Phoenix original art cards are going to end today. So get in there and get those. This is the last of the series, I believe, for now. So if you haven't gotten those yet, get in there and get your Enter the Phoenix cards. And then they're going to continue their alphabet fusion with Iron Man. Basically what that is, you collect the letters of the alphabet for reward cards every week. And this week they are featuring Iron Man. So get in there and get your alphabet fusion card of Iron Man. Moving down to Bunt, the DigiCon free cards today are going to be Alex Bregman and Carlos Correa, former teammates. Correa is on the Twins now. He's kind of heating up a little bit. Pass holder exclusives today are Corey Seager and Freddie Freeman. Daily set for the month of May, which is stickers, will debut today with Jorge Soler, who hit a home run the other night. He's starting to heat up. I got him on my fantasy team. I need him to start, picking up the pace a little bit here. And then, of course, as we mentioned all throughout the weekend for Bunt, there's diamond deals for all users as well as special diamond deals for DigiCon Insider Pass holders. So if you haven't bought your pass yet, again, get in there. Enjoy all these free, these perks of being a pass holder. You have till midnight tonight to get that pass. So get in there and get those passes. Moving down to Star Wars. Again, DigiCon free and pass holder exclusive cards. They have a new box. Based off of our interview with Charles Soule the other day, you're going to be able to collect Star Wars, the High Republic cards. It's a box set, so get in there. That's going to be a great set. We were able to talk to Charles the other day about all things High Republic. They have a second batch of it coming out later this year. Basically, he said it's kind of a prequel, so if you guys are looking forward to that, get the cards in advance of that, and that way you'll be ready. And then a big one for them, too. The first Star Wars Card Trader Book Club is here. So head to events around 2 p.m. Eastern. You're going to find a guided discussion on Star Wars: The High Republic, Light of the Jedi. And then a new discussion question will be available at every tier in the event, along with free cards and credits. So that's super exciting. First time they're doing the book club. I'm really excited to see that. And of course, it's based off of Charles Soule and his High Republic, Light of the Jedi series. So get in there and start collecting and get reading in your book club.
That's really fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a new concept. But
awesome.
Yeah. Go ahead. You were going to say something, Gabby?
I just wanted to remind everyone too, before we forget, don't forget to also look for us on social media if you're not already following us, at Topps Digital, everywhere that you can social media. We're on Twitter, Instagram. I think you can find us on Facebook and YouTube. So, sorry, Mickey. I lost a Mickey. Don't forget to tag us on there if you're participating in DigiCon in any way, if you've been opening packs, if you've gotten any cool collectibles, if you're trading and looking for someone to trade with, tag us. Also use hashtag DigiCon22 on Twitter and Instagram, and we might feature your post on here. And that's not it. Snapchat. We've got a super cool Snapchat filter available that if you go into Snapchat, search for filters, just type in Topps and you will find our super cool. It's an animated, so you can make a video loop out of it based on DigiCon 22. So go ahead and snap those, tag us in them. We love to see what you're doing.
All right. And then should we hit them with the other surprise we had this morning?
Yeah. So as of right now, I'm checking out our channel dashboard. And we're very close to an exciting milestone. Right now, we have 4,975 followers, which is super cool. That means we're really, really close to 5,000. Like, if we get 25 more followers, we will hit 5,000 followers, which is huge for us. We appreciate your support. We've grown a lot even in this last couple of days with tons of new people who have joined us for DigiCon. So we decided that if we can make it to 5,000 followers, we have a special giveaway we're going to do. It's not going to be an in-app giveaway. We actually have a prize pack of some special Topps Digital swag that we want to send to a few lucky winners. So this is some really cool exclusive swag. I can show you guys some of it. I don't have it next to me right now. But
I might have one thing in arm's reach I can grab real quick.
Yeah, I've got one thing in arm's reach. I've got my handy dandy notebook that I've been loving and making plenty of notes in recently. Oh, a beautiful cup and a couple of other cool things. Just want y'all to know this is exclusive merch that our awesome team had created for us, for the Topps Digital team members. So, this is not found anywhere else unless, you're on the Topps Digital team. So we want to celebrate you guys, Digi Squad, and all of your support. So the more followers we can get, as soon as we hit that, we'll do a little giveaway. So grab your mom, grab your cousin, grab your neighbor, tell them to hop on in here.
Not physically.
Let's avoid physically grabbing people. Gently, suggest that they join. Ask nicely.
Yes, I might have I have the bag in reach too.
Nice. Oh my gosh, we're okay. That worked. We got a few more already. We're now at 4980, so we're actually not that far. Oh, and actually, Topps Mod has a great point. Only the people who are following us are going to be eligible for this. So if you're just hanging out for the day and you think you're going to get some of this sweet giveaway action, you got to follow us first.
There you go. It's an ultimatum.
So, that's right. It's DigiCon Sundays, day 3, and we're here making ultimatums.
I just saw someone ask if they made it time to catch Kermit. Kermit is in about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. So you are right on time. You're good to go.
Yeah. Don's Folly asked, follow where? Follow here on Twitch. Sorry, I should have been a little bit more specific. Our Twitch followers. So depending on where you're looking, if you're in the app or on the website, usually like on our main channel page, there's a little heart that you can tap that lets you follow. You can also subscribe if you want to. That's super awesome. But that's that's kind of the next level. Just giving us a little follow, and what that means is that anytime we stream in the future, you'll get a little notification that lets you know we're live, and it gives us a ton of support and helps us out.
I'm gonna do my best when we come back to see if I have some nice headwear that I can find. Not headgear, but headwear.
Let's see. I haven't shown off any of my ears throughout the weekend, so I have a bunch I need to make it through today. So I'm gonna try to slip through as many ears as I can. The ones I can actually show.
That's a great one. I love that one.
This one's really good. I love these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are these all from past trips to Disney? Or
yeah, if by past trips you mean like the random weekends I go just to like hang out and stuff my face and eat food as a pass holder, then yes.
I have not been to Disney World in 15, 20 years. I'm missing out. I did Disneyland when I lived out in Cali, but Disney World, it's not this. I prefer Disney as an East Coaster. I prefer Disney World over Disneyland. We only knew that one growing up.
They're all special in their own ways. As a lifelong Florida girl and having grown up with Disney World and now living so close and been a pass holder for years, it's close to my heart, close to my heart and my wallet.
But now that I'm closer, I have no excuse not to go. I should rally up some troops.
Hey, we can, I think the Disney Collect team needs to get together for a research and development trip one of these days. Maybe that's what I'll ask Tobin about later. We need to do some research at the parks, get ourselves ready for some special future content that we're working on. And as our marketing manager, we got to bring you with us. You got to help us with marketing angle.
Naturally, you got to work with the travel agency and all the necessary things that I need to be there for, of course. And I also moonlight as Mickey. No, but yeah, I got to get down there. So, how was your Saturday night? Was it good?
Yeah, great. Very, very, very chill. When you are on camera for a few hours a day, decompress a little. Yeah. I watched a few more episodes of Ozark. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's getting a little heavy. Now. Now we're getting to the end. But we want to know what folks are doing out there as well. What you do with your Saturday night? Let us know. Besides the Disney watch party, I know everybody did that, right?
Well, if you were in the watch party, let us know. Say hi. Maybe you've got some friends out here in the chat. Wonka 260 watched Moon Knight. I'm loving Moon Knight. It's interesting. There's a lot going on. A lot of people are asking for parks content in Disney Collect. You and me both.
Love that.
Traded and chilled. A few people watched Ozark. You guys could have had a watch party.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm seeing a lot of people who are. I think there's ways to do watch parties. You can also do it on Twitch. Use your new Twitch account and start streaming your own watch parties. A lot of people. Let's see. What else?
I was playing D&D. All right. Couldn't watch.
I want to play D&D.
Watch some baseball. There you go. Like that, Tyler. Dom Ed, I now own over 30% of a card on Skate.
Nice.
All right.
That's right.
Medicine 75. Which game were you at last night that you were in the front row? Would love to know. Let's see. Will you guys ever be able to get rights to studio? What does that say? Ghibli stuff?
Ghibli. I wish. We haven't really talked about it, but honestly, that's on my wish list if we ever could. I'll let you know. You and me, I'd be right there spending all my money on that too.
Awesome. Brewers Cubs, nice. So were the Cubs at home? I can't remember, but that's awesome.
Imagine DigiCast and dragons. Yes.
Oh, God.
Bob, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're starting a DigiCast campaign.
I don't want to. I'll have to get someone because I don't know how to play D&D. I don't want to get enemies here, but I don't know how to play.
Hey, you just use your imagination.
All right. So Stranger Things style.
Yeah. Who's gonna be our dungeon master, game master? I could, but I also really like being a player. Okay, we'll figure it out. Oh, Topps Mod is in a campaign now too. Must be nice. Well, all right, we'll workshop this and we'll figure out how our DigiCast Dungeons and DigiCast campaign is going to work.
Oh wait, I think I see one more piece of swag I can grab. We want to showcase one more piece.
Do a little swag grab. Pig Juice 101. Hey, first time chat. Is today the skate day? It is. We have a really cool interview coming up later. Paul Coffey.
Charger.
And
what was the question? Sorry.
If today was skate day, sorry, I was just like, I saw your charger and I was like, oh man, that's so cool.
Oh yeah.
I have one of those
charger.
too. A battery pack, yeah.
Yeah. Proton pack. I think there might be a couple other things I gotta search around I just kind of moved into this place not too long ago, so things are still a little bit amuck, if you will, if that's the right word to use. But yeah, I'm in so many campaigns, but I'm happy to help give a rundown for Bob. You know, my brother, I think he knows the basics of D&D. I'll have to get him in here. When he's not chasing his kid around, he can hop on and play some D&D. But
second Ghostbusters reference of the weekend. All right.
Where
are we at? Is it almost time for Kermit? Can we ask Kermit if he has gotten any easier being green? That would have been a great question. You'd think after this many years, maybe he's figured out a thing or two.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to wait and see.
I can't say it enough. I never thought I'd be talking to Kermit the Frog. If you lined up, life goals after graduating college, talking to Kermit I mean, it might have been on there, but maybe not actually coming true. But unbelievable. But I think we got to get ready. Go ahead.
Oh, are we ready? No.
We got about a minute.
Okay. Well, I was just going to ask you who's on your wish list, on your short list of people that you want to talk to next DigiCon or next event.
Well, I've met him once. We only got to talk briefly, but I'd love to pick his brain. He doesn't really have anything to do with anything that we have going on in the app, but Conan O'Brien. Just want to talk to Conan O'Brien. I got to meet him briefly.
That's a great one.
When I was working with WWE, we had Paige, the wrestler, as a guest on his show, and I was one of the people that went along with them to the show and was able to sit backstage. I met Larry King that day, which was random. He was there for like 2 seconds for an appearance on the show, but yeah, I've definitely Conan's on my list of people I want to talk to and pick his brain a little bit. How about you?
That's a good one. Someone in chat said The Rock. That would be an amazing one.
Yeah, I only emailed with The Rock. I only had an email exchange with The Rock when I was working on the soundtrack for one of the WWE games a couple of years ago. But that's my awesome. Only experience with him.
Well, hey, it's more of an in than I've got, so maybe we can get a hold of him. I say this all the time. I really want to get Paul Rudd on here. I know that's maybe that's my like blue sky wall of crazy hope, but you never know.
I mentioned Sebastian Stan yesterday. I just feel like he's a cool dude. I want to just talk to him and maybe have a beer with that guy.
Maybe we can get Donald Glover on here because we got a 3-for-1 in there. We got a 3-for-1. We got a Marvel, Disney, and a Star Wars in there. So even though the Marvel one is a very short, small bit, but
well, I think it's time.
Oh, is it?
I think it's time to talk to Kermit.
Oh my gosh, everybody! Okay.
All right, guys.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for my freak out? Are you ready for me to just geek out? Yeah, it's happening.
All right, let's go. Let's go get Kermit. See you guys in a little bit.
See you.
Hello, all you Disney fans. We have an absolute doozy of a guest for you today. He is very, very extraordinary. He's a movie star, a television legend, and he is, alongside Yoda and the Hulk, the most famous green celebrity in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to please welcome the one and only Kermit the Frog.
Hey there, everybody.
Hello,
Oh my
Kermit.
gosh! Welcome,
Hi there, Bob.
Kermit.
Hi, Gabbie. How are you doing? Hi.
Doing good.
Good. Oh my gosh, this is a dream come true. I'm speaking with someone who's been such a big part of my life, all of our lives over the years. So I just want to give you a really big welcome, Kermit. Thank you for being here.
Oh, well, thank you, Gabbie. You know, it's really great to be here to talk with you and with all these wonderful fans at Topps DigiCon 2022. Yeah, I appreciate being called a big part of anything. I mean, that doesn't happen too often when you're only about 1.5 feet tall. So.
Well, Kermit, you have had an amazing run as the most famous frog in show business. You even have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
That is right. That's right. I do. And it's such a great honor. And, if you want to visit, I am down there every third Tuesday because I have to polish it. Yeah. It is not easy staying clean when people are walking all over you.
Oh, I can only imagine. And beautiful, beautiful Hollywood down there. Well,
Yeah,
look, you've made movies, television shows, you've even made viral videos, and now so much of that is available to fans through Disney Plus, as well as in our own Disney Collect app. How does it feel knowing that your work will continue to live on for even more generations of families to enjoy with one another?
Oh, gee, well, it's wonderful. You know, I used to have to wait to watch things, but now it's always there, right? You know, and I really appreciate streaming. Although we frogs prefer the term swamping. Yeah. It's a chance for new generations to discover what the Muppets have done and what we're doing now. And Fozzy and Gonzo and Animal and the whole gang, we all could not be happier. And of course, for Miss Piggy, being everywhere all the time is a dream come true for her.
I bet. Okay. Well, last November, I was very fortunate and I got to attend Destination D23 in Orlando with some other members of our Topps digital team. We had a really great time. We visited Muppet Vision 3D at Disney's Hollywood Studios, and we got to eat at Pizza Rizzo's.
Oh, I'm glad you had fun. I understand that you'll be coming to Anaheim this fall.
That's right. And actually, I'm getting to announce this for the first time to our Topps community, but Topps will be exhibiting at D23 Expo in Anaheim this September. So we're super pumped for that, and we can't wait to see fans there.
Yeah, it'll be great. I'll put in a good word for you with Mickey.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Kermit.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
Speaking of the Disney parks, I've got to ask you, do you have a favorite ride or attraction when you visit?
Oh, gee. Well, I do. Well, I love so many attractions. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, of course, Jungle Cruise, Haunted Mansion, or of course, our very own Muppet Vision 3D. Did you have fun when you saw us in 3 dimensions?
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to admit that I have actually seen it many times throughout my life, big fan, but still every time I jump out of my seat when the water hits me, the effects, the mix of like the real and digital effects is so, it's awesome. And speaking of digital effects, we've been wanting to ask, you must feel pretty good about being featured on our digital collectibles in our Disney Collect app.
That's right. You know, to be a digital collectible and the first talking frog to achieve that, well, it is a great honor.
Well, not only you, Kermit, but many of your Muppet colleagues are also part of the great collectibles available in this app, and we'd love to show you some of these amazing cards right now.
Well, sure. I mean, I guess that's why I'm here, so let's do it.
All right, let's kick it off with the first one.
Yes. Well, this is a picture from our 10th anniversary celebration of the Muppets, which is the movie that we made with Jason Segel and Amy Adams. And we had so much fun making that movie. But taking this picture in particular was painful. You see that little 10th anniversary logo is sitting on my foot, and yeah, it was heavy.
Ouch.
Let's go on to the next picture.
Okay. This of course is my 2-dimensional stunt double Flatmet. Yeah. Yeah. Anytime I have to be hit by an anvil or run over by a steamroller, Flatmet is there to help keep me safe. I should have put that logo on his foot.
Good old Flatmet.
Oh, that's right. This, of course, is a fun autographed amphibian picture that we took at the Muppet Theater there, which is where I am right now. And those little spots around me are fireflies. You see? Yeah. I ordered a light lunch. Yeah, I ordered a light lunch and it escaped during the shoot. Get it? Fireflies, light lunch, fireflies. Yeah. Fozzy promised me that would get a laugh, so please, maybe feel free to chuckle.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thanks
very much.
I always like Fozzy's jokes.
Yeah, me too. Okay, here we have Miss Piggy, Fozzy, Gonzo, and me. In this picture, Miss Piggy spent 3 hours shooting selfies and trying to get this shot just right, but no matter how much she moved the camera around, the rest of us were still in the picture. Still there.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this one. It's Animal, Pepe, Rizzo, Fozzy, Gonzo, Camilla the Chicken, Miss Piggy, and me. And special thank you to the airline passengers who had to wait for us to finish before they could get off the plane.
This was pre-mask mandate.
That's right. Rizzo the rat. Yeah. Not the first rat to walk around with a slice of pizza, but he certainly turned it into an art form. Ooh, that's a very serious-looking Miss Piggy. This is the picture that she used for this year's For Your Consideration ad. She continues her never-ending campaign to win an Academy Award, and this is the one she used.
There's always next year.
Yep.
That's right. Fozzy with banana. A classic picture that Fozzy always says that people will find, and I quote, appealing. Waka waka. Unquote.
Another gem. Another gem.
That's right. Yeah, this shot of Miss Piggy is from a screen test that she's developing for a movie that's called Breakfast, Lunch, and Dinner at Tiffany's. Classy. and very, very expensive.
I bet.
Oh, wow. We've either got to get a smaller cast or a bigger camera. Yeah, I believe that this picture was taken as we all tried to get out of an elevator at the same time. Or that. Yes, the Swedish chef. Nobody's ever really sure what he's saying, and nobody is safe when he's cooking. But we think he's pretty good, just the same. We all like him.
Does he have a favorite meal that he makes for you?
Does he have a favorite meal? Well, it's hard to know what he's talking about, but everything seems to be really favorite. He's his favorite. He's so enthusiastic about everything, even when he puts bowling balls on the recipe. I mean, let me tell you, that is a heavy meal. That will sit with you. Statler and Waldorf, the original grumpy old men whose motto is, if you don't have something nice to say, come grab a rotten tomato and sit by us. Nobody is really sure why they show up at every Muppet performance, but we're glad they do, because they are the only ones who pay full price for the tickets. So, joke's on them. Yeah, here we go. That's Miss Piggy and me on a very sunny day. She is wearing fake fur, and I am wearing nothing. I don't recommend that unless you're a frog.
I think there's some laws against that.
Yeah, probably for something. Yeah. This is some original artwork of Gonzo as he leaps out of a plane without a parachute. And if you think that he had a rough time, you should have seen what happened to the artist who drew the picture as he was falling. The artist was falling as well, see?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is from the original release poster for our movie, The Muppets. But with that tagline, they're closer than you think, this would also look pretty great in your side view mirror. You think about it. Maybe don't think too much about it, but...
Yeah.
Oh, finally, here's Beaker. And in this case, celebrating 10 years refers to how long it's been since Beaker has had a day at work without an injury.
Oh, poor Beaker.
Poor Beaker.
Yeah, poor Beaker.
Well, I also want to say on the last picture, The Muppets is one of my favorite Muppet movies, so I'm glad that we were able to talk about that a little bit.
Thank you so much.
So hard to pick a favorite.
I appreciate that. I know. We try to do something for everybody and make everybody happy. So, if you can't pick one, that's great.
Muppets Take Manhattan. That's another good one.
Yeah.
I've been on a pirate kick lately, so I've had Muppet Treasure Island on my mind. I have to go rewatch that.
All right. Yeah, that was so much fun. That was a great time.
Well, hey, folks, don't want you guys to go anywhere because we're going to have more with Kermit later on. He's actually going to be answering your fan-submitted questions. So for right now, I want to thank you, Kermit, for taking the time to take this trip down memory lane with us, and we'll see you later on.
Sure. Pop quiz. Didn't study, but I'm going to do my best.
Can't wait.
Bye, Kermit.
All right, we'll be back.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players, both past legends and current superstars. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide to build the ultimate hockey collection. Get free cards and coins daily. Topps Skate. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Build the ultimate Marvel collection and connect with other fans worldwide. Collect, trade, play, Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players, both past legends and current superstars. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide to build the ultimate hockey collection. Get free cards and coins daily. Topps Skate. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters. They called Sir Keir Starmer a traitor. They shouted about Julian Assange and about Jimmy Savile. The previous Monday, Boris Johnson said this in part.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Combine cards in the workshop and get rarer ones. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Disney Collect. Download now.
Jeter near third makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps Bunt. Download now.
So how awesome was that? Oh, you're on mute, Gabby. She was that excited. She couldn't even.
I was speechless.
Speechless.
The woman,
Yeah.
she had no words. She was too stunned to speak. I'm still not emotionally recovered from talking to Kermit. I don't think I ever will be, but I hope everyone had as much fun watching that as we had talking to Kermit, and we still have some more later. So, there's
He's
more
not through
coming.
yet.
No.
Yeah, that was amazing. Such great answers, still as witty as ever, Kermit. Take us a little trip down memory lane there with all those different photos, and those are cards that have been available in the app. So if you don't have one, I would suggest maybe trying to seek it out and trade it. But yeah, and I see you have a new hat here too.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I got to cycle through as many ears as I can today. There's a few that I don't think will look great with the green screen. We might have some compatibility issues, but we'll see. We'll go through a few more by the end of the day.
I did some digging, and
Okay.
Little backstory. I am a graduate of Penn State University, the Nittany Lions.
Okay.
And they're a big football college, and going to the games is kind of a big deal. And you got to dress up, you got to look the part. I was able to find the hat I would wear to the games. Not exactly Disney related, but I figured I could represent the blue and white here for a little bit while we're doing Disney trivia. So give me 1 second. To get
All
in
right.
place here.
I have a couple of people, lots of people who have had really cool comments and feedback today. We've got some awesome hype coming in for the apps. We've got some constructive feedback coming in, and we're taking a look. I can't always respond to every single comment, but I am trying to read along with what I can. All things noted. See what we can do. I think, those of you who have been with us for a long time have seen that we try to do as much as we can with the feedback. Wherever possible, I'm going to take it all to our dev team, to our designers, and see what we can do, whether it's a content request, a change, a new feature. And tell me more about what's going on here, Bob.
Yeah. So, you got to dress up for the football games, and they were selling these at a store one morning before a game. The Clothesline in State College, I got to represent. They have great stuff in there. Go check them out. And they were selling this, and me being the goofball that I am, I figured I had to buy it. So I wore this at many a game over the years. I
love it.
I to my room. I was like, I gotta rock this. It's been a while. This is a little bit of a throwback. This is getting me a little emotional here.
Okay.
I guess
love it.
Naturally, we'll dive into some Disney trivia from there.
Okay. Yeah. Disney trivia. Let's bring it. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to answer these, but we'll see.
My hair is going to be all messed up when I take this off, though. So I have to do a little quick hair check.
It's fine.
I'm done. Yeah.
It's Sunday.
How worse could it get? I'm wearing a freaking bear on my head. I don't think it could get any more worse than it is right now.
Disney Topps exclusive ears. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah.
There we go.
We'll have to figure something out. Maybe for D23.
All right. Let's talk.
How are we doing this?
Oh yeah.
I haven't
all right.
seen.
So,
I haven't seen it yet. So is it just going to be like trivia from the other days?
Yeah. So basically, for those of you that are just joining us that haven't done trivia in the last couple of days, we'll put up the question. It'll have multiple choice answers. When you do answer, please put the letter of the answer plus the answer itself. This way our moderator can see who answers first correctly, and then you guys will get diamonds in the app, at a later date, probably in the next couple of days at the most. So letter, actual answer. That way, whoever answers first, our moderator can see who answered correctly first.
All
so
right.
Let's dive right in.
Okay. And I haven't read these questions yet, so let's see.
All right. What is Minnie Mouse's real name? Minerva Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Miranda Mouse, or Margaret Mouse? All right. I'm going to say Minerva, just because it sounds like a very Disney thing to do. What are you thinking?
Yeah. I'm thinking A. Oh my
A.
gosh. I'm going to
Give
be
everybody a
disgraced. I'm going to be
chance
dragged through the mud here. If I get these
I know
wrong.
that there's a little bit of a delay, so we'll give people a second to chime in. All right.
Okay, Doctor Who Lock. Classically cool crafting is about to end in app. So if you've missed out on that, as I have, you should go check it out. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and give them a reveal. Minerva. Got it.
And it is Minerva. Yep.
Minerva. As in, my nerves are shot. All right, let's go on to the next one. In Finding Nemo, what is the name of Nemo's mom? Coral, Athena, Kelp, or D, it doesn't say?
All right. I'm gonna give the audience some time. We gotta wait for the
I'm gonna
feed and
disappoint
to
some
catch
people
up.
and tell that I've never seen Finding Nemo, so I apologize. So
oh
this is
my
gonna be
gosh,
total
Bob,
guess.
get out of here.
I know.
Get off right now and go watch it.
I don't want Ellen to yell at me. But
Yes, I'm gonna go with a coral. I think doesn't say maybe.
I'm gonna go with Kelp.
Nope. Even
So I
though
threw
we,
out a
I only think we get a small glimpse of mom in the movie, but it's just traumatizing enough to be solidified in my memory bank.
Let's go ahead and reveal that answer. Coral, you were right. All right.
It is coral.
Saw a lot of corals in there too. Let's go to the next one. All right. In Up, where is Paradise Falls?
Oh. I might not actually know this one. I think it's either A or C. It's either Peru or Venezuela.
I'm going to say Peru.
Oh, man. I'm leaning towards Peru also. I'm like, think back. You know, Up is a movie I think I've only watched also. Up. I have not watched it as many times as some of the other movies because that one's it's too much. It's too much for me.
That opening segment, geez, that is all the feels right there. Unbelievable. That is a movie I've seen, so there we go.
Yeah. Okay.
That one gets me every
a little
time.
bit longer.
Some people are watching on their phones. I know there's a bit of a delay.
Yeah.
CC. Lincoln Hockey is really adamant on the letter C.
C. Oh, now you're making me doubt my guess of A. Yeah, I also remember watching Up in theaters. I was at a dine-in kind of theater where you can get, order like a nice plate of food. And I was just like biting into a chicken tender and then ugly crying, just sobbing, like not prepared for that.
Yeah, it is. Somebody just said it definitely is the first movie to make grown men cry in 5 minutes. But
yeah.
I would have to attest to that. Yeah. The lump in the throat comes right away.
All right, I think we can reveal the answer here. I just want to get it over with. Am I right? Am I wrong? Oh, it was. I should have gone with C.
I was wrong.
Oh man.
Pardon my friend. Let's go to the next one. All right. How many brothers does Hans have in Frozen? A5, B6, C10, D12. My niece, if she understood and knew how to read and I got this wrong, she would be very disappointed in me right now because Frozen is her jam.
I straight up don't know this one. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself. I do not know this one.
I'm drawing a blank. I'm going to go with B.
Let's see. Chat. I'm going to lean on chat for some help here. Guesses are all over the place. The most recent chunk of guesses that I'm seeing is D12. That sounds right. I know it's a lot. I know it. I know it's a lot. I just don't remember the exact amount.
Over there. I'm seeing a lot of D12, the M&M rap group.
All right. Hershey Girl says, my brother used to watch Frozen every single night to go to bed. I have this movie memorized, basically. So I'm going to go with Hershey Girl's answer.
Hershey Girl's answer. Yeah, I'm sure if I called my brother and my sister-in-law, they would be able to fire this one off right away. It was a Frozen Christmas for the second year in a row, that's for sure.
All right, let's see.
Let's give it to him.
I can't take the suspense anymore. Yep,
12.
D12 is correct.
Wow. What did I say, B? Yeah, I was wrong.
Oh, man.
All right, let's
rewatch Frozen. It's been a few years. Okay.
Good one. Fit Kaiboy, are you trying to say that you said I don't remember, I removed it from the memory, so you would say that you let it go? You let it go? It's Sunday, guys. They're not all going to be winners. Fozzy Bear.
All right. Next question. In Soul, which of the following was not one of 22's mentors? Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, Nicholas Copernicus, or Marie Antoinette? Oh, if you haven't seen Soul yet, I personally loved it. I loved it.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to go with Copernicus.
There was something about that, existential crisis storyline that it hit home for me. All right. A lot of people in the audience are saying C, Nicholas Copernicus. Yeah, this was a little bit of a detail. This was a bit of a smaller detail in the movie. So really kind of had to have been paying attention or watched it more than a couple times.
I'm going to go with C as well.
Let's go with C. And the real answer is B, Thomas Jefferson.
EJ.
You know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. We're careful about which founding fathers we put in Disney movies. And all that.
Some backstories there. Let's go on to the next one. All right. Which of the following was the first Disney princess movie? Oh, wow. Okay, that's a good one. Beauty and the Beast, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, or Cinderella?
All right. Disney fans, you got to know this one.
Yeah.
First Disney princess movie. First
movie. Disney movie, right?
Well, now we gave it away.
Yeah. All right. Gives people some time on the lag there.
Yeah, let's give people some time. But I hope you all know this one.
Even I know.
Disney fans are adding some additional facts about the movie in chat.
Love it. Our own personal IMDb. All right. First full-length animated feature. Wow, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we will. Let's do the reveal.
The answer is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, 1937.
Yep.
1937. It's 2022, Bob.
I know. That's
that was
crazy.
A long time ago. And it still holds up.
And
beautiful movie.
A lot of people would say the dwarf I relate to most would be Dopey. So that's good for the old self-esteem. Moving on.
Oh, man. Next question. What does Hakuna Matata mean? What does Hakuna Matata mean? A great phrase. that we should all keep in mind and embody.
Yes.
Let's give chat a minute. You know, if you're hitting a delay, maybe you can play a reverse game where based on the answers you see in chat, you can guess the question. And if you can guess the question right back to us. Jeopardy style.
Mm-hmm. Who is, what is.
Mm-hmm. What are some of our options here? What does Hakuna Matata mean? Is it A, no worries? B, thank you? C, you're welcome? D, one love? Who wrote these? No, you're welcome. That's from another Disney movie.
Yeah, we can cancel that one.
It's another song.
That's Dwayne. All right, let's go ahead and give the big reveal. No worries. There we go. Timon and Pumbaa.
I agree that you're welcome does kind of hurt. Let's just say that's, you know.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's not the right answer.
All right, it's not that painful, people. Let's come.
It's so painful. It hurts.
Yeah. All right.
Next question.
All right, next question. What was the first Pixar movie? Finding Nemo, Cars, Monsters Inc., Toy Story. Everybody should get this one too. Remember seeing this in the theater?
I was just about to say that. Oh, are we old?
I think so.
I remember seeing the first Pixar movie in theaters.
It was on a Nickelodeon.
Oh my gosh, that's a throwback.
That was like a Jack Dawson quote from Titanic. I think he was watching stuff on Nickelodeons back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to one in Portland, Maine when I was in middle school.
A Nickelodeon?
Crazy. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive. I was there on vacation with my parents and I saw it and I was like, oh, we gotta go. I was a weird kid. I was like, look at this old tiny thing. We gotta go do it. They're like, all right, weirdo. All right. What do we say? I think there's a consensus in the audience. You got to know this. You know, we all know this in our hearts.
Yeah.
What is the answer, Bob?
It is Toy Story. Good old Woody and Buzz.
Aww.
And Buzz has a show coming out, right? Pretty soon. Or if it's not out already. I don't think it's out already, but
movie. Lightyear.
It's a movie? Oh, I thought it was a show.
Yeah. Oh no, movie. And I am so excited for it. I think it looks so good.
Yeah, that look good. And it's got Captain America. I mean, you know, I'm always partial to the originals. I always like Tim Allen as Buzz, but
well, do you know you know what it is, right? Do you understand like the concept
like the
of
origin?
Lightyear?
It's like an origin story type of thing.
Well, imagine this. So if you as a kid played with your, you know, Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader action figure toys, that's what Buzz Lightyear is. But Andy's Buzz Lightyear is a toy based on these movies that, you know, for him were a big deal. And so what we're going to see is the movie that the toys are based on. So.
Oh my God, I love that.
Right?
See,
right?
Yeah. That's so awesome.
I know. God, I'm so hyped for it. Yeah.
They think of everything.
Yeah, I can't wait. All right.
That's great. All right, let's go on to the next one. All right, what was the first Disney movie to receive an Oscar nomination for Best Picture? Whoa, wow. It's got to be Cinderella, right?
No? I might give it away.
Oh, I think I might.
The tale as old as time. Our options are A, Beauty and the Beast, B, Cinderella, C, Tarzan, or D, Pocahontas.
All right, I'm going to change my answer. Based off of what you said, I'm going to change my answer.
Yep. Best love story of all time.
All the times.
Okay.
I'd give him another.
I'm
10
going. I mean,
seconds.
I'm going with A.
Yeah, we go with A as well. All right, let's give it to him. A.
It's A. Beauty
our
and the
guest.
Beast. Yeah, first
I had a
Oscar
friend-
nomination for like full blown Best Picture, not just Best Animated, but like Best Picture of the year.
Yeah. I had a friend who said I reminded him of the candlestick from the movie. I was like, what? All right.
Oh my God.
Guess I'll take that.
Lumiere.
Yeah,
Lumiere
Lumiere.
Bob.
Yeah.
Lumiere's cousin,
All right.
Bob.
Yeah, Bob, his cousin Bob, yeah. Let's go on to the next one. Who voices is it Merida? Am I saying that right?
Merida.
Merida in Brave. Mandy Moore, Kelly McDonald, Carrie Fisher, or Reese Witherspoon?
I can't. I feel like this is, even if you didn't know, I feel like there's this is a very easy process of elimination.
Yeah.
Answers here. I don't know that I've ever heard some of these people do that kind of an accent.
Yeah, I can't see Carrie Fisher.
I'm not
doing
saying
that.
I'm not saying they couldn't. I don't know. Maybe Reese Witherspoon has a fantastic accent.
She's got range. She's got range,
Yeah,
Reese.
she does. Mandy Moore does voice a Disney princess. Carrie Fisher is technically
A
a
princess.
Disney
yeah.
princess. Are we going with that?
That's good. I like whoever put these together.
Technically, non-technically. I gotta be careful what I say. So for legal reasons, that I don't know. Don't believe anything I say.
Don't write me any letters.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm going with B on this one.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's.
Reese would make a great Disney princess.
Yeah.
Should make Legally Blonde, the Disney animated
Yeah.
feature.
She's very whimsical. That's a
I
good
love
word to describe her. She's whimsical. Can sing. You've proved in Walk the Line. Let's give him the answer.
It is B.
Kelly MacDonald.
Kelly MacDonald. For everyone
Isn't she
who
the-
I know,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna let
Yours
everyone know.
went
I know
good.
we've got the delay going. It's kind of tough to respond with these, but don't worry, we will do another giveaway as well. Just a fun random giveaway where everyone has a chance to win some stuff in Disney. We won't leave you hanging. This is just for some fun now for whoever can answer these questions, but we will do another giveaway too, just to make sure that everyone has a chance to win something.
All right, let's go on to the next
I want
one.
McDonald's now. Oh, this is a fun one. Which of the following is not the name of one of Arielle's sisters? Alana, Adela, Alicia, Andrina.
I
I'm
don't
going
know
to give
this
the
one.
audience some time. I know this one for sure, so I don't want to give it away. But that song is burned into my memory. I think I burnt out that soundtrack CD when I was a kid from playing it so much.
Little Mermaid. All right. Alana, Adela, Alicia, Andrina. It's a mouthful. We have to pay for that now? That you did.
Yeah, you know what? I should stop. That was nothing. What was that? Can we bleep that out?
Mm-hmm.
I was not just humming any songs from any movies ever.
I'm going to go with C.
I am also going to go with C. I have a good feeling that is the answer. C, Alicia is not one of Arielle's sisters
Yeah.
as
Give everybody
referenced
another-
by the song Daughters of Triton.
Let's go ahead and do some reveals here. Alicia,
Correct.
all right.
You guessed C, you are correct.
Bye, Alicia. All right, let's go on to the next one. What's the name of the accident-prone ant in A Bug's Life? A. John, B. Sid, C. Flick, or D. Harley? D. I'm going to say Flick. No, Harley. I'm trying to remember seeing this movie.
Yeah, I gotta rewatch Bug's Life. It's been an incredibly long time for me.
Yeah, last time I saw it, we had the free pay-per-view at my parents' house, and it was on all the time on pay-per-view.
I'm gonna go with C, Flick.
I'm going to stick with D. Who was in A Bug's Life? I can't remember who voiced the character.
I'll tell you who was in it as soon as I can remember their names.
Is it Tim Allen?
I'm drawing a blank.
I don't know. All right, we can go ahead and give another. You got a 5-second warning, and then we're going to reveal the answer. All right, let's give it to him. Flick. Nailed it. I feel like a Viking in this hat. Awesome. All right. Kevin Spacey. I don't think we want to talk about him. We'll move on. Move on to the next one. Really, a tough crowd. What popular character makes an appearance as a stuffed animal in Frozen? Tinkerbell, Mickey Mouse, Nemo, or Cinderella?
Okay, all right. This is like an Easter egg. I don't know this one, but I'm guessing. I'm going. Oh, the audience is kind of torn. Audience is kind of between Mickey and Nemo. I was going to say Nemo, but now they're saying Mickey.
I'm sticking with
I don't know
Mickey.
this one, Digi Squad. I don't know, so I'm trusting you. I'm going with Nemo.
We're split. Oh, Tinkerbell got thrown in there too.
I love learning new little Disney trivia.
Yeah. That's why they put them in there, right? For us to try and find these little Easter eggs.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go ahead and let's give them the answer. Oh, that was my email, guys. Sorry about that.
Mickey? Okay, I'm going to have to go rewatch that now and find him. Who in the audience knows that? Where in the movie can we see that? When does it happen? I imagine maybe like in one of the girls' rooms.
Oh, wow, Dave Foley of Kids in the Hall.
Oaken's shop.
Flip.
Yeah.
Wow, Dave Foley. All right. Good on you for ever counted that out.
All right.
Pointed that out. I counted that out.
Hershey Girl 99 said that Mickey is on the shelves in Oaken's shop. Okay.
Oh,
I'll
wow.
have to look for him. Okay, you know what? Now that you say that, I feel like maybe I remember that, or at least I know what you're talking about in that scene.
And then FT Kai Boy said there's always a Mickey in a Disney movie. Okay, I'll have to keep an eye out for those going forward. That's pretty cool. As there should be, right?
Yep.
That's right. Kids
Good
in the
stuff,
Hall
everyone.
from PDX. Let's go on to the next one. All right. What was the name of Maleficent?
Maleficent.
Pet Raven. Maleficent.
Maleficent.
The day I get a daughter is the day I'll figure out all these names. I'll have to learn them properly. Maleficent's Pet Raven and Sleeping Beauty. Diablo, DeSoto. I'm not even going to attempt that one. And Malcolm. Consensus here is Diablo. All right. I saw some Malcolm.
This guy.
You going with Diablo?
I'm going with Diablo.
Diablo. Looks like we're about 98% Diablo here. give it another 10 seconds. Let some people catch up. Oh, wow.
Someone had an angsty teenage phase where she was obsessed with Maleficent. All sorts of Maleficent.
Are they making a second one?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you, Bob.
About that, but all right, let's go for it.
I'm going with Diablo.
Diablo. There you go. That's a great card
Diablo
too.
It is.
I love that art on the card. All right. I don't know. I'm not sure how many more we have left, but let's keep going till the wheels fall off. What famous movie star voiced the dog Bolt in the 2006 film Bolt? I know this one, actually. Tom Cruise,
I do too.
John Travolta, Hugh Jackman, or Brad Pitt?
I love this movie. I love this movie. This movie makes me cry. Giving people time to answer, but I'm going with B.
Same. It's like so weird.
John Travolta. Who
What's that?
I never would have pictured him as the voice of an adorable dog.
Yeah,
but
I just picture him chasing after Sandy.
It worked. Yeah. And Miley Cyrus, that's right, Miley Cyrus. There's an adorable song on the soundtrack of the movie sung by Jenny Lewis, one of my favorite artists. Yeah. It's such a cute movie. Makes me cry. Something about a girl and her dog. Just.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Can't even think about it. Yep.
All right, let's give it to him. Travolta.
And there it is.
JT.
Oh, a little cutie.
All right, let's give him another one. All right, which of these Disney movies has the shortest runtime, only 64 minutes? I'm going to go with Fantasia.
I'm between Peter Pan and Dumbo.
Solid choices.
Yeah. Fantasia is like 6 hours.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I just know that I very frequently put Fantasia on before bed, and I almost never finish it because it feels long and I fall asleep. Or maybe it's not long and I just find it very soothing and it puts me to sleep. I think it's Dumbo. I'm gonna go with Dumbo. I remember rewatching Dumbo as an adult and being like surprised at how quickly it goes by.
I'll go Peter Pan. I'll change my answer to Peter Pan since people are correcting me in the comments here. Look, people, I haven't seen Fantasia since I was like 7, okay? Cut me some slack. You ever see Big Daddy?
With Adam Sandler?
As the homeless guy, and kids asking him, why are you home? He's like, I don't know, kid. I watched Fantasia a lot. Lived in my parents' basement.
I love Fantasia. That is one of my favorites.
I do remember enjoying it, like the brooms dancing and stuff. It's just been so long since I've seen it. I really need to buckle down and stop watching ESPN for 10 minutes.
My mom always tells me that she loves Sorcerer Mickey. She loves Sorcerer's Apprentice Mickey. And she reminds me all the time, and I know, and I love him too, but she says that Fantasia was the first movie she saw, like the first movie she saw in a theater when she was a little girl, and that made her fall in love with Sorcerer Mickey. So I think that's super cute. So
I love that.
Hey, Mom, if you're watching, shout out for Mom. All right.
Let's go ahead and reveal.
But Fantasia is not the shortest movie. It is
Dumbo.
Dumbo.
Right. Mm-hmm. Pardon me. All right. Let's hop on to the next one. All right. Which family member do the Madrigals refuse to talk about in Encanto? I haven't seen this yet, so I'm out on this one.
All right, you haven't seen this and you haven't heard the song either, because man, it's been everywhere for the past few months.
I've heard the song. I probably heard it on like TikTok or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say you haven't been on TikTok then, because, or is that just my For You page? It's just
that's definitely I recognize Encanto from TikTok. I haven't seen the movie yet, but
beautiful movie. Love it. Hits close to home for some of us, but yeah, this song has been the earworm in everyone's ear on everyone's For You page. If you happen to be a parent and you've got kids or siblings or cousins that have been watching this movie, I'm sorry for you, because you've probably heard this song nonstop. I'm going with C.
See, Bruno?
I
see a lot of people saying we don't talk about Bruno. I'm going to venture to say that's part of the movie.
Yep. That is it.
Should we give it to him?
Yeah. Hyper Caterpillar said, I haven't seen or heard, but keep hearing about this song, so I'm confident, as you should be.
There we go. Bruno.
It is Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. Poor Bruno.
Someone just said, Bruno song? I think I heard my kids sing that once or a million times.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Oh, and we had a comment from earlier. ESJD37 said that 3642 is the timestamp in Frozen for the Mickey toy. So if you're looking for that, if you want to see that Easter egg, this crowd,
that's great.
They always pull through for us with this awesome trivia and the facts.
That was an Easter egg of an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Letting us know that. All right, let's go with again. I don't know how many we have left, but I know we have a few minutes left before we're going to take a quick break and get Tobin in here. But let's move on. All right, where was Cinderella's bedroom? In the basement, in the attic, in the closet, in the barn.
I feel quite confident. Yeah, I feel quite confident about the attic. Yes. Cinderella's another one I watched a lot as a kid, as a small child.
Yeah.
And I still to this day, I envy Cinderella's friendship with the little mice and the little birds. I'm still still waiting for the day that I can make friends with little animals who can, do my chores for me and make me clothes.
Someday. A girl can dream. All right, let's give it a couple more seconds and then we'll see people are starting to abbreviate as well. We'll go to the judges for that. All right, let's go ahead and let's give it to him. In the attic. Like Fuller. Sleep in the attic with Fuller. All right. Let's
Under the Stairs. No, that's another character in another movie. In another universe.
All right, let's go for the next.
All right, do we have time? We still have time for more? Okay, great.
Got a few minutes. Let's see. How long is Rapunzel's hair in Tangled?
Do they actually... Wait, they actually say in the movie?
I have not seen this one either. Oh, so to the surprise of no one, I have not seen this one yet.
I'm that might be my favorite princess movie, or at least my favorite modern princess movie, and I don't know that I remember them mentioning it. I guess they do. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with 45 or 70 feet. I'm like they do say it. Okay, wow. I'm going to have to go and rewatch it.
Hershey Girl 99. I didn't see her answer, but she looks pretty confident. So whatever she said is my answer.
Yeah, same. Whatever Hershey Girl said. Yes. Can we get some love for Tangled in chat? That doesn't get enough love, in my opinion. It does get love. I'm not saying it doesn't. I think it deserves more.
Who voiced her? Was that Mandy Moore, or is that someone else?
Mandy Moore.
Mandy
Yep.
Moore. Okay. See, I got that right. I don't know how I don't know how I knew that, but somehow I did.
Let's see. We've got our squad in here letting us know at the beginning, I think, when he's talking about Rapunzel. Okay. Oh, good question. Do you mean at the beginning of the film or at the end of the film? Beginning of the film.
All right, let's give it to him. 70.
70
Wow,
feet. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say it is pretty long.
Yeah.
Pretty long.
Pretty long. I think we have time for maybe one more. All right. What type of car is Doc in the movie Cars? Is it a Hudson Hornet, B Mercury, C Speed Demon, or D Plymouth?
I don't know. I'm for shame. I have watched the Cars franchise the least of these.
I'm gonna go with Hudson Hornet.
Hudson Hornet. The audience seems pretty confident that it's a Hornet, so
yeah.
Let's go with that. I trust y'all.
Yes. The trust is there. Give another
Hershey
10,
Girl.
seconds.
I think we've got very similar taste in Disney movies.
It's actually you on a burner account.
It's me.
Talking to yourself. Yeah.
It's me.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and hit him with the answer. Hudson Hornet. All right. There we go. Well, in that regard, we're going to end it there. So thank you, everybody, for playing. That was a lot of fun. I got a crash course in movie knowledge. I need to study up on some movies here. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back with Tobin. We're going to talk about NFTs, and I'm going to get this hat off, and maybe I'll surprise people with another hat later on. But maybe not on the interview with my boss, but maybe later. Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, we will see you guys in about 10 minutes or so.
See you soon.
It'll be a 1-1. Rivera deals. Swung on, popped him up on the infield. Jeter taking charge. Jeter near third, makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments with Topps Bunt. Collect your favorite MLB players, both past and present. Connect with baseball fans around the world and trade to complete your collection. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps Bunt. Download now.
One Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide. Topps Skate. Download now. Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Topps Bundesliga. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Connect with Marvel fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all your favorite characters from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comics. Collectors, assemble and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Baseball card season is back with 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. This all-new collection features modern-day stars, new rookies, 2021 league leaders, and more. New insert sets showcase the game's best, from Diamond Greats, featuring the all-time best players, to Generation Now, celebrating fresh young talent from each MLB team. We're even showing off the flashiest feet, showcasing unique spikes and the players who rock them. This year, the iconic 1987 Topps wood grain design returns to honor its 35th anniversary. You gotta love that look. Home Run Challenge is back as collectors rip, flip, and predict when their favorite sluggers will go long. Plus, don't forget to look for autographs and game-used memorabilia cards from rookies, veterans, and more. All in 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. Available now at your local hobby shop, retailer, and Topps.com.
Connect with Star Wars fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all of your favorite characters from the trilogies and beyond. Lock on your target and win free cards or credits daily. This is the way to build the ultimate Star Wars collection. Star Wars Card Trader by Topps. Download now. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Collectors assemble. The Marvel Universe is now at your fingertips with Marvel Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite comic characters. Connect and trade with Marvel fans around the universe. Download today and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life.
Connect with Marvel fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all your favorite characters from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comics. Spin the wheel and win free cards or coins daily. Collectors, assemble and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players, both past legends and current superstars. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide to build the ultimate hockey collection. Get free cards and coins daily. Topps Skate. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Build the ultimate Marvel collection and connect with other fans worldwide. Collect, trade, play, Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players, both past legends and current superstars. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide to build the ultimate hockey collection. Get free cards and coins daily. Topps Skate. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters. They called Keir Starmer a traitor. They shouted about Julian Assange and about Jimmy Savile. The previous Monday, Boris Johnson said this in part.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Combine cards in the workshop and get rarer ones. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Disney Collect. Download now.
Jeter near third makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps Bunt. Download now.
It'll be a 1-1. Rivera deals. Swung on, popped him up on the infield. Jeter taking charge. Jeter near third makes the catch to end the inning.
Relive the greatest baseball moments with Topps Bunt. Collect your favorite MLB players, both past and present. Connect with baseball fans around the world and trade to complete your collection. Collecting memories, one pack at a time. Topps Bunt. Download now.
On Monday afternoon, the leader of the opposition was approached by protesters.
Relive the most memorable moments from more than 90 years of Disney animation in Disney Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite characters and build the most magical collection. Connect and trade with Disney fans worldwide. Win free cards or coins daily to make your collection come to life. Disney Collect by Topps. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
Get the official NHL trading card app and collect your favorite hockey players. Connect, trade, and compete with NHL fans worldwide. Topps Skate. Download now. Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Topps Bunt. Download now. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
right, guys, we are back. Thank you for bearing with us, taking a little break there. I know everybody had to come down from their high of Kermit, Disney Collect Trivia, but now we have a very, very special guest joining us. We talked about him earlier this morning. We went through our agenda. He's here to talk about Topps NFTs. Our fearless leader, Topps Digital GM, Mr. Tobin Lent. Welcome, Tobin. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you? It's great to see you, Bob and Gabbie, and I just want to say you guys have been doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to come on.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you're busy, but glad you could be here.
I'm thrilled to be here. And, it's kind of hard to follow up Kermit the Frog. I mean, that kind of star power, but I'll do the best I can.
We're all in the same spot. I'm still recovering from that. So, Tobin, you're here to talk to us about Topps NFTs, and we know that there's some exciting things happening over there. Could you give us some of the background on the releases that we've already had this year? Things like Mantle and Godzilla versus Gigan.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I just want to say, we've been spending a lot of time building out ToppsNFTs.com, our platform. We want to get that right. We've been doing a lot of work. Not only to make it more fun and add new features to build the community and make collecting NFTs more fun, but we've been working on some of the under the hood things like security and stability and things like that, just trying to build a world-class platform. So that's been a big part of our focus. And then, of course, we've done a lot of really exciting things. We've had some great soccer launches with our partner Bundesliga, the German soccer league. We've had some really exciting baseball products and challenges go out, capping off a great year last year, and really have some cool stuff coming. And of course, our good partner Toho, we did some Godzilla releases that were terrific. And the one that I think I'm most excited about, and it looks like you've got it up here, is our Mickey Mantle release. That was very, very special. The Mickey Mantle 1952 card is so special in so many ways. Mickey Mantle is just an incredible player. One of the greatest of all time. That was, his not really his rookie year. He started in 1951. There is a rookie card Bowman, but a lot of people consider this his true rookie year. It was his first full rookie year. And this is also part of the very first Topps baseball set, in terms of modern baseball. So most people recognize this card really as the face of the industry. So very, very special. And it was great to work with the Mantle brothers in the Mantle estate on this. They were really supportive, very helpful, and I think everybody was very happy how it went. Ended up, I think, selling for about $470,000, and it was really fun to watch the auction and the last two people, bidding it up and trying to get this very special NFT.
Yeah, when I saw the chat we were in that we were getting the Mantle brothers to talk about it, I was like, wow, that's a get, because I don't think they do much anymore in the way of interviews or anything like that. So it was great that we were able to get them. And it's, like you said, it's such a special card. It is the face of the industry, basically. It's the standard.
Yeah, it really is. And to my knowledge, I don't think that the winner of the NFT has actually called in, redeemed that interview. So that's still outstanding.
Wow. Okay. It's like Powerball. They want to stay anonymous.
Maybe they want to sell it, give it to the next owner. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're teeing it up. They're making the market crazy again. But we talked about baseball, and just staying on that topic. I know coming up soon we have the Topps Baseball Series 1 NFT coming out. Can you give us a little insight on what that's about and what we should expect there?
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. I mean, Series 1 is one of our flagship products on the physical side of the business. And, it's a special set for so many reasons. It features a lot of the great players, a lot of rare chases. And, we've really tried to honor that special physical release and added some really special digital enhancements and products as well into that set. So it's got a lot of value, and that's something that we really focus on. We want to make sure that we provide things that are affordable and fun for every fan, and packed with a lot of great stuff and maintaining that rarity. So there's some good chases. So we're really excited about that set.
Yeah, and we actually had Topps Emily on the other day to talk about the physical side of things. So there's some exciting stuff she was talking about that they're doing on their side, and great to see that we're able to kind of take it from one side to the next, and mix and match as we can. So I'm super excited about Series 1. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one.
Yeah.
I always wish
Now-
I could, buy. I used to buy a lot of our stuff, but now I'm starting to hold back because it's like, hey, that's not fair. That's not fair for me to do, and it just kills me because there's some really great stuff. Maybe I'll buy it on the secondary market.
There you go. Yeah. Got to go on that eBay. So now, just before we get in, I know we had something really special to reveal today, but I wanted to get into what you see for the future of Topps for this year. Where do you see Topps NFTs going for the rest of the year?
Well, we're going to continue to focus on making collecting NFTs fun, like I said before. So we're going to be adding a lot of features to make collecting fun, allow you to showcase your collection, communicate with other collectors. There's also some kind of, I would say, kind of nuts and bolts, meat and potatoes things we need to do for our community. The fans have been asking for, getting access to their wallet is one, paying with crypto, and of course, making sure that we bridge NFTs so folks can bring NFTs in, from other places, and also send their NFTs somewhere else to sell, like OpenSea. We really believe in that decentralization and open network.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I guess, without further ado,
and then the big thing now we got to talk about, of course, as we look at the space, it's really exciting what's happening right now. You've got, the Web3, and we like how that's developing. You're hearing more about the metaverse. There's some really fascinating projects out there, things like Bored Ape Yacht Club. Steve Aoki has the Aoki verse, Gary Vaynerchuk with his V Friends. And, we kind of look at the space and are really impressed with some of these really cool build outs in Web3 in the metaverse. And, we want to make sure we're on the cutting edge and doing some really exciting things for ToppsNFTs.com. So it's very exciting for me to reveal what we're working on and we're going to be announcing soon. And I believe we have something to show.
Wow, awesome. Ballheads. All right. That is exciting. What can you tell us about Ballheads, Tobin?
So we looked at the space and, a big fundamental part of the community is the ability to, express yourself and also have something that gives you benefits to being part of the community. So you see these things, CryptoPunks kind of started it. Bored Ape Yacht Club has done a great job, and we want to do the same thing. So Ballheads is our version of these NFT avatars, and we're really excited about the way we're doing it. These are cool avatars, very stylistic in and of themselves. There'll be a large variety of really cool avatars to collect, but one thing that we're doing to take it kind of a step further is enable customization. So imagine, having the ability to buy NFTs that might be a different hairstyle or a different hat or something like that with a lot of these big properties that we have. And so we're really excited about it. It's going to be fun, and it's just right around the corner. So I think the team has done an amazing job on this product.
I love that.
Awesome.
Especially as a baseball fan, that's to be able to customize your own NFT. I've seen all the stuff with the, like you said, the Bored Ape and the punk stuff, but I love that we're getting into the space, and that's super exciting.
I'll make sure to reserve a special NFT avatar for both you and Gabbie. Don't worry.
Awesome. There we go. We won't resell. No secondary market.
No.
I don't think.
No.
I don't think there's a market for me anyway, so we're good there.
You never know, Bob. You're going to be very famous after this.
That's true.
This show.
That's true. Yeah. Oh man, that's great though, man. I really appreciate you revealing that, and obviously we'll get more information to the fans when it's all said and done. But that's so much fun, and so I appreciate you coming on. I just what we did with NFT so far in the past year, just the way, obviously we've seen it grow exponentially since the beginning of COVID, kind of just the rise in that time frame there, and the fact that we're able to hop on and just kind of get our own space here is super exciting.
Yeah, and I think, we got in very early. to the space, and we're just making sure we do it right. And we believe, some people talk about, are we in a bubble? Is this real? Is it a Ponzi scheme? Some people are saying, but we think there's a really fundamental value to collectors, and we want to continue building that way, make it fun and make it accessible. So we're excited about the future for sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned V-Friends. I know we spoke about that briefly, but we're actually we're talking to Josh Luber later today of Zero Cool and Fanatics Collectibles. So I'm just curious if you have any insight on what they're doing in that space and what your thoughts are with Zero Cool.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Cool is doing some really interesting things. They're focused on the culture cards. You might have seen they released something around Jackass, which is really cool. And of course, V-Friends, and they have some really exciting things coming down the pipeline. And it's a really great partnership with the Topps teams. We all love collecting, and it's all fun, whether it's sports or some of these other properties. So I think there's going to be a really great partnership there.
Absolutely. And I know the fans are clamoring for more. They want to see more of our licenses get in there, and just all I can say is stay tuned, of course. So not to reveal too much.
Stay tuned. Great stuff coming.
Stay tuned. Absolutely. Well, we don't want to take too much of your time up, but we really appreciate you coming on today. And again, everyone, look out for Ballheads. Look out for Baseball Series 1 coming soon. And super excited about the future of Topps NFTs, and we hope you guys are going to come along for the ride. So it's going to be very exciting.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks for being here with us. Absolutely. It was great seeing you. And again, great job on the show. It's been fun to watch, and good luck with the rest of it today.
Oh, before you go, I have to tell the folks that are going to be at Star Wars Celebration, I believe you plan on being there as well at the end of next month?
I will be there. Would love to meet with any fan that's there.
Everyone's going to be there.
I'll be wearing my Chewbacca outfit.
There you go, yeah. I was wearing this earlier. I'll show you real quick. I had this on for our Disney trivia segment. My Penn State Nittany Lion hat, since we're going with hats today.
Awesome.
Where am I at here? There we go. Yeah.
I should have. I'm at my daughter's volleyball tournament right now. I didn't bring all my props, otherwise I would have had some cool stuff.
Next time, when we do the roast of Gallagher with the comedian, we'll bring our props and
nice.
That's right.
Next time.
Yeah. Look, I just want to go on. I just want to go on with Kermit. That's all I want.
There we go. Yeah. We got to get the whole gang on though. We got to get Animal and Fozzy. We got
all the Muppets
game next time.
Well, I had so many questions for him. I mean, I know he's probably sensitive, but why didn't he ever marry Miss Piggy?
So that's actually one of the. We actually asked.
Maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, we asked fans to send in questions, and not to spoil it for anybody, but that might be a question that comes up.
It might come up.
Yeah.
Do you know that he actually has a published book? I didn't know that. I was reading up on Kermit. He's got a book out there. Yeah, you can read it. He's a highly acclaimed author.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
We
also found.
Maybe we can.
Go ahead.
Maybe we can get him on here again. I mean, why stop at just one event or one interview? Yeah. Maybe this can be a recurring thing that we do. Yeah. Maybe we need a sequel of it.
He also told everybody that he has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and he's there every other Tuesday washing it. So if anybody wants to go by and see Kermit, he's there cleaning it up every Tuesday. So
that's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, thanks again for joining us, taking time out of your Sunday to come on and talk to everybody. And, we just appreciate all the work you guys do with NFTs. And, of course, Tobin, love seeing you every day and talking to you. So let's just keep this train rolling.
Sounds great. We'll have a great rest of the day.
All right.
Thanks, you too.
See you. Hey, everybody. Happy Sunday. We have two very special guests joining us today for DigiCon. One is from our internal Topps Digital team, Mr. Gino. How you doing today, Gino?
I'm doing well. How's it going, Bob?
Doing good, doing good. And the next, she's here to talk about her career path in sports marketing, how she came to form Moyal Enterprises, and her approach to working with both male and female athletes, what the future holds, plenty more. Please welcome Arielle Moyle.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. I'm good. Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah. So I understand you and Gino go way back. Can you guys dive into how you guys met each other?
Sure. Gino, you want to go or you want me to go?
No, I can go. If I remember correctly, it was a snowy New York City. We were 16 years old. I don't even know. I can't even do that kind of math anymore. But yeah, we met through a friend of ours. I think you were in Future Diplomats of America. What was that?
Yeah, I was a nerd. I basically did my summers doing nerdy things like medical symposiums and stuff. So I met Ronald at a medical symposium.
That's it. Yeah. Our buddy Ronald, shout out Ron, connected us, and we had a great time in New York City. You know, exploring it as kids, running around like it was our own little backyard. So that was a lot of fun. Stayed in touch over the years, and then lo and behold, we crossed paths once we came over to Topps.
Yeah, I mean, I was working with Topps, for a while before Gino came on, but it was really nice to have a friendly face also join the Topps team.
Absolutely. So, you know, you guys mentioned you've known each other a long time. You worked at Topps before. You've obviously had a very interesting career path and journey to becoming the CEO and founder of your own company, Moyal Enterprises. Could you take us through some of your earlier experiences and how you got to this point today?
Yeah. So, you know, I have been working in sports for almost 17 years and specifically with athletes. So I think that's the big congruent that I want to make clear here. My path jumped around, but I've always had athletes as clients. So at first I worked for the UCLA athletic department for 9 years. So 4 were in recruiting and compliance, where I was trying to get student athletes to come to the university and doing all the grade bylaws and all that other stuff. And then I got hired full time by the UCLA men's basketball team. So I was kind of a jack of all trades there. Some admin work, player development, operations, and alumni engagement, just a whole gambit of things. And I was really lucky because, I mean, UCLA men's basketball is such a history program. From that point, I got poached away to go to the Sacramento Kings, where I did player development for a couple years and player education and team ops. And then from that point, I worked for the legendary Bill Duffy, and that was my first introduction to agencies. So for Bill, I did client management, but I also did athlete marketing and PR. Loved my time there. Bill's a great guy and had a really fun time working at agencies. I actually never thought that I would have, but it was Bill specifically that kind of got me to go the agency side. And then from BDA, I left to work for Rep One Sports, and that's a multi-sport agency. There, I became the vice president of their baseball division, but I also created their collegiate basketball division, no joke, almost exactly a year ago today. Or sorry, not collegiate basketball, sorry, professional basketball division about a year ago today. And then I also created and headed their NIL division when that was created in July. And I decided to leave Rep One at the end of October, took a little bit of time for myself, and then created my brand, Moyal Enterprises, at the start of the year, but officially it launched on March 1st. And we are more or less a company where we are the experts in the business of athletes. So either you're an athlete yourself, or you're a team, agency, or sports brand that needs introduction to or growth within athlete verticals.
And that's quite the resume to begin with. And I can't wait to see what comes next. And what made you want to go on your own? You know, a fellow entrepreneur. I had my own gig for a couple of years.
Yeah, a lot of reasons, and some are personal and some are industry related. On the personal side for me, and among many of friends in roles like mine, especially women, we're often leveraged for other people's wealth, and yet we're never proportionately rewarded for it. And unlike agents who just have to have top talent and can get their cut of what they do on their athlete's contract, that can be very lucrative. I mean, you can have one player that can garner you a couple $100,000 a year, right? The lift for the other staff like myself is very high and oftentimes overwhelming. And regardless of whether we're integral to client retention or acquisition, we never see a share of those dollars. And I think that's really unfair. Also, on the more personal side, I did this for women. And I think that's definitely a personal piece, but it's also an industry related reason. So my reasoning there is that female athletes often lack guidance or education in this space. And they find representation that oftentimes cannot deal with what they need. And I hear often in rooms I was in when I was inquiring about female clients, that female clients were not part of the business model because they wouldn't return a profit. And for me, I've been afforded through my hard work with male athletes and some of the biggest in the world, that I've been in rooms with the tops of many of these companies and the contracts that these companies are doing. Because, I was doing Yao Ming, I was doing Steve Nash, I was doing Ronald Acuna Jr., I was doing Zach Levine, I was doing Rafael Devers. So people wanted to hear from me. And now with that access and network of database, I can do better for female verticals. Because a lot of female reps have never been afforded that kind of introduction. And historically, they just are not allowed to be in those conversations. So I can take my 16-year plus, it's almost 17 years actually, in advocation for athletes in male-dominated sports, and now I can turn that into better advocation and profits for females. So for me, I was talking the talk for years about women's sports, but I wasn't necessarily walking the walk. And part of that was because I wasn't allowed to. So now part of this business is to walk the walk after I was told over and over I wasn't allowed to represent women. So finally now I can. And there are a ton of examples, again, why I think also just the large agency model as a whole is kind of broken. But that's a really big conversation. And those are kind of my two biggest drivers.
Sure, and that makes sense. And I know it's in the early goings with the new enterprise, but if you had any advice for others, looking to branch out on their own, what would you give them from, what you've already experienced so far?
Yeah, I mentor hundreds of students and young professionals. So this is actually one of my favorite questions. And my answer here is pretty simple, but I think it's really impactful. So the piece of advice that I give, which really flipped my perspective on the industry, was that so many people in entertainment, we try to be something that we're not so we can belong. Or, you're trying to change the way you're approaching a job so you can get that job. But two things happen if that happens, right? You either align continuously to keep that narrative going because you're trying to be someone that you're not. And then you're unhappy, like you're not being true to yourself, or the truth comes out and the possible employer or wherever you're going doesn't actually like you. So, and then that can create its kind of own internal conflict. So what I tell people is to be yourself. You want the job you go to, but you also want them to want you in return. And that match needs to be made or you'll be unhappy. Because job applying is a failure game. Every job can take one candidate. You can only take one job. And I think that, and I did this when I was younger. Guys, hindsight is 20/20. I should have taken my own advice 10 years ago. But it's this thing where we get so despondent when we get turned down. There's hundreds of people that apply for these jobs, if not thousands. And it's just a number game. And if you look at it logically, it's hard to find a job full-time in sports. So be patient and look for the person that's your match. And I think that really will kind of let you genuinely be yourself and sort of thrive in that role. So that would be my best advice. You're going to find that match. It just might take a little bit of time.
Yeah. And then just going back to what Gino asked there, obviously the advice, and you mentioned like going in hindsight, you wish you've taken your own advice 10 years ago. I believe that I do too for a lot of things. But what are some of the goals and just, words of affirmation that you followed throughout your career to get you to where you are today?
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, I've got 4 rules, and this is something I teach everybody I hire. They all have to adhere to the same rules. So it's simple.
Everybody get their pencils
One
out.
is to, I know, get your pen and pencils out. And honestly, I feel like some of the things I say are not like really mind blowing, but I think people don't really digest these kinds of things, even though they know them to be true. So the first one is to be honest. I think that you should lead with truth and honesty, especially with working with athletes. Those people can sniff out if you are disingenuine. 2, have integrity. That's simply honesty when no one's looking. Are you being performative only, or are you living in a truth-filled life? 3, respect everyone and treat everyone the same and be kind. I have felt this lesson so many times when I have met people who have been absolute garbage to me in the past because They walk into a room, they say hello to everybody on the staff, don't acknowledge me, don't think that I'm going to be a significant individual. And then my career gets to where it is, and these people come asking me for things, and I remember that. And I'm like, I'm good, because you're just a taker. You're not somebody that I want a symbiotic relationship with. So for anybody who is, and everyone's, so I'm going to side tangent for a second because it's a great story. When I worked for Ben Howland at UCLA, he'd have walk-on tryouts at UCLA for the men's basketball team. The last test that the students didn't know that were applying was how they interacted with me and how they treated me. If either of those were bad, it didn't matter how good of a player you were, you did not get on the team, because I was the first person to collect your paperwork and I was the first person you met. And so there were people that came back later when Coach Howland told them they didn't make the team because they were not great to me. And then they came groveling for my apologies, and it is what it is, but they learned that lesson the hard way right off the bat. So we'll leave
first
that
impressions last a lifetime sometimes, right?
Yeah,
1,000%. It's 1,000%. And there's one kid that wasn't very kind, but because of the way he handled that, and that's actually funny, leads into point 4 of mine. Him and I have a great relationship now, and I helped try and get him forward the next year for that walk-on tryout. Because number 4 for me is to be accountable. We live in this country, in this conversation where everyone believes perfectionism is the game. No, it's not. I screw up. Gino screws up. Everybody on this call screws up, and you screw up. Right? But if you understand, if you understand how to take accountability for your choices when it happens immediately, and you know how to handle yourselves, I'm telling you, the problem and the mistake becomes less severe than if you try and avoid it or hide it or do any of that stuff. So all employees that have ever worked for me, here to rule number 4, and I tell them, if you screw up, you got to tell me immediately. Because again, when we're working with high-level brands or athletes, there really is very little room for error. So we need to get on top of that early. So those are my 4 rules: honesty, integrity, respect and kindness, and being accountable for yourself.
And like you said, being accountable. I mean, especially in the high level world like that, and ours as well. Right. You know, one little mistake, if it's not addressed right away, could be a disaster. Mm-hmm. You know. And
I've got my biggest learning lesson story in that, and it is a bad one. But because of the way that I handled myself after the fact, it was salvaged, and that the relationship that I almost ruined is still continuing to this day between those 2 people. It's an agent and a player. So again, I'm sitting here telling you, like, a lot of people want to be in the roles that I've been in. I also gravely screwed up. Everybody does. It's okay. Just make sure that you know how to take accountability for it when that happens.
I feel like a lot of people too, before they take accountability, they try to fix the mistake, and maybe sometimes that makes it even worse. You know, could make the situation worse, going behind the back of someone, or, you know, messaging someone on the side to try to fix it. That can sometimes be the killer in the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, for me, like, it involved a player and their family and an agent. When I knew what I did, I called the person who was the subject of the email. And I said, hey, I just sent an email that wasn't meant to go to you. You're not going to like it. Can you please read it with me on the phone, and can we talk about it? So I didn't go the agent first, and I didn't go the player. I went to that family member, and I had that discussion with them. And he was not happy, but he also then called the agent and said, the only reason that I'm not making this a bigger problem is she called me first.
Yeah. Wow. And that's huge.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Speaking about, you know, former roles for you, you know, you worked for the Sacramento Kings. I think you moved to NorCal for that. Or I'm sure that was different from living in SoCal, right?
It is, but I mean, I stayed in California. I haven't gone very far. So.
I've lived in both, and I have to say I prefer SoCal over NorCal. No offense to anyone from Northern California watching, but don't send any hate mail.
I actually love Sacramento. I'm just going to put that out there. I did actually love Sacramento.
Sacramento was fun. Yeah, I had a good time. The few times I've gone to Kings games there and some WWE events and stuff like that, it was always a good time. Nice little downtown area.
Kings fans are unlike some of the ones I've seen. I mean, they are great fans, so I will not take that away from the Sacramento Kings.
And that new arena is great too. I think it's the Golden One Center. It's called, I believe.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No, not at all. No, I mean that's good context for, you know, where I'm going with that. But, you know, at the time you worked alongside then coach, you know, Nancy Lieberman, who had the distinction of being the second female assistant NBA coach behind Becky Hammond of Spurs. So, you know, what was the experience like working with Nancy, and your takeaway from, you know, working with the Kings?
May I add, she was technically the first ever female head coach of a men's major league. So if those of you that don't know, Nancy in 2009 became the head coach of the Texas Legends, which was the G League team for the Dallas Mavericks. And thus she actually became the first women's coach of a men's professional basketball team. And then she also was the first female head coach for the Big Three and won the championship that year. So she's an OG for sure. I could literally go on all day about her. So I love talking about Nancy. Here's why. Nancy's existence in my life was tremendously influential and I just love talking about her because she was my first ever female mentor in sports. So let me say that again. At 28 years old, the first time I can find a female mentor in sports is Nancy Lieberman. There were not many women in sports when I was coming up doing what I was doing. There definitely were not women in male-dominated roles. So other than at Bill Duffy's company at BDA, I've been the only woman or one of two at every single job I've had. So let that sink in. So at 28, I met her. And I've always been the woman at my jobs that I have great male mentors and that's great. But there's things that I was experiencing that no one was going to relate to but a woman. So I know that, there wants to be a conversation about the Kings, but I'm not going to go there because my experience with the Kings was less than fun, and that's all I'm going to say. But when Nancy showed up and I had all these feelings, I didn't know what to do with. It was really great to hear someone who's a Hall of Fame WNBA player, an absolute legend, feel many of the same feelings over how people were treating us. And it became less about, like my life changed, right? Because before it's, what am I doing wrong? Like, why don't people like me? Those kinds of questions. And then it became clear that it's not a me thing. It was a systemic issue thing. And because there's this big fish, right? Hanging out with this small minnow and we're feeling the same exact thing. So it's one of the big reasons why now I take my time to mentor students, especially young females in sports, because they need mentors too that look like them. And what better for me to do good in this industry for women if I've got to put my time into the women that are coming up because I did not have idols and mentors when I was younger.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And do you feel like slowly but surely people are getting that message? I mean, you are seeing more women in sports, more in the conversation, both in the booth and on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. I guess my question is, how far we've come and obviously where we need to go. But, how do you see this kind of playing out in the future, especially over the next couple of years?
Yeah, I am optimistic, but it's a little bittersweet. So I think for a while, women have been saying hey, we're worth it, over and over and over again. And watching this kind of surgency of female dominance lately, it's bittersweet because on one hand, I'm saying, finally, and I really love watching this growth and all of this is all that's great. But on the other hand, I'm a bit mad because why did it take so long? We've been telling leagues and teams and brands and people and fans and whomever wants to listen that we offer extreme value. And now all of a sudden people realize that? Absolutely not. They just didn't care. So call it what it was. Evaluate your companies and organizations and look at the people who kept holding down women the past few decades. They shouldn't be there anymore. Because we're watching the South Carolina Gamehawks parade and Don Staley roll out in a Rolls Royce to a packed university campus, and you're still trying to tell me that people don't like women's sports? Or the viewership for the NCAA women's tournament finally being on prime time? And let's be real, I cannot believe it took the 2022 to do that. But these games were watched ferociously just as men. And if you're thinking, okay, you're using domestic examples, here's an international example. The women's El Clasico against Barcelona and Real Madrid sold out Camp Nou. That stadium has over 85,000 seats, and those tickets went in less than a week. And the men's teams were not able to sell at that stadium. So I can speak to this all day, but what I want to see in the future are brands putting their money where their diversity departments' mouths are. I want to see leagues pushing for more equal pay, infrastructure, and benefits. I want to see sports television be equally distributed. I want to see agencies give their best employees to the women's verticals too. And I want people to start believing in women because we've all been telling you.
Yeah, and
that's a really passionate response because I've literally been screaming this for so long.
Yeah, if it's the truth, and it is.
Didn't the top, okay, I'm pretty sure that also before the final 4 games for either men's or women's, the top 5 NIL earning athletes were in those games, 4 were women.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm glad you shouted out. Yeah. Glad you shouted out Dawn Staley there. She's a Philadelphia treasure, Dawn Staley.
There you go.
Oh my God, when she came out in the Rolls Royce, I was like, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
that's so awesome.
This is great.
But, another big step that was taken this week, too, was the San Francisco Giants. They had Alyssa, I believe her last name's Mackin, on the field. First woman ever to do that. That's incredible. Again, I can't believe
it really is.
Incredible.
It really is. And, I appreciated the men that kind of gave her dabs and high fives and kind of all that stuff during that moment for her. And it's, it's great, right? She's standing there. She's so professional. Like there's a lot of times where I've been told that women can't be hired in certain roles because we're afraid they're going to sleep with all the men, or we're afraid that men are going to do things and we don't want to get sued. I've been told that multiple times. First of all, it's illegal for you to say that to me, period. Yeah. Secondly, two things. One, why are we not teaching our men to be better human beings, and why are they getting all the exceptions? And then secondly, that's not the case. And it's really insulting when people assume that like we had to do something sexual to get where we're at. I have never done anything nor dated an athlete that I have ever worked with, nor nothing. And I am here almost 17 years in. So when I hear people with that, I take it personally because that's not fair.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And here I thought it was because you own so many cats, but
I own one cat, and I have a dog. It's balanced. Do not.
They cancel each other out.
They do, right? Whenever I hear cat side tangent, whenever people tell me they don't like cats, I go, I have a dog too. Like it's like I have to like tell you. So.
You got to validate it, yeah.
Exactly.
Embrace it. You have to embrace the cats. You mentioned in the past, when I was doing I did some read ups on you as well. You said working alongside athletes, gaining trust is very, very important. I think maybe the most important thing. Which steps do you take to ensure that, you gain these athletes' trust and that they're going to help, you're going to have you guide them through their career and put their trust in your hands?
Gaining trust with athletes is very hard, but it kind of goes back to those rules I told you about. So I treat everyone the same. I think Gino could attest to this. Like, I think that's my key. No matter how well known you are, I demand the same level of respect, and I will tell you if you have crossed the line with me. That last part is really important because there have been players that are considered some of the most difficult players across leagues that people don't want to deal with. I have never had a problem with them because I have set those expectations early on about respect. And what that sort of allows them to understand is like, I'm not a yes person. I'm not here to just kiss their butt. Like I am here to do work for you. I'm going to be a staunch advocate for you, but that also means I'm going to make sure that you're a good person as well. And you're treating me the right way and everybody else around you the right way. So like, how can I lead your future if we don't have mutual respect? So I think when athletes see that, they really trust me, and it does take time, but they do. Sometimes you just got to keep showing up and showing them I'm in your corner. I'm here for you. And that really is, I think, what's made me successful. It's not a secret formula. I just guide my life with the same morals and values for everybody. And I'm not shift shaping when it's affording me to get in a bigger room. I'm being myself genuinely, authentically the whole time.
And that's huge. That's such a good quality to have too.
Yeah. I will say there are very few athletes that have been clients of mine that were not in touch. And there are athletes still that I help that are no longer clients of mine. One of my favorite veteran NBA players who's now a coach in the NBA had an issue with social media this week, and he asked me to help and did that like that because we now have a bond. And when I tell you I'm here for you, that doesn't mean when I'm gone. I will always be here for you.
I love that. What were you going to say, Gino?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, no, I can attest to that. We would roll up to players' parties and Arielle walk in the room and everyone is just on the level. Like it's not a situation where they go get me this or I need that. It'd be like, no, we hang out as equal individuals. And even I got to hang, which was nice too. But no, it's just, you kind of see it, the presence in the room is everything and they feed off of that.
I'm going to actually tell you a great example that I love. I was at a huge Adidas party with all of their athletes, and I'm there with one of my players. I'm not going to name the league or the player. I don't want to get them embarrassed. Very well-known player where he's at now. He was a little bit younger at that point. I'm standing there with his agent, his client manager, me, the head of all Adidas basketball, and the head of all, well, shoot, I just said basketball, it's fine. The head of all Adidas sports. And this particular player spilled beer on their man satchel and took the satchel off and went to go give it to his client manager to clean it. and I legitimately stick my hand out like this in front of all those people I just named. And I go, you are a grown ass man. You can go clean that yourself. And his response to me was, yes, ma'am. And he walked and cleaned that bag. And his agent looks at me and goes, how did you do that? And I was like, that player knows that that stuff doesn't fly with me.
That's amazing.
Came back, cleaned his bag.
You reminded him of his mommy. His mommy would yell at him, "Go clean that up."
I didn't use his full name. If I did, he knew he was in trouble. Just kidding.
That's like, when I get to Robert Michael, I'm like, oh crap, I'm screwed. But whenever you get the middle name yelled too, you knew you were in deep trouble.
That middle name is the fear name. You're like, oh no, what did I do?
See, I never got that. I got the wooden spoon or the flying shoe. That's how you know.
I also got the reach for the belt move too. That's when you knew. Never was used, but there was always the fear of.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the threat. Yeah,
all about the fear.
Yeah. Well, taking kind of a look forward. I mean, what's in store for Moyal Enterprises? I mean, it's like you mentioned, a big industry. There's a lot of opportunity there. I'm sure there's a lot of players. In terms of competitors, what's next steps and where do you see this going?
Well, I think we're different because we are experts in the business of athletes. My other big counterpart to me is a gentleman named Fernando Alcala, who's been working in Major League Baseball for years on the communications PR side with the teams. So he unfortunately lost his role with the A's during COVID, but we kind of came together with this. So when I say we, I just want to make sure it's not just me. And then there's some other part-time staff too, right? So we hope to create beautiful campaigns with athletes, but also guide teams and agencies to do better. We hope to help sports brands make activations in the advertising space that drive the needle for them, but also make an impact. And doing all of these things, we hope to be collaborative. And I think that's the very different part of our business model. All this to say that we hope to shake up the industry on what an agency model looks like, and we hope to be the gold standard for the business of athletes. Personally, for me, I have another goal. Well, two other goals. One is to do better for women, and we've talked enough about that. But two is to do better for all athletes. I'm not talking about the ones that make the millions of dollars at the top. We're talking all athletes. So I was a former athlete who had an injury that ended my career, and that switch in my life was very, very hard. When you've dedicated yourself to something like sport, it consumes you and your identity takes a huge blow when that is not part of your life anymore. And I think that every athlete that transitions out, no matter what level, really feels this. But I also think that athletes are not given enough credit for their on-field or on-court accomplishments when it comes to looking for work and employment. So let's take an example. For someone who played a sport professionally, like let's say you've played for 10 years, right? You're coming out of that way behind your peers. You're maybe in your late 20s. You're searching for a job and you're told you have no experience. I think that's really unfair. You know what dedication is. You know what discipline is. You know what teamwork is. You know what loyalty is. So my personal goal as we grow and as I begin to hire people more, from part-time to full-time, it's to fill that team with athletes the best that we can, right? We want to be a company that athletes know they can come to for work and and also to be understood and valued. We've been where you are. We get it. So if we present ourselves as athlete experts, who better to run our divisions than former athletes themselves? And I want our brand to walk the walk unlike many brands do. So talk is cheap, and Moyal Enterprises effectively plans to live it.
I love that.
See it.
Yeah, I love the fact that, you're setting them up for success post-career, which again, like you said, a lot of people don't really plan for when they're professional athletes. They don't think about that far ahead. They don't think, hey, this is all going to come to an end someday. At least not, some of them do, but not many of them. So the fact that you're able to be plan for their future is huge.
And every single one of my interns now is a former student athlete or a current student athlete.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so they get it.
Mm-hmm.
They're setting up for success. Get the education, get the experience, do what you got to do in the league, make your money, and then have something set up for you afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we are just about out of time. I really want to thank you both for coming on. I could talk about this all day. I loved having you on here. I'm glad we took a little trip down memory lane with you and Gino as well.
I know.
But thank you both, Arielle and Gino, for coming on, and we really appreciate it.
If Gino's ever mean to you, I've got terribly embarrassing photos of him, so you just let me know. I'll circulate the crap. He knows I do too. Look at that face.
We're probably still on Facebook, which is the worst part of that.
Well,
but
I know. I might have braces in them also, so I'm not sure they're quite great of me. But
there you go.
We all need to do like a
it was really
MySpace
nice to speak with you guys today.
Real quick, Arielle, are you going to be at MLB All-Star Weekend?
I will try my best to get there this year. We'll see.
I mean, it's right in your backyard. You got to.
Oh, yeah, it's in LA. Then, yes, of course. Sorry.
Yeah.
I had a moment. I forgot it was in LA. Because remember, it was supposed to be in LA 2 years ago, and then it got moved, and then I forgot. You're right, it's in LA. So, yes, absolutely. Stay at my house. I got you. Got you.
Here we go. Cancel the hotel.
We'll be there too. So, yeah, we'll need bunk beds.
Yeah.
Topps is like, excellent. We don't have to pay for that hotel now. Sounds great.
Yeah, there you go. You've heard it here.
There we go.
But,
well, thank you so much,
thanks
guys.
Again, guys. I really appreciate it.
Likewise.
Bye.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, everybody, we are back, and it looks like, judging by the chat, everybody's ready for some skate trivia.
I think people are pretty excited for it.
I was able to find another piece of headgear if you guys would like me to share during the segment.
Okay.
Do you have some more ears?
Let's see.
Might take me a second to put on.
I haven't tried these yet today.
I might need you to read the questions too, because this might require me to take my glasses off. So
I really feel like I should have some hockey themed ears, but I don't. So if someone wants to find me some. All right, so I'm excited because it looks like a lot of new people have jumped into chat. I believe a lot of you are here specifically for skate trivia. You're all going to do much better than me. I love watching hockey, but I am not a hockey trivia fact retainer. So I'm going to be counting on all of you. And I know I'm probably going to mispronounce a lot of players' names. That's what happens when you get all those international players. Wow, Bob, what is that?
This was a gift. I don't know. I might be a little muffled here, but I'm going to be honest with you. I can't see anything right now. I could do this and read.
All right. Well, I can try to read the questions, but like I said, I'm probably going to mispronounce some names.
This was a gift from shout out to former WWE superstar Lindsay Dorado, who made this for me. Guy makes his own gear, and he decided to make this for me as a gift. So shout out to him. And I'm gonna try to read these questions. You might see this a lot.
All right. Well, good luck. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at our questions. Now, remember, if you're just joining us, we're going to put these questions up on screen, and you are going to type out the letter, the answer. I know there's a little bit of a delay, so bear with us. Question 1. What's the most amount of goals scored in a season by a rookie? Is it A, 62, B, 65, C, 75, D, 76? And if you don't know, just take your best guess, because like we were just saying in chat, you're going to miss 100% of the questions you don't answer. So may as well just try.
I'm going to go with B.
B. I'll agree with you there. I'm going to trust Bob on these hockey questions.
People are saying D. Teemu Solani. All right, that makes sense. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and give him a reveal.
Let's take a look. Okay, chat knows what they're talking about.
Teemu Selanne. All right. All right, let's go on to the next one.
So we're gonna get like extra tidbits from the audience. If you've got extra trivia to add on, go ahead and share.
Which goalie had the lowest goals against average in the 2020-2021 NHL season? I'm going to go with Fleury or Carey Price. People are saying Connor, though.
Yep. Chat is saying Connor. I'm going with Connor.
That seems to be the overlying pick here. Give some people some time to catch up.
And feel free to explain your answers and give us the context. Prove yourselves.
Prove it. All right, let's go ahead and reveal that answer. Fleury, got it. Nailed it. Even though I believe this season was the first season the Knights aren't going to be in the playoffs, which is crazy because they've been on a tear. All right.
That's a great card.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love their colors. The Golden Knights have great colors. And one of the best fan bases in hockey. They're so loud. It's amazing. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, which player won the Conn Smythe Trophy in 2018? Ryan O'Reilly, Crosby, Ovechkin, or Andre Vasilevsky? I can never pronounce his name. D.
Vasilevsky.
I'm gonna go Ovi. C.
Yeah, I was actually gonna go with that too. I was.
All right, give people some time to catch up. All right, let's go ahead and reveal that. I'm sticking with Ovi.
Yeah, me too.
Boom.
Yay!
Nailed it. All right, let's see if we got any more brain busters, as Billy Madison would say. Which player wears number 87 for their team? Come on now. Everybody's got to get this one. Is it A, Sidney Crosby, B, Connor McDavid, C, Leon, I can never say his last name either, or D, Austin Matthews?
A.
Yeah, I'm going with A as well. All right, too easy. Yep, I see it. Tommy the Stig, you're right. All right, let's go ahead and reveal. As we in Philadelphia like to call him, Cindy Crosby, the correct answer. He's a crybaby. Moving on.
That's the only team I have actually ever followed. So you and I, Bob, might have a real rivalry here.
I mean, look, they beat us a lot, so I can't really. He is good at what he does, but I'm programmed to hate him. That's a great card, though. I love the design of that card.
Yes.
All right, let's go on to the next one. And yes, the Flyers were very bad this year, unfortunately, but there's always next year. Connor McDavid won the Hart Memorial Trophy after leading the NHL with 105 points in the 2020-2021 season. How many power play points did he earn that season? This is a good one. A, 35, B, 37, C, 39, or D, 41? I'm going to go with A.
I'll go with A too. I will never get any of these about stats or points right.
Right. People some time. I know Paul Coffey in our past conversations with him, he's a big fan of Connor McDavid. I mean, Connor McDavid is one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and we can reel that one. 37. Okay. I mean, we're only 2 off. That wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
Looks like a few people in the audience got that for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right, Cole Makar finishes rookie season with this many points for the Avalanche. 53, 38, 50, or 46. Cole is one of the best young players in the league, so he's going to be somebody to watch for years to come, which is great. I'm going to say, I see the consensus looks like it's A.
I'm seeing 50 or 53. I'm saying A or C.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be one of those.
Yeah. This mask messed up my hair. Giving me all kinds of trouble today, these hats.
Oh, no.
It's all right. We're good. Bobby's getting a haircut in like a week anyway, so just deal with it. All right, we'll go with A. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer.
C.
C. All right. Wow. That got me.
So
That
close.
threw me for a loop there.
Very, very close.
All right. What we got next? Okay. Of these alumni, who was the most recent inductee into the Hockey Hall of Fame? Oh, wow. All right. I'm going Paul Kariya. Although Zubov 51 too.
Yeah.
It's between A or C. I'm going to say Paul Kariya.
A lot of people in chat are going with D, Kevin Lowe.
Kevin Lowe. Interesting. Paul Kariya. Remember him back in his Avalanche days. I'm sticking with Paul, but I'm seeing a lot of Kevin Lowe too. All right, let's go ahead and give him the answer. It's Lowe. All right. Someone just yelled it from the mountaintops there. All right, let's go on to the next one. Who scored the game-winning goal in the Lightning Stanley Cup clinching win in 2020? All right, this is a good question. This is recent, too, so you hockey fans, those that claim to be hockey fans in this chat, hopefully you got your information right here. It's a couple years old here.
As long as you're a fan in 2020. Oh, and it was the Lightning.
A lot of Braden.
I don't remember.
In the bubble, 2020 in the bubble.
Yeah.
All right, some people are saying Hedman. I'll tell you what, the Lightning, they played the Nashville Predators in the Stadium Series not too long ago, right around the corner from me at Nissan, and that was a hell of a game to watch. That was fun. What a cool atmosphere.
I don't know, as a Floridian who lives in Central Florida, who do I support? Do I support the Lightning, who are geographically closer to me, or do I support the Panthers, who, as a kid, I went to, more Panthers games because it was closer to me. I think that's why then I just say, forget it. I'm not supporting any Florida team. I'm just going to pick a random team elsewhere. Go Penguins.
I mean, I'm kind of torn too because the Flyers have been so bad this year, but they're still, I can't turn my back on my hometown team. And the Nashville Predators are good. They're decent, and the stadium is a mile away, like it's very convenient for me to go see some Preds games. And I'm surprised, too, at how great the fan base is down there. You don't really think Nashville hockey, they don't really go hand in hand, you know? But people are passionate about their Preds down here. It makes for a great atmosphere. Let's go ahead and shoot him the answer here.
It was Braden.
Point. All right. That's right, E Hazard, Smashville. All right, let's go on to the next one. Which player led the league in power play goals during the 2020-2021 season? I'm going to go with Austin Matthews. Oh, no, I guess people are saying Leon. I'm going to stick with Austin, though.
Okay. I'll go with D then. Let's see.
That seems to be consensus. Yeah, everybody's popping in. Guys, just a reminder.
I'm just going with the crowd.
For those of you that are just putting the letter, it needs to be the letter plus the answer. Just for those of you that are just joining us, so the letter plus the name, the answer itself. That way our moderator can sift through and see who answered first, and then you can get your diamonds in the app.
And we'll also do another giveaway for Skate later on while we are watching the Paul Coffey segment. So hang tight.
Yes.
If this is not your only chance to win something in app today, if you're spending some time with us here on the stream, we've got some more giveaways coming.
Yeah, and guys, for the lag, unfortunately, there's nothing really we can do about the lag on this side. I know some of you guys are streaming from the phone. It's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. We're trying to give you guys enough time to answer, everybody get their answers in, but it is what it is, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and give them the answer. All right. People who said Leon, you guys got it. I was wrong again. Mom was wrong again. Let's go to the next one. All right. Well, speaking of the person I picked on the last one, what year did Austin Matthews win the Calder Memorial Trophy? Was it 2015, 2016, 2017, or 2018?
I'm going with C, 2017.
Yeah, I'm going to go with C as well. I was thinking 18, but I feel like these people are going to prove me wrong. I'll give everybody a few more seconds. All right, let's fire that answer at him. 2017. All right. Look, if you're not answering first, at least a lot of you are getting these answers right, which shows that you know your stuff. So that's good. You're paying attention. Hockey loves it. Hockey loves you for it. Keeping the sport alive. Let's go on to the next one. Which player was the first to win more than 2 individual trophies in one season? Stan Mikita, John Bellevue, Gordie Howe, or Maurice Richard? I'm going to say Stan Mikita only because I recently watched Wayne's World again for the first time in a while, and they go to Stan Mikita's donuts a lot. So I'm going to go with Stan Mikita.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to go with C, Gordie Howe.
I'm seeing a lot for Stan. A lot for Gordie, too.
Yeah, that's right. Had to answer that, even if it's wrong.
That's a good answer. All right. I see one for Maurice in there, too.
Okay.
All right, let's go with, let's see what we got here. Stan Mikita. All right, let's do it. Blackhawks.
Nice.
Favorite of Wayne Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what we got next? Who was the first pick in the 2020 NHL draft? Okay, this is a good one. I'm gonna say B. Yeah, B's the way to go.
I'll go with B as well.
Not for D though. Give everybody a few more seconds. All right. Yeah, a lot for D. All right, let's go ahead and give that reveal. D. All right, I am proven wrong. Good on you guys for getting that one. I would have got that. Obviously didn't get that, but all right, let's go on to the next one. All right, David Pasternak and Alex Ovechkin tied in the 2019-20 for the number of goals scored that NHL season. How many goals did they each score? 41, 46, 48, or 53? I'm going to say 48.
48. I was going to say that too.
Yeah, C is the way to go, I think. Although I see a lot for A. I see a lot for 41. I just feel like Ovi's always better than – he's always good for 40 or above. So.
Yes.
Or at least 45 or above. He's plays out of his mind. All right.
48. Going for 48.
Yeah. The Hockey Jesus said that's because it's 41. Here's a quick question. Non-skate related, but is the original art set coming in Disney Collect today?
I don't think so. No, I think our big hits today were Turning Red and
yeah, Turning Red and let me pull it up real quick. Turning Red. For
DigiCon specials.
Yeah. Living Posters collection, Turning Red character collection.
Living Posters.
All right. Let's go ahead and show them the answer. 48. All right. C.
It was 48. Yep.
We did there, yeah. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, which of the following NHL franchises was not part of the original 6 teams? Philadelphia Flyers, Chicago Blackhawks, New York Rangers, or the Boston Bruins? I believe I know this answer, but I could be wrong. I'm also going to get you guys some information on that Paul Coffey set as well while we're doing that.
Flyers.
I'm going to go with the Flyers. I think the Flyers were – I think they were like a season or two later, I want to say. Yeah, I want to say they were probably the second batch, but give everybody another couple seconds. And
shame on anyone who doesn't know this. I agree.
All right, let's go ahead and reveal that answer.
And
Flyers.
It is. Aww,
and a great photo of Gritty there, yeah. So just for everybody that was asking, the Paul Coffey live sigs go live at 3:15 Eastern.
3:15 Eastern time.
Mark it on your calendar. Yeah, Flyers. Let's go to the next one. What year was Mario Lemieux drafted first overall by the Pittsburgh Penguins? Was it A, 1985, B, 1984, C, 1983, or D, 1982? What was this?
3. No, I don't.
I want to say like 84, maybe. I'm going to go with 84. For those just joining in, because I'm seeing a lot of banter in the chat, we have done the same thing for each trivia game so far. You need to put the letter plus the answer. The first person to answer correctly, our mod will find, and the person that answers correctly first will get diamonds. You need to put the letter. You could put the last name of the player. That's just as long as our moderator knows how to find the winner. The person who answers first correctly. It's very simple. That's how they find you. So letter, answer, our moderator will find the first person that answers correctly. All right, let's go ahead and show the answer. 1984, all right. For people that are answering about how do people answer before the question comes up, some people are using their computers at home. Some people are using their cell phones, laptops, Wi-Fi. We have no control over the lag of the stream. You might want to contact Twitch for that, but we have no control over when the stream pops up on your connection, unfortunately. So if you see people answering on your stream before you see the question, it is what it is, guys. Let's go on to the next one. This will probably be the last one, and then we have a couple more things to talk about before we hop into our next interview. Of the NHL's 32 teams, how many are based in Canada? All right, A6, B7, C8, or D9? I see a lot of 7. I'm going to go with 7. What do you think?
7. I'm going to 7.
We don't count Toronto. All right. Let's go ahead and give him the answer. 7. All right. Sounds good. Well, look, guys, I appreciate you guys playing trivia with us. There were some good questions. I see a lot of hockey aficionados in here. A lot of people were getting the answers right. Again, first person to answer correctly with the letter and the answer will get the diamonds. Our Topps mod will seek you guys out in the chat and make that happen. But in the meantime, I think, Gabby, if you want to give an update on what we talked about this morning about our giveaway.
Yes. So great news, everyone. We said that if we could if we could hit 5,000 followers today, we would do a special giveaway for a physical pack of Topps digital swag. And right now we are at 5,008 followers. I think we hit all of those during this last segment. So thank you, everybody who's followed us. Thank you for everyone who's been hanging out with us. We've got some other giveaways going on later for within the apps, but we've got some very cool swag, including, but not limited to, a cool notebook and some pins and keychains, a special little cup, little cuppy, a battery pack, portable phone charger, and I gotta take this off. A cool hat. Wow, I look great in that. And you need something to carry all your swag in. So we've also got this fancy, handy dandy backpack. So we will be picking 5 winners, and we will put this little package in the mail for you. So you got to make sure that if you want to be part of this drawing, first of all, you got to be a follower. And you got to stick around to be able to get in touch with our mod and give your mailing address where we can send this to you. I do believe we can ship internationally. I don't know if there's any places we cannot ship to. Sometimes international shipping can be prohibitive. If it's a normal place where we can normally ship to, I don't know if anyone from the Topps team who's watching has any input on that, but let's see about that. No one's
get some info. Yeah.
No one's telling me no yet. So how about BFE? I guess if you received mail there, maybe. All right. We have shipped international prizes before. So all right, so here's how we're going to do this. We're about to roll into another segment, a very, very cool segment where we got to speak with Josh Luber from Zero Cool Media. During that segment, in chat, our mod is going to set up a giveaway with a chat bot to make it very fair. We want you to type in hashtag DigiSquad. You have to type in just those words, no extra words. Don't tell us a little story. Just hashtag DigiSquad, and just all you need to do is enter that once, and that will automatically enter you in this giveaway. Then we're going to pick 5 people to win this prize pack. So, let's just hang out. Let's watch this awesome segment all about Zero Cool Media and their culture collectibles. And good luck. Good luck with the giveaway.
Talk to you guys soon.
Everyone, welcome back to DigiCon Sunday, where we have a very special guest with us today to discuss the Zero Cool Media brand and the data behind its recent V-Friends and Jackass releases. We're going to dive into the blind auction model that was used, and we'll discuss how the auction functions for the 2 different product releases. So with that said, it is my pleasure to introduce co-founder and chief vision officer of Fanatics Collectibles, Josh Luber.
How you doing, Josh?
I am unbelievable. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
Welcome. Welcome, glad that you could join us. Awesome. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just kick us off. Let's start out with the first question here. Can you share some of your background with the Zero Cool brand, the products, the collaborations that have been released thus far, as well as your vision for the brand and the broader culture card category?
Well, that's a big question. There's a lot of ways we can go with that one. You know, what's interesting, if you talk about sort of the background of Zero Cool and the brand, this actually goes back years. The idea that there should be trading cards for actors and for musicians and for fashion designers and business people and politicians and all the most important iconic people in the world other than athletes. We're not the first people to do this, but I think we're the first brand to bring this all together as call it a formal trading card brand. There's been a few cards that have existed in select places. In 2005, Topps put Jay-Z in a couple different sets. In 2009, Upper Deck had a set that had Kim Kardashian in it. That card now sells for $10,000, $20,000. So we've had these spot places over the years, but there's never been a true trading card brand for culture. And that's the idea of Zero Cool, that we can actually have a brand that is on the same level with Topps and Panini Upper Deck for baseball and basketball, football and hockey, for all of those important people, IP, companies, brands, et cetera, that exist. And so we actually started working on Zero Cool at the same time that we started to very quietly try to acquire the licenses for baseball, basketball, and football when Michael Rubin and I met towards the end of 2020. And the idea was that if we were able to acquire the licenses and to run the sports properties as well, then we would bring these two things back together. But if not, then Zero Cool would continue on its own and be its own trading card brand. Fortunately, as you know, we were able to acquire the sports licenses as well and bring everything together. And so now you have the Zero Cool not as a separate company, but as a brand within the larger Fanatics Collectibles company.
Love it. Love it. And we love being in there too.
Yeah. And, as Gabby mentioned at the top there, the recent releases of VeeFriends and Jackass, obviously Gary Vee has, a background in NFTs as well. But can you just kind of tell us why you guys chose those two different properties for the first Zero Cool collaborations?
So, as I mentioned, there's been trading cards for non-sports before. There's been one-off cards. But historically, most trading card sets for non-sports have centered around TV and movies, what we would think of as sort of traditional IP. And so when we were starting, we knew that we had to address that concept, but we didn't want to kick off the whole company with the same things that everyone else has done. So we had a lot of different options, and to launch the business with Gary Vaynerchuk, with VeeFriends, his NFT project, hit a lot of different boxes. One, this is about every part of culture. And NFTs, love them, hate them, or don't understand them, NFTs are a very important part of our culture right now and a very relevant part. And so that was one important. But Gary himself has been a trading card collector for a long time and been a big supporter of trading cards. And on a personal level, has been a big supporter of me and StockX and the other businesses that I've created. And like anything, we want to support the people that support us. And so it really made sense to have this. By the way, it also, for all of the trading card haters who have said over the last 2 years, keep NFTs out of our lane. Well, now we actually are making physical trading cards for those people. So it was really a perfect launch vehicle. But then immediately to go after to launch a second project that is much more traditional in non-sport sense, to do a movie, one of the biggest movies of the year, but also a movie when you get into just the concept of collectability. This is the fourth Jackass movie, and obviously there's a whole body of work around not only just the movie. So you have a franchise that people have followed for years, that you have in some ways the same demographic, that 30 to 40-year-old American male who grew up with trading cards also grew up in that Jackass era. And so really just an interesting opportunity to partner with a franchise that kind of fit the old mold of non-sport cards, but also much different. Also, frankly, I could talk the whole hour just about this part, but what's really interesting is trading cards are about that chase element. Trading cards are about scarcity and trying to find, these rare, valuable cards within packs. For Jackass, literally the whole concept of the movie is chase elements of like what cameo is going to show up in what skit to be a part of their hijinks, right? And so in Jackass Forever, not to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but for example, Tyler, the creator, has a very prominent role in an entire skit that he's managing. Tyler is one of the most important people in all of culture right now. I mean, he literally rode his bike through the last LV show. So to have Tyler as part of this set as a chase element, both in the movie and in the card set alone, like that's the stuff that's really interesting to both us and the creators, but also collectors. By the way, I actually have been in the middle of opening my first Jackass box that I've actually opened myself. So I'm going to open this while we continue to talk.
Let's see if I
get
it.
Harder. So we don't need to treat this like a break and go card by card, but you ask the questions, I'll open. If I hit anything big, I'll let you know.
Yeah, please share if you get a hit.
I love it.
Now, speaking, going back to these releases and the model that was used, the blind Dutch auction, which I have an unusually difficult time saying, the blind Dutch auction model. What exactly is that, and why did Zero Cool choose to use that model for these first two drops?
Yeah, so the fact that you slightly stumbled over your words there and saying blind Dutch auction, I think is a good microcosm of the entire world. The fact that we're literally trying to introduce a distribution method that some people can't even pronounce, let alone understand what it is. And I'm sure that most people, unless they bought a product during the handful of blind Dutch auctions we did at StockX, unless they did that, I'm going to guess no one's ever bought any type of consumer good using that method because no one's ever really done it. But this dates back to StockX, and this dates back to what was a big part of my vision at the time, which is this idea of what are products actually worth, right? For most consumer goods that we buy, you buy a box of Cheerios or a bar of soap, those products have infinite supply. They will make as many bars of soap, they'll make as many boxes of Cheerios as people will buy. So there's essentially an infinite amount. Therefore, Cheerios can be $4 a box, right? And we'll sell as many as you want at $4 a box. But for certain consumer goods, for sneakers and streetwear and trading cards, they have finite supply. There's only X number of these products. As a result, the value of those products is actually a function of the demand. This is Econ 101 at its most basic. This is literally like day one of supply and demand. And that's what we're trying to identify is what are these products actually worth? And if we can create a method to identify what they're actually worth, then we can create a more equitable distribution, a fairer system of how we sell products into the market, how we price them, how we distribute them, and go down. And that's, by the way, you've noticed I haven't actually gone into the math and how a blind Dutch auction works. But the conceptual part is the important thing here, which is that this is the most fair way to sell anything, frankly. And we didn't make this up. This, again, dates back to StockX. We spent years talking to economists, talking to professors, studying markets, trying to figure out what is the right way to sell high-demand, scarce assets. And this is the answer. At least we're biased, but, by the way, Harvard Business School agreed with us. Harvard Business School saw one of the blind Dutch auctions we did at StockX and said, you know what, that's actually a pretty interesting way to do this. And they did a case study about StockX and me and the blind Dutch auction model, saying that, hey, this might be the way that these products should be sold. Because the inverse, the alternative, is people camping outside of stores for 3 days, or people have bots and paying off managers. And by the way, a year ago, Target pulled all trading cards off their shelf because of violence and people trying to rob each other for cards at the store. That is a function of poor distribution, which is a function of antiquated pricing. So, which is to say that blind Dutch auctions stop violence. Here.
I love it.
There you go.
Bought in. Yep.
Now, before I dive into the next question, how'd you do with that pack opening there?
So the first pack, I hit a Machine Gun Kelly silver. So it's not numbered, but it is. He's one of the big cameos in here.
Yep.
And I hit a red parallel number to 25 of the opening scene. So not quite as valuable as if I hit an actual person, but this is what's called the Marquee Explosion, which is the opening credits, and it's numbered to 25. So that's rare. So pretty good. I got two parallels in the pack, including MGK.
Yeah, that opening is. I think that's the part where Wee Man kind of blows towards the screen, right? That's exactly
right. Yeah, where you see Wee Man there. Yeah, amazing.
Well, so on to my next question. So, in addition to releasing the two new products, with new IPs across non-sports, what do you think are some key differentiators for the Zero Cool brand?
Well, we kind of hit on a couple of them. Let me back up a couple of things. We get to build a brand new trading card brand from scratch in 2022, knowing everything we know about brand creation, direct to consumer, everything we just talked about in terms of equitable distribution and pricing. And so, the rest of the trading card industry, they've been making baseball and basketball and football cards for I mean, literally over 100 years. So we think there's three sort of core principles of Zero Cool. So first and foremost, we want to make trading cards that have long-term value. And that may seem obvious, but because of how much the industry has grown so quickly over the past half decade, that isn't necessarily true. So there's a lot of focus on that. Second, and this gets to what we were just speaking about with the blind Dutch auction, is we want to have a fair process and an equitable distribution process, so that however we release products, whether it's using a blind Dutch auction or something else, we know we're doing everything we can to create a fair process, that it isn't about, who sleeps outside the store for the longest or who knows the manager. And then third, which is very much related to that, the concept of market-based pricing, the concept of whether you use a blind Dutch auction or you use other forms, is what are these products actually worth? And so those are really the three tenets of Zero Cool.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
go for it, man. Go for it. And then, we talked about obviously VeeFriends and Jackass. We're going through that as well. But can you share any data surrounding the VeeFriends and Jackass auction results? How many bids were placed, and what were the final auction prices that you guys landed on?
Yeah, no parallels in here, but I did get a Butterbean.
Oh, nice, Butterbean. That's a throwback.
I'm not sure if he was in this movie or if this is just like because he was in lots of other Jackass stuff. But
I just remember, I think it was the original when he fought Johnny in the mall and Johnny was knocked out and he goes, "Is Butterbean okay?"
Yes. Yeah. So two products, both very different types of products, not only in the content, but in production run. So VeeFriends was 1,000 boxes produced, 800 of those sold. Those were premium high-end boxes where each had one pack with 10 cards in it. Jackass, completely opposite end, 10,000 boxes created. Each box has 10 cards with 5 cards per pack. And although they are very nice, they're not as thick, they're not as sort of premium as Jackass. So when the way a blind Dutch auction works is you have to however many products you're selling, you need at least that many bids, because that's who's going to win the product. And so for Gary, for VeeFriends, there were over 22,000 bids for only 800 boxes available. That really ended up having a clearing price of $2,150 per box. So that was the price that we then sold all the boxes for. Everyone was charged $2,150. Of that, interestingly, of the 800 boxes, there were actually only 330 individual winners, which means a lot of people were in there buying multiple boxes. I don't know from a bidding standpoint how many of those 22,000 bids that breaks down offhand, but it's really interesting to look at. There was a lot of people that really cared about this to drive the volume up. But if you just look from a pure supply and demand is 22,000 plus a couple more, and supply is 800. As a result, those boxes were selling on eBay for $5,000 almost immediately. At one point, it hit a high price of almost $17,000. The boxes have come down a little bit since then, but I think still in the $10,000 range for a box. Again, that's one pack with 10 cards in a box selling for as much as $17,000. Yeah. But the best part of that is, even though the boxes were sold for $2,150, which, by the way, obviously if you pay $2,150 and you sold it for $10,000, you're feeling good.
You're doing all right, yeah.
The nature of the blind Dutch auction was that over 97% of those people actually bid more than $2,150. And then the nature of the blind Dutch auction, they actually come down and pay less. So that's really the kind of win-win here that happens in this format, which is that most people end up paying less than what they actually bid. Jackass, much different price. There was, I think, over 16,000 bids for 9,500 boxes that we were selling, and the clearing price for that was $101. Much different than Jackass. Than VeeFriends, and that's okay. It's only been out for about a week, and in fact, we haven't started shipping all the boxes yet. So on eBay, those have been selling for about $200 to $300, so 2 to 3x the price, and that's fine. That's what it should be. It's not good or bad that it's the clearing price was only $101 as opposed to $20 or $50. It reflects what we think the actual market price of that product is, and that's literally the point of the whole process.
Awesome. You kind of touched on this a little bit in that answer, but the next thing we wanted to ask was kind of about what were the key differences or similarities in the customer behaviors and the bidder behaviors, and what do you think possibly drove those differences?
Well, certainly, the product itself, but because there were so many more boxes of Jackass, and because even in the individual box, you have more packs, more cards. It's a better, well, I want to say it's better. It's a product that attracts breakers because, breakers, even though they can make a lot of money breaking one box of V-Friends and only 10 cards, at the end of the day, these are content creators. And so they need to fill content hours. So Jackass, you have 10 packs, 5 cards each. There's a lot more time that it takes to go through that. And by the way, there's 9,500 boxes. So what we saw was there was a lot of breakers and hobby shops and distributors, but really a lot of breakers that were in there bidding for the most number of boxes they were allowed to buy. I forget the exact number, but there was some limit so that one person wouldn't go there and try to buy the whole thing. And so whereas V-Friends, much more limited, higher price point, only 800 boxes, I think there were several breakers that bought over 800 boxes of Jackass. So just in the nature of the product and what, different price points, so it drives different actions. But I think what we're going to see as we start to deliver Jackass boxes over the next couple weeks, we're going to see a lot of breakers doing a lot of Jackass breaks. And I guess I'm here at the forefront, and we'll see who's what valuable. I just hit a number to 100, so rare but not the most rare, of what's called the Bull Magician. This was obviously a pretty big stunt that Johnny did, and what a picture they captured there.
Amazing.
Johnny flipped completely upside down.
If you haven't seen the movie, this is pretty gnarly.
Yeah. I mean, the whole movie was gnarly and amazing.
Yeah.
And you watch the whole thing like this, you're just like, oh.
I know, right?
We're laughing out loud. So yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was great. So, in the first 2 releases, Zero Cool created collectible packaging. Is that something that you guys are going to continue to do with each product? Is there any new other collectible elements that Zero Cool is going to build into products that are different from, other companies?
Yeah, absolutely. So, this was not planned. This worked out really well that I just received my box. So this is the Jackass box. We are in video. This is video, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. You never know. So this is the Jackass box, which is actually just really well done all the way around. Just like even the feel of it is great. But so this is the most common version where the skull and crossbones it's silver. And so there's, I think, I want to say there's 6 different boxes, and there's different colors, and there are different levels of scarcity. There's one that is a rainbow color. There's only 50 of that box that's made, and that was only given to the cast and crew. So that was basically like friends and family box. So I imagine that people will start to collect and then resell the empty boxes as they have different levels of scarcity and value. There is one of one, what's called like a cracked dice, kind of like a shimmery type of design. So there is one of one box out there. We have no idea who's going to get it. We have no idea what that person will do with it. We have no idea if that person will even realize they have it, which will be an interesting thing. So we're trying to keep everyone's eyes out for it as
Holy Grail.
That's exciting. Oh my gosh. As someone who already has a problem saving boxes that are not even rare or important, I love that.
we got anything good in this one?
Well, there's certainly some pictures, some stuff here that I can't show on TV.
Not safe for work.
Not really on TV. Yeah, there's a whole lot of not safe for work stuff in here. No parallels. Definitely some. Yeah, definitely. Oh, here's actually a cool card that is totally safe. So this is from Jackass 2. So the set here is primarily around Jackass Forever. the movie that just came out, but it also has some older stuff in it. So, you know, here's obviously the trailer, for Jackass 2. So that was pretty cool.
That's awesome. I love that you guys can incorporate almost everything in there.
Yeah. We'll have to save those NSFW ones, Bob, for the DigiCast After Dark special.
Yeah,
which is it's not a real thing, but if we joke about it enough, maybe it'll become real. So
exactly.
In honor of Gilbert Godfrey, DigiCon Up All Night, like his old show on USA back in the 90s.
Exactly.
Right.
So I guess the next big question is.
Sorry, check this out. So it's not a parallel, but it is the base card of Tyler the Creator.
There we go.
So
nice.
I think that this will be the most valuable card in the set. I mean, the parallel versions of this, but from a cultural standpoint, I think he's the most important person from a cultural standpoint in the entire set.
Yeah.
So anyway, and also just like I mean, how cool does he look in that with his his tux and his thing and stuff like that? So
love that.
I'm curious if anyone who's watching in the audience, I guess just shout it out, can let us know if you've been opening packs, if you've gotten any of these packs, and
or
there's been very few that have been delivered yet.
Okay.
So not a lot of people have them yet. So, but hopefully, and I'll tell you, if anyone had parallels to Tyler the Creator, I'm buying. So
there we go.
There you go.
Here, this is a slightly not safe for work, but okay. This is a fish hook through Steve's mouth from Jackass number 2, that one, which is just ridiculous. That's why this whole set is just ridiculous because
the fish hook. Oh man, I remember that.
I love it. The nostalgia.
Yeah, I know, right? All the memories flooding back.
Sorry, here's the big hit that I just got. Okay, so this is the only autograph card in the pack, and it's Butterbean again. And this is numbered to 50, so it's blue.
Wow.
Numbered to 50, Butterbean autograph. Pretty cool.
That's great. He's got a slick signature there. I like that.
He does have
and
a
that's
signature.
How many packs in? How many packs have you opened so far?
So I did. So now I've opened all 10. So there were 10 packs, 5 cards per pack. The Butterbean autograph was the best, and then this is probably the second best. This was a Tony Hawk numbered to 50, not autographed. And you see they have him like in a wig there.
Yeah, I love it.
Little surfer wig.
So anyway, this is why breaking's great as you go through this, and this is why I think Jackass is going to be a great breaking product because of how ridiculous a lot of the the stunts were and the pictures were, and all of a sudden you have a fish hook picture, and my guess is they're going to have to be careful of what they show when as they open it up. There's certainly a fair share of male genitalia in the movie.
Yeah.
But hey, we didn't make the movie; we just made the card.
Exactly. Yeah. So I guess the big question is, and this is probably a loaded question because I'm sure you guys have so much cooking up, but what is next for Zero Cool?
Honestly, we're kind of done. We don't really have any other ideas, so we're just gonna hang out.
All right, we're done.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just,
See you guys later.
Just keep it up open, Jackass.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be amazing if we're like, yep, that's it. We're gonna take our ball.
It was fun. Bye.
Exactly.
There's probably 100 different trading card projects in various stages of production. Some that are at the printer, others that we're just starting to have conversations because there's just such a wide range of products that we can choose from. I will say that what you'll see in the next couple cycles will be probably a little bit more traditional IP. There's some really big TV and movie properties that we've been fortunate enough to partner with. But for me, on the personal side, it's as we get into the really creative opportunities to work with people that have never had trading cards before, brands you would never think of trading cards. So, which is, my way of saying a whole lot without saying anything. As you have figured out, but it'll be exciting when we get to launch new stuff.
That was my follow-up.
That's just that's like
Hello Kitty.
Yeah, that's on my
Hello
wish
Kitty
list.
is a phenomenal example of how huge of IP is Hello Kitty and how many people around the world love it. And by the way, touches male, female, old, young, so that, and by the way, that also hits on what I haven't mentioned. One of the really important goals of Zero Cool is to open up trading cards to new audiences. and like, this is how we grow the whole hobby. And it doesn't mean that we have to have, 100% of the Hello Kitty cards go to people who've never had trading cards before, but you open up Hello Kitty.
It's going to bring them in, right? Yeah,
exactly. Right. And the inverse is now you have trading card people that start to understand Hello Kitty, and then you have Hello Kitty people that start to understand trading cards. And like, this is how we grow the whole thing. So it really is an important part of Zero Cool and the products that we'll choose.
And then you corner the bronies and do the My Little Pony set. The bronies on board.
Sign me up.
But yeah, one of the things that my next follow-up question was going to be if you guys were going to focus on more traditional IP or go after those individuals more like a Tyler, the creator, who has, his hands in so many different things that you could go so many different avenues with, like music. He does TV, he does movies, obviously. So there's obviously a lot of things you could focus on there.
That's right. And the answer is all of it. It really is all of it. But, it takes some time to make sure that we do it the right way and that it makes sense and logical and doesn't flood the market with products that are confusing. But like, this is the fun part, to explore, really interesting IP that it means a lot to small people. You can do niche sets of niche, movies or stuff like that. And that's okay. It's okay if if sports card people didn't like the V-Friend set. Like, that's okay. That wasn't necessarily for them. And I think that's just an important part of Zero Cool.
Absolutely. Something like the horror genre. Just get all the Michael Myers and Jasons in there and everything. That'd be a fun one.
We could talk for hours. There's so many.
Yeah, right? Horror is a good example. Like, I don't watch any horror movies because they make me scared, basically. But but people like are obsessed with horror movies, right?
Yeah.
So like, I think that's a great example of us do that.
Yeah, I have a friend who has a room dedicated just to memorabilia he's gotten from horror stuff over the years. Like, some people go deep into that stuff, but hey, more power to them. I can't argue with that. You like what you like.
That's right.
Fandom.
Exactly. Yeah. But we are just about out of time. So I really want to thank you, Josh, for coming on today. This has been fantastic. And, to all the fans out there, look out for the Jackass products, the V-Friends products, and just what Zero Cool has coming down the pike. So Josh, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll keep an eye out for everything Zero Cool coming down the line.
Awesome.
Thank you. Hey everybody, happy Sunday in DigiCon world. We are here talking all things NFTs, and we have a couple of special guests with us today. One of them being Topps Rashawn, joining us from the Topps soccer team. And he's here to help us introduce a very special guest from the world of soccer to discuss his career, his involvement with NFTs, and what the future holds, and much, much more. So please welcome Rashawn. And of course, current analyst and former player, Heath Pearce. Welcome, Heath.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Welcome, everyone.
Good to see you guys. I appreciate you guys taking the time. I'm excited to have a good old conversation.
Absolutely. So, Rashawn, if you want to kick things off for us, I know you have some stuff to talk about with Heath regarding NFTs, so take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Bob. Heath, thanks again for joining. Just a little background for our fans out there. Heath and I first came into contact, and Heath probably didn't even know me at the time, but this goes back to our NYC days, playing in a little Sunday league. And every Tuesday we had kind of a practice session with folks around the city. And I remember my first time seeing Heath. I was like, who's this other lefty? Because I'm a lefty myself. and lefties in the world of soccer, aren't as common as right footers. So I saw Heath, I was like, is that Heath Pearce? And then I saw the left foot and I was like, yep, this is Heath Pearce. So just a little background on kind of how we first initially met. And for the folks that maybe aren't based in New York City, and Heath will probably get into this a little later on in this session, but just the soccer of the sport, but also the soccer culture in New York City is arguably some of the best stuff you see in the world. So it's really a melting pot of different cultures, different backgrounds, all kind of revolving around, the sport of soccer or football for our international folks. So just a little fun background story on kind of how I first met Heath. And from that time, Heath has kind of gone on to do some really great stuff in the world of soccer here in America and around the world. So, I'll kick it off, Heath, and I'll throw it over to you just for our fans, our football fans around the world, our soccer fans here in America. For folks that don't know you, if you could just start with just a little bit of background on you, your history of being a professional footballer here in the States and overseas, and also on the national team. And then we can dive into some of the other fun stuff.
Cool. That's a great story, though, Rashawn. It's a much better environment for us to be in, two left footers, because if we were in a professional environment, you'd see two left footers and go, only one of us is probably going to play, so we can't be friends. There's not enough room in the world for two left footers in a team. But I appreciate that. Yeah. As you mentioned, I had a 11, 12-year professional career, starting my career in Denmark at a small club called FC Nordsjælland. I had the typical sort of, at the time, American story of kind of tried to make as much money as I could one summer so I could go try out for a bunch of teams. I shot, emails to anyone I could find that would hopefully respond. Most of them didn't. A couple did. And I was able to go out and have a trial, which led to, my long career, which gave me opportunities in the national team. I was playing professionally for about a year at that point that I got called into the U.S. national team. Got my first cap, which is, for those that don't know, we call them caps, but it's an appearance for the U.S. national team against Scotland at a stadium called Hampden Park in Scotland, and then went on to play 35 times with the national team over 6 or so years. 3 different coaches, was involved most consistently in the 2010 World Cup cycle for, in South Africa. So was part of that team through all of qualifying. As we know that the U.S. men's national team just qualified after failing in 2018. So we're rejoicing again after the failures of 2018 just to see that come back together. But again, my story is probably similar to a lot of people's in terms of the outlets that I had and the opportunities that I have, or the lack thereof, compared to now, where now we have these really rich academies producing and developing a lot of top players and creating these sort of pipelines for the elite player pathway. But we're also creating pipelines for sort of the next generation fan as well, which I think is really important. Whereas, throughout the soccer experience, and there's still issues with this, people fall out of the game at a certain point, whether it's because of the level they get to, or it's because of a bad experience. And then we've got to go find them, right? Which now we're seeing in the collectible space, and you're kind of bringing people back in, where I think the infrastructure of the sport now is starting to guide people on this, not just player journey, but fan development journey, which I think is going to increase sort of the community and the size of the sport and the love for the sport, which I'm really excited about into the future.
Yeah, you bring up some really good points, Heath. And I think one of them being kind of the pathway to becoming a professional footballer. I would say even 5 years ago, that path was a little more obscure when you compare it to today, where, the power of social media, as much as we love it or hate it, it's giving folks a platform to show their skills, show that what they can offer, and really open up their eyes to this global kind of ecosystem of what being a professional means. I know, when I came out of college, I maybe had a few looks at USL, but even trying to break into the MLS is really difficult for folks. So that overseas option is something that maybe, is becoming more relevant now, but maybe wasn't so relevant back, 10, 15 years ago. So, I think I look at your career and kind of how you made that step, and, you can probably speak to it. It's not an easy jump to make, coming out of college, going overseas, new culture, don't know anyone around you, but can you speak to a little bit about what that transition for you was like?
Yeah, coming out of college to the professional ranks, that was the only option that I had. And it's a weird sort of transition that we're going through now is because we need these players domestically to do well so they can go abroad and then do really well at big clubs to earn the respect for Americans, so that young players, if they don't have the option to play MLS or USL, have the respect or opportunities to go abroad as well. It's kind of this never-ending cycle that we need in order to sort of increase the respect for American players abroad. But for me, it was something that I always wanted to do, and I took a leap of faith in the middle of the summer before having to go back to college. I was playing college soccer at the University of Portland at the time, a really good soccer program, and it's made its way back since then. And I always knew that I wanted to take the opportunity. So I ended up starting with a small club in Denmark. And fortunately for me, Danish people are very proud of their education and the culture that they have. So I was able to just be around everybody that spoke English all the time. Whereas a couple years later, when I ended up playing in the Bundesliga in Denmark, very different. In the city that I was in, it was a smaller town in the north, former East Germany, and most people didn't speak English. And that was a real kind of out-of-body experience where in Denmark, they sort of adjusted to me and accepted me for just being different, whereas in Germany, I had to sort of immerse myself in the culture, learn the language, really buy into and commit to what I was trying to do if I wanted to be successful there. So two different experiences, but similar in the fact that you're kind of taking a chance. And we see this often now with transitions of players, right? And when I transitioned out of my career now into the media space back in 2015, I now talk to people probably daily that are either on the transition out of high school into college. I don't know what I want to do, or college into I guess the quote unquote real world. What do I want to do? And then the number of the few that get to play professionally, sort of their transition, because we're all focused on this thing and this love for the sport that we think it's never going to end. And Sean, you go back to us playing on a Tuesday night. I mean, the reason I was playing on a Tuesday night and you were playing on a Tuesday night is because that's all we ever knew, right? Being in a training environment, being around people that share a similar interest and a passion point, like not being able to give that up, I think is really, really important. I think if you were to ask anybody that's done those Tuesday nights, we're all too old to be training on Tuesdays. Like we should be playing pickup, we should be doing these things, but we train and we simulate the environments that we came from. And I think that's an important step for all of us going into sort of the real world, to stay connected to these communities and the thing that we've always done, because whether you're a senior in high school, whether you're a senior in college, or anywhere in between, eventually that day comes where it's not going to be the same anymore. And you've got to find and rebuild your world connected to the thing that you love so that you can transition in a smooth way.
Yeah, for sure. And just to touch on those Tuesday nights, I think the reason why we did those was more so for the beers after the practice.
Well, I didn't get any beers. Nobody invited me to those. You know, I was doing it to make a professional comeback. That wasn't your goal?
No, fair enough. But yeah, no, you bring up a great point, Heath, and that's something that I want to kind of segue into, which is this whole idea of football or soccer being a lot of our lives, you know, for 20 plus years, and then all of a sudden having to transition away from it. I think you've seen a lot of success with regards to how you've made that transition, but can you maybe speak to your transition away from, you know, on the pitch to kind of your time at Copa 90 and how you arrived at For Soccer Ventures doing some really cool stuff with how we grow the sport here in America?
Yeah, I mean, I was really lucky when it came to my transition. I knew what I wanted to do. It was probably on the earlier end after some injuries. I had hip surgery and a couple other sort of major setbacks physically, that I knew that my best days in terms of, you know, wanting to play on the national team, and it wasn't about playing on the national team, but it was about being able to get back to that level, were behind me. And I knew I always wanted to get into the media space in terms of content creation, in terms of on camera, being creative, sharing stories and trying to build the sport in a different way. So I feel very fortunate and lucky that the timing lined up where I actually had to make a tough decision. Do I want to sign another contract and continue playing, or this thing called Kick TV, which was going to become Copa 90, was starting? And I was like, wow, like there's the shelf life of the soccer career. Who knows, right? I could maybe do another 5 years, 6 years if I'm lucky. But there's this new space that I can get into, which also seems to have a shelf life when you're on camera like anything else. But it was a new thing to be able to develop and put my passion and things into. And I was able to connect those two things and the timing lined up where that transition was pretty smooth. Now, don't get me wrong. Like if you go back and watch my early videos, I was doing five videos a week of writing and on camera where I'm deer in the headlights, and I really, really sucked at everything for a very long time. But that was sort of like playing a sport, right? In the beginning, you don't know it, but then you take these giant leaps and bounds, and then you get to a certain level where it's all about the small details. But I set out on a new journey to sort of develop myself. At that point, I realized, oh, wow, this is another, like, why do I keep choosing these things that have short shelf lives until somebody's going to push you off? I need to develop some other skills. So, helped building brand partnerships and helped to lead on the creative side of things, on campaigns, on content ideas, on pitching things and winning business, and realized, okay, there's this whole other world that I can explore where I can tie that back to the sport, which actually has a little bit more, I guess, objective wins and losses that you can start to measure against things. And that sort of set me on this journey to eventually realizing Copa 90, we had this global outlook on trying to make the game younger and more accessible, and a two-way conversation that we're seeing now in the digital space. So it's no longer a world where it's linear television. We talk at you and then you go off in your groups and you talk about it. Everything is a two-way dialogue, whether it's on social media platforms, on live interactive chats and gamified platforms, things like that. So it's just sort of changed. And I like that idea of being able to now, as a former player, connect on a certain level with fans and colleagues and all these things in a two-way dialogue. And then that led me to now saying, okay, well, Copa 90's got this global view. I'm from the U.S. and we're in a very different place here in terms of our development, where we're going. We've got 2026 World Cup on the horizon. We've got a potential Women's World Cup in the future in the U.S. as well. Obviously that World Cup, for those that don't know, is U.S., Mexico, and Canada combined, which will be a really unique opportunity. I want to focus on the U.S. We need to fix a lot of the problems. We need to help grow. We need to create more thought leaders, and that's when we launched For Soccer Ventures with a goal of trying to, drive long-term relevance of the sport off the field and on the field. Just leave the game better than we found it. Improve the overall soccer experience so that, again, you don't need somebody to go study abroad to fall in love with the sport again, and you don't need somebody to make it professionally to love the sport. That every person, just like in most countries of the world, finishes the game or transitions out of the game with still a love for the sport, even if they don't make it, whether it's at club level, whether it's, rec to competitive as a youth, that they still keep this love and culture for the sport. And I think that's really important. And that's what we're focusing on.
Yeah, Heath, you mentioned, branching out on your own and trying different things like brand partnerships and advertising and things like that. And then you also, you went into talking about how you want to keep soccer relevant on and off the field throughout the world, not just the U.S. and, and overseas. But, that brings me to NFTs as well. So, like, can you guys go into some detail as to what you think makes that like an interesting space for soccer and football players, teams, and just leagues, not only in the U.S., but around the world?
Yeah, and Heath and I have actually had some side conversations on this whole NFT space over the last handful of months. And, as sports fans, just generally speaking, and getting a little more hyper-focused on soccer and football as kind of this global entity, one of the main reasons that I kind of got into this whole space was obviously I had kind of that digital product experience. But more importantly, my main priority with taking this Topps opportunity about a year ago was this is a new way for us to grow soccer globally. And when you think about the global reach of the game, when you think about the speed of growth of soccer here in America, there's still, and Heath can probably attest to this, we still have a lot of work to do here in America to get this sport to a level that we see overseas. But the beauty of what we have here in America is infrastructure. We have the fans, we have the communities, we have really good talent that is being recognized at a global level. And when we think about all those things and the opportunity that NFT creates or NFTs create to grow the sport, but also grow the communities that support the sport, we're already seeing it on Topps NFTs, where we have, historically Topps very baseball centric. But now we have baseball fans interacting with Bundesliga cards because they're now being educated around who these young stars are that will, at one point or another, be on TV in the World Cup or in the MLS or in the Bundesliga or English Premier League. So, we'll get into the NFTs right now. And thanks for kind of making that connection, Bob. But Heath, in terms of what you guys are seeing at FSV, I know you guys are very hyper focused on the metaverse and NFTs and how that can kind of grow soccer fandom around the world. But, would be great to kind of hear your thoughts on NFTs and potentially where you see the space going.
Yeah, I mean, you made some good points there. And I think one of the things that I would add to why I think NFTs are so important is just, most people are focused on these big glorified NFTs that are happening in sort of the art space and the rarities of things. But I also think NFTs present a low barrier of entry for fandom, right? And there's an affordability that maybe isn't developed yet, but that creates another outlet for people to have an entry point in the game. You talk about the transition of baseball fans now being able to collect or educate on young players. Well, we've got this crazy pipeline of young Americans that we're not even starting to tap into yet. That's going to continue and continue and continue. And I think that's another entry point into the game for sort of football or soccer adjacent fans that are saying like, yeah, I see the atmospheres on TV and I hear about like the tickets that were sold for the women's Barcelona Real Madrid game. But I don't know where I fit into this space. And it's just creating another outlet or avenue for the adjacent fan. But it's also creating, when you think about the sport in general in the US, it is such a cost prohibitive sport. It's so expensive. It's so hard to get into for a lot of people that the actual thing that forces people out of the game or their love out of the game is affordability, right? It's a parent down to a player or a child because they can't reach that barrier of entry to keep their kid in a sport, to keep playing the game. And I think the NFT space and where that's going is going to create one of the avenues where you can continue fandom and passion and build culture inside of our houses with our kids and with our peers. That isn't just about the $300 ticket to an MLS All-Star game or the $1,400 ticket to a Champions League final or an expensive ticket to a Major League Soccer game or a USL game. We're starting to see all these new entry points of affordability that are community-based programs. And I think NFTs and where it is going isn't just about the flipping of rare collections and sort of valuation fluctuations of valuations similar to like a stock market. It's also creating new entry points from an affordability standpoint that I don't think we've seen yet or understand holistically, but I think it's another entry point that's really interesting for the future generations.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And one point that you kind of brought up, which is something that we're doing or trying to make a very core pillar of what we do here at Topps, especially on the soccer side, is this idea of accessibility. I think when you think about what we're trying to do with our platform, very straightforward sign-up process. And one of the more innovative features that we've tried to add from the get-go is not being convoluted by this idea that you have to pay with cryptocurrency. We've allowed people to just pay with a credit card or a debit card internationally. The other point I'll make with regards to accessibility, and we're seeing this every day for the last 2 years. There's a new top sale for this crazy NFT that goes for hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars. And to your point, Heath, about the barrier to entry, one of my main goals at Topps NFTs for soccer product is making sure that we're creating products that, not just the 1% can buy, but the fans and the communities can buy. So, a lot of thought goes into the strategy around each product drop, making sure we get the right players in there, making sure we get players that might not be the Haalands or the Phil Fodens of the world, but are young stars that folks should be watching out for. And so I love that piece around accessibility. I love the piece around trying to build the community around not just this digital asset, but trying to build the fandom around how you interact with your favorite players, teams, sports, etc. So really great points. And I know FSV is doing some cool stuff with regards to how we activate NFTs as part of kind of this holistic marketing plan, because to your point around this another avenue to engage with your fans, NFTs have really blown up over the last couple years. And that's really why I got interested into it, was because, hey, this is kind of a new fun way to maybe explore my favorite teams or players and potentially, interact with a new community developing, on Discord and on social media and things like that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting, there's still, I think, an educational element that's missing for people just because it's so new. You have to sort of seek it out and, like you said, allowing people to pay not with cryptocurrency is a huge opportunity for people to, again, decrease the barrier of entry of being like, okay, if I'm going to start there, now I got to dial it all the way back into this crypto space. Now I got to learn about this before I can get to that. And I think that's a really important factor in the sort of ease of use for people. But just generally speaking about sort of fandom within the NFT space is, again, to kind of shift away from the glory of NFTs that we see everywhere. It's just, again, and Rashawn, you and I have talked about this a lot, of just starting to create products and opportunities for people to feel a part of a community and feel ownership in a community without having to be upper middle class to afford a season ticket, or, you know, in a certain community, just lucky enough to have a team around you. And this allows you to sort of a globalization, so to speak, that lets you, no matter where you are, feel much closer to a club, and it sort of levels the playing field in terms of whether it's packs that you're opening and things like that. That you okay, it doesn't have to be about the Holland or the Foden that you mentioned, but it could be. You got a chance. There's an opportunity there, and that's sort of what I think, again, lowers that barrier of entry of equality into the space. And obviously, you know, that's open for interpretation for who has the most funds to be able to continue to chase things. But I just think it's just a really unique way and a new way for people to get into the sport, learn, feel educated. It's sort of in the same way that gaming has taken on its own space into the sport, where there's just a new type of fan that maybe didn't play the game, but their entry point is into something where now they're educated on players, young players, and again, when you think about the future of the sport in the U.S., I mean, we're hedging on the development of the next player. So the timing of it, I think, is really fantastic, and it's a really exciting time. And anybody that's getting in now, today, tomorrow, the next day, I think it's a great time to sort of educate and learn about NFTs in the soccer space and the importance of what we'll see moving forward.
Yeah, and one point that I think we both kind of touched on is this idea of utility, right? Like, we want to create something that is more than just a digital asset, something that lives on your computer or your phone that you can go back and look at, trade, sell, etc. But the point that, you know, we're trying to make a point of here at Topps, especially on the NFT side, is we want fans to have an opportunity to get those really cool physical experiences as well. So when you think of the opportunity about, hey, I own this one-of-one Holland card that only I own, and that unlocks some sort of future kind of physical redemption, whether that's a signed jersey, whether it's a FaceTime meet and greet with Holland. These are all kind of the fun things that I think NFTs gives us access to, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things, isn't a new phenomenon, but this NFT avenue has become the I guess, entry point into this entirely new ecosystem that is developing and evolving, you know, very rapidly every day. So for our fans out there, you know, keep an eye out on the NFT space. From the top side, you know, we're going to do our best job to create the most quality product and get those really cool video highlights out there as best as possible. But with that, Heath, and I appreciate your insight, you know, into, you know, your personal background, professional background on and off the field. But what do you say we open up a few packs that you should have in your collection now, and maybe we can transition over to that.
Let's do it.
Awesome.
Cool. And I do think, Keith, this is probably going to be your first time opening up some Topps NFTs packs, right?
That's correct.
This is exciting.
So
yeah.
As we get that set up, just for kind of the folks following along, essentially what we've given Heath are a couple of our Bundesliga packs from the 21-22 season. And just for a little context on how we approach that product, essentially it's kind of a season-long type product where we highlight the best plays and the best moments throughout the season. So really trying to capture the top plays, top saves, top goals, top team moments, and really trying to kind of package that up into this physical kind of meets digital type trading card environment. So Heath, I'll turn it over to you. We can start, and maybe, you know, I'll leave it up to you. You have 6 packs. I will say, once you start ripping one, it becomes very hard to stop yourself. But maybe we can open up a couple of the Topps Series 1 cards and then move on to the Topps Series 2 cards.
Cool. Let's do it.
Sweet. We have our packs ready to go on Heath's screen share. So Heath, I'll turn it over to you. We're opening a Topps Bundesliga 21-22 Series 1 pack to start. And yeah, let's start ripping.
So am I just going to hit open pack here, right?
Yep. And then we'll get a little pack opening animation, which is pretty cool.
All right.
I guess, yeah, you can choose which one.
I went with the first one. Let's go.
You got your cards.
Okay.
So just a little context, 4 cards per pack. We guarantee 1 video card. So that that Patrick Schick Aqua card is actually a video card, and you can view that kind of in your collection. But in this particular pack, you got 2 common cards, the white ones. You got 1 uncommon card and 1 rare card. So that Patrick Schick one, for a lot of fans out there, you know, he's a hot young Bundesliga star. And I'm sure, you know, Heath, you're probably familiar with these guys too.
Yeah, it's fantastic, fantastic player. And, you know, again, when you talk about young players, this is exactly what you want. You want rare below it, and you want some upside, which is amazing. So yeah, I appreciate the context around, you know, the getting 4 cards and yeah, I'm really excited. I'm like, come on, let's speed this up. Let's get to the next one. Should we open up another pack or what? Because I know I gotta. It's all upside from here. Like I'm, you know, I got a Patrick Schick. So
the chase card obviously in this pack is an Erling Haaland video moment. So yeah, let's see. There we go.
Oh, we go.
That is
Let's
a huge
go.
hit. Yeah,
that's amazing.
Also,
you guys lying to me? Are these like?
Is
this like an April Fool's thing? You're gonna be like, yeah, we put those in there. We gotta take them back. You know, sorry, it's all a joke.
Actually, we're gonna have to get
through.
those back from you, Heath.
Yeah.
No, this is all for you,
oh
man.
My gosh, this is great. Wow. I mean, I was happy with the Patrick Schick. Now I've got a Holland. This is amazing. I know we're tight for time. Do I get any more time to open up another one? Because I feel now I'm just being greedy.
Yeah, I think we got time for at least one more.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't we open up a Series 2 pack? Because the chase card in that one's a Jude Bellingham, along with a few other players. And actually, Heath, if you go to my collection and if you hit back there, yeah, and open up a pack from my unopened packs, and that might actually get us the video animation. So yeah,
okay,
whichever one there.
Man, I'm gonna go with the far right one this time.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
All right. So you got a cool card, which are our club pennant cards. So we have kind of, 18 club pennants, which kind of animate and oscillate side to side. But yeah, you actually got a Kevin Trapp. You got a couple Kevin Trapps, one of them being a save of his, which is pretty cool.
Let's see if we can view that in collection. See if we can get that one. See if we can get that one to go.
Yeah, we seem to be making steady progress every time we try.
Oh, this one stopped on
Stop there too, right?
30-second mark, yeah.
Okay. We'll look into that on our end.
Yeah.
Should be hopefully a relatively straightforward fix. What do you say we rip one more if we have the time, Bob?
I think we could do one more, and then we'll have to wrap things up.
Okay, sounds good. I'll leave it up to you, Heath, either Series 1 or Series 2, if we want to keep chasing that Bellingham card. Or if you want to take another take another hit at trying to get another Haaland.
Oh man, no, I want to go after this Bellingham. I'm trying to collect all the Dortmund. Bob's over there trying to be the fun police, trying to cut us off. Sean, you know what I mean? Like, don't put these many in front of me, then. You know?
Yeah, right.
I'm addicted. All right, let's see what we get out of this one.
Okay. Yeah, Brielle Youngstar, powerful forward midi. Really good moment. So, in my eyes, that is a hit, but that is your video moment. And you got some good common cards there and another Kevin Trapp card. But yeah, overall, I would say pretty good outing, man. For 4 packs, you got the Haaland, probably made, your money back and some. Just for the fans out there, right? Like, I think we're still so early in this space where, a lot of these cards are still very, very undervalued. And when we think about, the growth trajectory of some of these players, and this being some of their first video moment NFTs, I think really exciting things for our fans, Bundesliga fans, football fans, soccer fans, to get involved. So hope you had a little fun, ripping those packs, Heath, and really appreciate you taking the time to sit down with us here at Topps and just discuss your career and all things, footy related.
Oh, thank you guys for having me. I'm really excited to now go back and watch all these videos and kind of explore this topsnft.com and just sort of educate myself, learn more, and then just go and celebrate this Erling Haaland win that I got today.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way to start your day, because I know you're West Coast based. So hopefully that provided a little bit of spark to your day. And again, thank you so much for taking the time. Bob, Gabbie, rest of the team, thanks for kind of pulling this off.
Thank you, Rashawn and Heath. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Good luck with everything, and we'll talk to you soon. Keep ripping those packs.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes. Thanks, everyone. Thanks again, Heath.
All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed talking with Josh Luber and Heath Pearce. So Heath pulled over some Bundesliga packs for Series 1 and 2. I kind of had to be the one to crack the whip, let them know we were running short on time. We're
having too much fun.
I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then great to hear from Josh. I'm so glad to be a part of the Fanatics family there. They seem to have a lot of great ideas that they have coming down the line. Got to see some pack openings there as well, which was great. And
that was fun. That was great timing.
You got some nice pulls from those packs. Yeah. So if you guys haven't had a chance to yet, or I believe the Jackass cards are going to be coming out soon for those that have purchased them. So keep an eye out for that. But the big thing we need to talk about coming up is Kermit is coming back.
Uh-huh.
So just to reiterate to everybody, we mentioned this at the top of the show. We mentioned it yesterday as well. But about a month ago, we put a questionnaire in the Disney app where we asked fans what would they ask Kermit the Frog. So just so you guys know, he does have his questions already. We did compile those. If you missed that, I apologize. But we did compile a list of questions we are going to ask Kermit and see what his reaction is to those questions. I'm sure they're going to be fantastic, but just so you guys, just a heads up, we had already compiled the questions, but they will be coming up soon.
Yeah. So pay attention in chat real quick. We are doing while we watch Kermit, we are going to do a little giveaway for Disney. Pick a couple winners to win some currency in Disney. Take a look at chat. As soon as we are ready, we are going to be. Did we start it yet? Topps mod? Not yet. We're getting ready to, right? once that giveaway starts, you're just going to type in hashtag Disney, and we're going to collect a few winners. But yeah, otherwise, let's take a look at what Kermit had to say to answer some of your questions.
Yeah, and then I guess real quick, I do want to mention, or we want to mention as well, the giveaway that was happening during those broadcasts. I know Topps Mod is reaching out to folks who won, so thanks to all who entered and subscribed today and followed.
Yes.
Really appreciate it. We want to try to grow this base as much as possible so we can keep doing this more and more for you guys. Hopefully we can maybe try to make this a regular thing going forward, but we'll have to talk to the upper brass about that, get that worked out. But yeah, I think we're going to be ready for Kermit in just a couple of minutes. So hang tight, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are enjoying DigiCon Sunday so far. Now, we got to talk to Kermit earlier, and he's been kind enough to come back and join us in answering some fan-submitted questions that we received from our Disney collectors. So, without further ado, let's jump right in. Bob, I think you've got the first question.
I do. Kermit,
All
you
right,
think you're
let
ready?
me have it. Yeah, I'm
All
all
right.
set.
Here we go.
All right, straight from the fans.
Straight from the fans. So, how do you and Miss Piggy keep your romance alive after all these years?
Oh. Well, thanks. Thanks for going right to the personal stuff right away. Actually, we're not really in a romance. You see, right now we're just friends. We're working together, and we really enjoy each other's company, but we're not really dating each other. Of course, that was the way that things stood this morning. With Miss Piggy, the situation can change at a moment, and any moment, and I'm always the last to know. So who knows?
Oh, well, I hate to pry any further, but the fans want to know, when did you first know that you were in love with Miss Piggy?
Oh, well, that's easy. I knew that I was in love with Miss Piggy at the exact moment she told me I was in love with her. Yeah, she can be very convincing. The truth is, I have strong feelings for Miss Piggy, and she's part of my life, and I can't imagine being without her. Not that there's any chance that she'd let me.
That's fair.
You don't want.
I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Trying to avoid that at all costs.
Oh, 100%. Well, our next question is actually a very, very nice question. I like this one a lot. What qualities do you value in a friend?
What qualities do I value in a friend? Kindness and forgiveness. It's important to treat each other with respect, even though you're totally different from each other, whether you're a person or a frog or a pig or a bear. And when the Muppets are around, we're all so different. So we do our best to just, to be kind to each other. And if that doesn't work, that's when the forgiveness part kicks in.
I love that. It's great advice.
Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of friends and your friends, what are some of the best and or worst jokes you've heard Fozzy tell?
Well, Fozzy's best joke is always his next joke. his comedy may not always be the best, but he never gives up. And who knows? Maybe the next joke will be a winner. As for his worst joke, I can't remember the punchline, but it has something to do with a chicken and a road.
Yeah.
And if we dial it back to our discussion earlier today, he had a couple zingers in there that he sent.
Yeah,
you
sure.
So.
Sure. You can call them zingers. Why not? Sure.
All right. So here's another good one. How does it feel to be the face of so many popular memes?
Oh, well, it's not that easy being meme. That's a Fozzy joke. Another one. Like I said, Fozzy, he never gives up, even when he probably should. As for being a meme, it's just something that happens. And one day you're sitting there sipping tea, the next minute you're all over social media. Then again, there are worse ways to be all over social media. So, I'll take it.
Very true.
That is true.
Very true.
That is true. Yeah, I will take the sipping tea. I'll take sipping tea over something else on social media for sure.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Speaking of sipping tea, we had a fan send in a great question. What is your favorite tea, Kermit?
Oh, it's Earl Green tea. It's like Earl Grey, but you make it with swamp water. It is delicious.
I'll take your word
You should
for
try
it.
All right. Don't knock it till you try it.
And that kind of leads into this next question. How do you stay so positive all the time?
Well, life is good. I get to live my dream of singing and dancing and making people happy. And I get to share that dream with my friends and on all of you. What's not to love? And what's not to be positive about? Sure, sometimes I'm down, but as we say around the swamp, never say croak.
I love that. And I'll be carrying that with me.
Please
Absolutely.
do. You can have it.
Now, earlier when we were going through our card images, we talked about Statler and Waldorf, those grumpy old men that's sitting up on the balcony there and critique all your shows. Yep. Why do you think they are so grumpy?
Why do I think they're so grumpy? Well, when you get older, it's important to have a hobby. Unfortunately for us and for Fozzy Bear, their hobby is heckling. They have a heckling hobby. And, we don't mind all that much. At least they show up for our performances. So, boy, looking at the positive again.
Exactly.
I guess you get a little, you get a little grumpy in your older age. You're allowed at that point in life.
Sure.
Now, speaking of hobbies, do you have any hobbies yourself?
Do I have any hobbies? I don't have a lot of free time for hobbies, but I do have a bug collection. Well, actually, it's not a collection per se. It's more like a buffet. It's a frog buffet. It's a frog thing. We'll call it a hobby. Sure. But yeah, why not?
Yeah. We'll call it a hobby. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, here's another great question from a fan, and as an aspiring, I should say, amateur, I should say beginner, not really very good musician myself, fans want to know, where did you learn to play the banjo?
Oh, that's easy. In the swamp. One day I was sitting on a log and a banjo just floated by. And I'm lucky it was an acoustic. It's not safe to play an electric banjo in the swamp water.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Now, Kermit, earlier, Bob and I talked a little bit about our favorite Muppet movies, but the fans want to know, do you have a favorite movie in general?
Oh, but, I really love Mary Poppins. It's pure magic, and I even got to work with Julie Andrews, who's just as magical as the movie. So I'm going to go with Mary Poppins.
Love that. Classic.
Bucket list.
Classic. That's right. Yeah.
That's right. Now, you're pretty bi-coastal. We know you have your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You guys took Manhattan years back. So, those are popular vacation spots. So, Kermit, where would you say is your favorite place to vacation?
Oh, well, I am a very simple frog. So, give me a log on a bog in the fog, and I'm happy.
Simple taste. I love it.
That's right.
Now, speaking of vacation places, obviously Disney World, Disneyland Paris. We want to go overseas there.
Sure.
A favorite attraction of many people. Obviously,
well, as a frog, I try to stay away from Euro Disney because it is in France, and you know what they they like to do with the legs of the frogs.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get caught up there. Well, staying with Disney World,
okay.
Do you have a favorite attraction at the parks that you like to visit when you're there?
Sure. Yeah, I got a lot of favorites. Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. He and I are distant cousins. Haunted Mansion. Yeah, Haunted Mansion, especially since we made Muppets Haunted Mansion last year. Muppet Vision 3D. We had so much fun making that. And, of course, It's a Small World. Like I said, being a 1.5 feet tall, that attraction really speaks to me. So,
quickly about It's a Small World. I remember when I was a kid, when I went to Disney World for the first time, my dad decided video cameras were kind of getting better and better in the mid 90s there. And he wanted to film as much as he could. And he wound up filming the entire It's a Small World ride. And that was a 35-minute part of the video that we wanted to fast forward through after the first few viewings there. So, yeah.
Wowee.
He must have forgot it was on or something.
Now.
Yeah, I'm sure. No,
yeah.
Okay, here's another question the fan sent in that I'm also very curious about. If you could appear on any Disney show, what would it be?
Well, I already got to be on the Disney Channel show Amphibia, and I felt right at home there because it's all frogs. But if I wanted to try something totally different, well, I guess that I would do a guest spot on The Mandalorian. As a frog, I do suffer from Yoda phobia. And that's the fear of being eaten by a baby Yoda.
We don't want that to happen.
No, not at all.
We do not.
And speaking
I'll figure out.
Speaking of Star Wars, what Star Wars character do you identify with the most?
Oh, Yoda. He's short and green, and I am sometimes mistaken for him at Hollywood parties. So that's an easy one.
Yeah. I should have known.
Sticking with that realm, another fan had asked, is there a Marvel superhero that you identify with the most?
Well, I let me see. I identify with Hulk because he's green, but his personality is more like Animal than like me. So, they're both big on smashing things. So maybe I guess I would most identify with Peter Quill, Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy, maybe. Yeah, I have a lot of experience working with talking trees and raccoons with an attitude. So let's go with that.
That is a great comparison. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd have to say, if I had to pick as well, Star-Lord is definitely, I identify.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, too.
He's awesome. Yeah, he's cool. Great soundtrack, too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's got a good playlist. Now, another fan question we had, Kermit, was what celebrities have you enjoyed working with the most over your entire career?
Ooh, wow. The Muppets have worked with so many stars. Lady Gaga, RuPaul, Elton John, Steve Martin, pretty much everybody in between. It would not be fair to choose just one. Although, to play it safe, I should probably just say the celebrity that I have most enjoyed working with is Miss Piggy. That's a safe answer. That's probably the best. Yes, I think so too.
Has Jack Black forgiven you for what you guys put him through in the Muppets?
Oh, sure. Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's all, we're all good.
Okay, that's good. Good to know.
Now, speaking back on memories, throughout your career, do you have a favorite memory from the Muppet Show?
Well, every moment was memorable, but the one that really, that just leapt to my mind right now is Dancing to Singing in the Rain with Gene Kelly. It does not get any better than that. So that's the one that came right to my head. So that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, it is.
Alrighty. Well, Kermit, I'm looking at my notes here, and I believe we have wrapped up all of our fan questions. So thank you to all the fans who wrote in. Thank you, Kermit, for taking the time to answer those and for talking to us today.
Sure.
It really has been such an honor. Lifelong fans here, and I have family and friends at home that are watching and love you as well. You've had such an impact on all of us.
All right.
And Gabbie's right.
Gabbie.
You truly are a part of all of our lives, and we appreciate you taking the time to talk about your career and also to talk about the amazing collectibles in our Disney Collect app. And, before I let you go, I wanted to show one thing, just a little nice little anecdote here from my mom, who was very excited that, I was going to be talking to you today, but she's had this green is keen pin for 39 years that she wanted me to share with you on this.
Whoa,
Green
look
is
at
keen,
that.
right out of the 70s.
That's great.
Just to
Oh,
show
that's
your
so
impact
cool.
on everybody's lives. You resonate just as much then as you do today, so we really appreciate it.
Oh, gee, thanks so much. I mean, this has been great. And thank you and all the folks who helped make this happen. And most of all, thanks to all the wonderful fans. You guys are the best. Thanks for everything. And you know, we'll see you around the app.
Thank you, Kermit. See you later.
You bet.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Connect with Marvel fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all your favorite characters from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comics. Collectors, assemble and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect by Topps. Download now.
Baseball card season is back with 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. This all-new collection features modern-day stars, new rookies, 2021 league leaders, and more. New insert sets showcase the game's best, from Diamond Greats, featuring the all-time best players, to Generation Now, celebrating fresh young talent from each MLB team. We're even showing off the flashiest feet, showcasing unique spikes and the players who rock them. This year, the iconic 1987 Topps wood grain design returns to honor its 35th anniversary. You gotta love that look. Home Run Challenge is back as collectors rip, flip, and predict when their favorite sluggers will go long. Plus, don't forget to look for autographs and game-used memorabilia cards from rookies, veterans, and more. All in 2022 Topps Series 1 Baseball. Available now at your local hobby shop, retailer, and Topps.com.
Connect with Star Wars fans across the galaxy and trade to collect all of your favorite characters from the trilogies and beyond. Lock on your target and win free cards or credits daily. This is the way to build the ultimate Star Wars collection. Star Wars Card Trader by Topps. Download now. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Collectors assemble. The Marvel Universe is now at your fingertips with Marvel Collect by Topps. Collect your favorite comic characters, connect and trade with Marvel fans around the universe. Download today and build the ultimate Marvel collection. Marvel Collect. Available on App Store and Google Play.
Get the official MLB trading card app and collect your favorite baseball players, moments, and more. Connect, trade, and compete with baseball fans worldwide to build the ultimate baseball collection. Get free cards and coins daily and bring your collection to life. Top
Hello, everybody. Welcome to DigiCon Sunday. We are here talking NHL skate. We have a very highly lauded NHL Hall of Famer who brought his special brand of hockey to several teams over his storied career joining us today. Please welcome four-time Stanley Cup champion, Paul Coffey. Welcome, Paul. Thanks for joining us today.
Good to be here.
Love it.
Good to be here. Thank you.
One of my favorite players growing up. So I am fanboying out big time over here. But let's get right into it. So, obviously you have an amazing career. Played against many different teams over the years. Who were some of the toughest forwards to play against in your career? Does any one player stick out above the rest?
Well, the great Islander teams that we played against were lucky enough to win our first Stanley Cup off. They were tough to play against. The late great Clark Gillies for sure with his physicality, and of course Mike Bossy, because you never knew what Mike was going to do, but you always knew what his end game was, which usually was put the puck in the net. And then, Brian Trottier, Dennis Potvin, and Bob Nystrom were great hockey players. And for me personally, as an offensive guy, a guy like Nystrom, a guy like Clark, always finished their checks, and I had to be aware of them on the ice at all times.
Yeah, I was going to mention Mike Bossy, his untimely passing, unfortunately, a few days ago. Do you have any great memories of playing, against him?
Well, I probably have more nightmares than good memories. The nightmares were definitely playing against him with the Islanders and just how great he was and how prolific a goal scorer and how dangerous he was on the ice. But I had the pleasure of playing with him as a teammate for 5 weeks in 1984 with the Canada Cup, and just incredible to watch his preparation, watch his actions on the ice, and he actually scored a huge goal for us that beat the Russians in overtime. But just to watch Mike prepare and be the professional that he was, I know helped us all, and Wayne loved it as well. And just a great guy, and an untimely death for sure. And we all wish nothing but the best for him, for his family.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players that you don't hear enough of. He's very underappreciated, I feel. He definitely needs to be more.
It's tough to be underrated if you're a Hall of Famer, if you're a first-time Stanley Cup, if you had 9 50-goal seasons, 5 60-goal seasons, but he definitely was undervoiced, if we could say.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't get a whole lot about, but just an incredible career. The 50-goal seasons, the 5 finals, 4 of them wins in a 10-year span was just incredible. And I got to do a lot of things over the last 5 or 10 years with Mike, charity stuff, myself and Brian Trottier, and just a quality person who loved the game and a true ambassador of the game.
For sure.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. Speaking of all these great names and people who you've crossed paths with, of all the many clubs that you've played on throughout your career, and so many of these players, is there anyone who maybe you didn't get a chance to cross paths with that you wish you had? Maybe a team you would have liked to have been on, or someone you would have loved to have played with?
That's a big question, because
it's loaded.
I did get a chance to play with Wayne and all my Oiler teammates in their prime. Went and played with arguably the most talented hockey player that's ever played the game, and with Mario Lemieux. Went to Detroit, watched Steve Eisenman become the player that he became and the champion that he became. So there's really not anybody that I wished I had to play with, other than maybe everybody, just because I had so much respect for the game. But I was pretty lucky. I played with a lot of great hockey players.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and a lot of defensemen, these days consider you an idol for your amazing career. Was there anybody you looked up to growing up in terms of hockey? Anybody you tried to model yourself after?
Well, I mean, Bobby Orr was everybody's guy. He wasn't my favorite, and only for one reason, because the kid across the street was a Bruin fan, so he already had Bobby Orr picked. So I quietly respected, loved Bobby Orr, but I was a Toronto Maple Leaf fan growing up. Captain Dave Keon was my guy. And throughout my career, especially early on, there was the odd comparison to a Bobby Orr, which I felt was over the top. I mean, I always felt if I could even mentioned anywhere near him was a huge honor for me. And, I just liked the game, period. I had a lot of respect for Larry Robinson, who I met in the 81 Canada Cup. And at that time, I was 20 years old. He was 30 years old and still playing. And I'm like, man, how can you still be playing at 30? Like, it just seemed at the time, 10 years was so far away. And I remember Larry saying to me, if you take care of your body will take care of you. And from that point forward, I tried to do the right thing conditioning wise, put the right things into my body. And if I did that, hopefully I'd have a decent career, which luckily for me, I did.
Definite words of wisdom there. I got to take that advice too.
Seriously.
Especially living in Nashville. Catch up to me pretty quick.
It does.
Now, among the current crop of these elite defensemen, do you see anyone currently that reminds you of your play, or who that you would maybe consider possibly the next Paul Coffey?
Well, the big thing is listen, you're never going to have the next Bobby Orr. You're never going to have the next Paul Coffey, Chris Chelios, Dennis Potvin, Larry Robinson, so on and so forth. You just want the player to be the best player they can be. And there is some good defensemen out there right now. I mean, you got Yossi, who's having an incredible offensive year, but you can't underestimate what young Cale Makar is doing in Colorado. And he's the type of defenseman I see over the next 10 years that's only going to continually get better and put up some pretty lofty offensive numbers. Can he get up where myself or Bobby Orr was? I mean, who knows? That remains to be seen. But if it does happen, it's great. It's great for the game. It's great for the fans. And those are two. And there's, Hedman's always in a conversation as a big all-around Larry Robinson type defenseman. But there's a lot of really good ones out there. My biggest thing that I like for the good players is to be good every year. I mean, the league is, I always said about Connor McDavid in Edmonton, as consistent and great as he is, that has to continually be like that, because at the time, 87 being Sidney Crosby was not going anywhere. Alex Ovechkin was not going anywhere. If you wanted to surpass them in lofty goals and in offensive categories, you're going to have to be real good, because those guys are going to compete every year. And as a fan right now, a former player, that's what you want. You want these guys to be good, if not better, every year. I know it's a tough sport to play in, and you do get guys with a one-off year, but I like the guys that are consistent year after year after year. That's what I enjoy about the game.
Yeah, and to that point, are there any up-and-coming defensemen that you think could be on the cusp of becoming to that superstar status? Do you see anybody coming up the pike?
Well, Makar for sure. He's still a young lad. I don't know, he's 22 or 23, and he just seems to be having fun out there and getting better every year. But there's other guys. Yossi's, he's 32. He could play another 8 years, but I think consistently he'll still be there. But I'm not sure if he's going to climb. He's having an incredible. I think he's got 89 points this year, an incredible offensive year. But it'll be tough for him to do it again, and that's not a knock against him. That's just the way it is. But I would say Makar. I mean, there's some other good ones coming up, but the most important thing about having an offensive defenseman, everybody's all over that right now. You got to both man join the rush. You got a defensive move up, but it takes a special coach to allow his player to play like that. And because you're going to make 6 or 7 or 8 great plays, and maybe a couple of ones that don't work out. But as a coach, I'll live with the 8 good ones over the 2 bad ones all day long. And I think it's an exciting part of the game. You'll quickly be your forward's best friend if you're getting up on a play and helping them out. I think Makar is the guy that quickly comes to mind. There's some other guys, don't get me wrong, but he's a guy dynamically that comes to mind for me.
So I have to ask too, before we get to the next topic, just because I'm such a fan of the 97-98 Flyers team, born and raised in Philadelphia. You were one of my favorite players on the team, you and LeClaire and all those guys. Do you have any good memories that you could share from that year? Because that was such a fun. I mean, unfortunately, we lost to the Red Wings, but what a great ride that was, man. That was a fun season.
Well, I mean, I did mention earlier, not because I didn't. I just forgot. But watching Eric become the player that he was and becoming to get better. And unfortunately for him, he didn't get that Stanley Cup, which he so wanted. But to watch him absolutely dominate games. It's tough to get a guy the size of him with good hands, can skate, and can actually also run you over if he had to. And
Yeah.
I don't think there's a bigger, stronger line that ever played the game than Mike Renberg, Johnny Leclerc, and Eric. They could. I mean, them down low, forget it. I don't care who you are. You could be the biggest defenseman, Darian, Hatcher, and company, anybody. They were three guys that were tough to stop. And, true professionals, guys that came to the rink, put their work boots on, wanted to win night in and night out. And unfortunately, other than 75 or 74, 75, when the Flyers won those 2 Stanley Cups, they've been knocking on the door for years. Late Mr. Snyder was one of my favorite people. Treated all his players with respect, and that's a great city and a great place to play hockey. And I know they're struggling this year, big time, but hopefully they can get the ship righted and back where it should be.
Not to mention the baddest goalie on the planet, Ronnie Hextall, man. He was fun to watch too.
And the nicest guy off the ice. I mean, Hexie, he was like Superman. He put that cape on, he turned into another guy. But yeah, what a goaltender! I mean, I saw that firsthand, living proof in 1987 when we beat them in 7 games, and he was a Conn Smythe. He was just incredible, and he's gone on to bigger and better things. And who would ever thought he'd be in the other city in Pennsylvania running the Pittsburgh Penguins right now, doing a good job.
Traitor. It's like when we got Yager. We're like, what's going on here? This is something in the space-time continuum over here is not right. All those years of hating on Jaromir Yager, and then when finally he's on the team and he's beloved by us. But, so I want to thank you for that magical year, man. That was so much fun, so much fun. That was like kind of my first foray into hockey too, because I was, I think 8 or 9 years old at that point. So that was one of my fondest memories or funniest memories, I guess. And I do have a lot of them playing in Philadelphia, but we're playing with the Penguins, and I mean you couldn't do it nowadays because you just can't, but. And Aerosmith came on, and the song was "Dude Looks Like a Lady." And all of a sudden, we looked up the scoreboard, and there's a picture of Yarmer because he had the long hair. Oh, that beautiful mullet he had.
And they were playing the song "Dude Looks Like a Lady." That was fun.
That's great. I also wanted to ask you for this year, because we're getting ready to go into the playoffs. Do you have a Stanley Cup winner this year, or?
Oh boy, can I let you know in 2 months? There's so many. Yeah, there's so many capable teams. I mean, first and foremost, you can't discount the Tampa Bay Lightning just because of the experience they have coaching and players wise, and they are the defending champs. So, they're not going anywhere. They don't need to be first overall in the regular season. They're built for the playoffs, so you can't discount them. And there's the Rangers. The Rangers got a great goaltender. You never know. The Oilers, who I work with out west, are playing well right now at the right time. They're playing as a team. They're doing everything by committee, which they're going to be tough to beat. And Calgary's built a nice team. Colorado. I know I'm not answering your question because it's a hard question to ask.
That's okay.
I just, as a fan, I can't wait for a week and a half, 2 weeks from now when the playoffs start, because that first round, especially in the East, is just going to be incredible. And it's fun to watch.
There's nothing like playoff hockey. It's unmatched.
It is because the refs kind of, I'm sure the league doesn't want to hear it, but the refs ref a bit of a different game. Players finish their checks a lot more because it's all about wearing the other team down. And from a fan's point of view, it's as you mentioned, as good as it gets.
Yeah, one of my fondest playoff hockey memories is, I want to say it was 2004 Flyers Devils, I believe, but it was an overtime game that went till like 3:00 in the morning, and nobody got up from their seat. Nobody left the arena. Nobody turned their TVs off. It was one of the coolest games ever. I think we won. I think Primo wound up scoring the winning goal. But
that was Pittsburgh. That was Flyers.
Pittsburgh. Okay, I thought it was the Devils for some reason. But yeah, that was unbelievable.
I was one of those guys watching that game. It was pretty cool to watch.
Incredible. Well, I have one more question for you before we jump into a quick word association game. But if you could go back in time and have a one-on-one conversation with any hockey player, or for that matter, any sports figure in history, who would you pick and why would you pick them? It's another loaded question.
No, it's not. I would pick, and it's not that I haven't had a lot of conversations, because I would pick Wayne Gretzky. just because what he's accomplished, his respect for the game, his knowledge for the game, and his education and understanding of the history of the game.
Yeah.
Wayne can tell you his era, his games. Obviously, he can tell you games before. He could tell you stuff that he did at 12 years old and why this guy went ahead of him and why that guy. And I just, every time I talk to Wayne, even though he's one of my dearest friends, it's just a wealth of knowledge, and I always enjoy our conversations, especially about the game.
It's a learning experience every time, I'm sure.
Every time. Yeah.
So as I mentioned, we're going to do a quick word association game. So basically what I'll do is I'll name a player, and then you can give us a one-word answer. You can tell us a little a little story you might have from playing them or anything like that, a little anecdote. But got about 10 players here, so we'll just dive right in. First one is Chris Chelios.
Chelly's the best. I love the guy, respect him to the bet. But I'll tell you one thing about Chelly. It doesn't matter if you knew him or not off the ice. When that puck is dropped, it's a different game. And he competes against you. It doesn't matter who you are, if you're friends or not. And never had a chance. I played with him a little bit in Chicago, but never had a chance to play with each other in our prime, so to speak. But just a wonderful guy. Again, respect for the game, and you would rather play with him than against him for sure.
Played for a long time too. Long time.
Yeah. He had to take his skates away from him. He just was not going anywhere.
Yeah. Next up,
I'd still be playing.
Next up, we mentioned him earlier, Mr. Eric Lindros.
I mean, Mario was the biggest, most talented guy I've seen with that reach and the hands and the knowledge of the game. And Eric, for his size, was a guy that could play it any way you wanted. Could play, believe it or not, for a guy that big, could play a graceful game if he had to, but could also knew if he didn't have his game that night, could just run right over you. And, incredible player to watch. And so we're in the 91 Canada Cup. We're practicing in Toronto, and we're on the ice, and Eric, he's an 18-year-old kid, and he's trying out for a team. He's going to make the team, and he runs Luke Robitaille right over. Luke's helmet almost hit the top of the arena. Luke stood back and two-handed him as hard as I've ever seen a guy get two-handed in the legs, and broke the stick into a million pieces and just kind of shattered. And so we're in the dressing room after the game. We're all kind of murmuring, talking to each other, and I was actually talking to Wayne, and we're kind of looking at each other. Eric's getting undressed, and his shirt comes off, and we look at him, we go, "Oh boy." Wayne goes, "That's what's coming." I said, "Oh boy, they're going to make them that big and can play. We're going to be in trouble." But a great player, and a guy that unfortunately didn't get a cup, but had a lot of other great things happen to him in his career. And to see him at Toronto, good father, and good all-around good person. I believe he's back with the Flyers doing some stuff too, which is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, little known fact too. I have I think it was, I want to say it's 1990, but it's a Eric Lindros Toronto Blue Jays rookie card, because he got drafted by the Blue Jays before he went into hockey. But yeah, I don't know. I was just going through stuff, and I was like, wow, that's a little nice nugget there, you know.
Well, he'd be a multiple athlete for sure.
Oh yeah, I don't think the city of Philadelphia gave him many breaks either. I don't think that could have been easy on him either. But we love him. We love him.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think some of it was self-inflicted, not on his part. But he just seemed like he was having run-ins with Clarkey all the time. And anyway, it didn't matter. What he did in Philadelphia was absolutely exceptional. And like I said earlier, I'm really glad to see him back with the organization. They're crazy if they don't use him as much as they can.
Absolutely. So moving down the list, Grant Fuhr.
Nobody better. Someone's good, but nobody better. I watched. I think Coco the movie's been out for probably 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it was. But I watched it the first time about a month ago, and I reached out to him and I said, "Holy mackerel! I didn't realize you were that good." But I just played with him all the time. Furzy was anybody that's met him would tell you the same thing. Just the most chilled individual I've ever met, playing the toughest position in hockey. And the bigger the game, the looser he was. We could be playing Game 7 against Philly, 20 minutes before we're going on for warm up, and he'd be playing ping pong. Just nothing bothered him, and could compete like nobody else. Goals against didn't mean anything to him. It was all about wins and losses and Stanley Cups, and he's tied for first as the greatest goaltender ever.
That's awesome. Well, next up we have another guy we mentioned earlier, Jaromir Jagr.
Dude looks like a lady. Jaromir is one of my favorite people. You know, he came to Pittsburgh in 1990. I mean, that draft was incredible. You know, he ended up going 5th overall, but there was Owen Nolan, Nedved, Primo, and Mike Ricci went to Philly. But just an incredible job. Jaromir ended up going 5th to Pittsburgh, and from day one, I was lucky enough to have him on my team in the little scrimmages. The Penguins camp was divided up of 4 teams, and I remember the first time he got on the ice, just a big kid, kind of beautiful smile, didn't say much, broken English until he touched the puck. And then magic happened. You could just see that he was going to be as good as he was. And you know, for Jaromir, and it's much stated as well, he just turned 50 the other day, and we went back and forth. And, you know, he's played a long time, continues to play. Won 2 Stanley, but it just shows you how tough it is to win a Stanley Cup. He won 2 Stanley Cups his first 2 years and figured this is easy. He hasn't won one since. It's incredibly tough. But the beautiful thing when Alex Ovechkin, I don't know if you saw it, you probably did, when Ovi beat him, went ahead of him in goals. So Jaromir did a video and just said to him, you know, congratulations, this and that. Blah. Yeah. Just so you know, Alex, I haven't retired yet. You better keep scoring. I might be coming back, but great individual, great sense of humor, and just a real nice person.
Yeah, when you're public enemy number 1 in, you know, the rival city like Philadelphia, you know you're doing something right when we hate your guts.
That's the beauty of the game. That's the way the game used to be. When you went into another team's building and you got booed, that was a badge of honor, man. That meant you were good. Yeah. I know when I got traded, had some contract issues with the Oilers. I got traded to Pittsburgh. And my first game back in Edmonton, you know, every time I touched the puck, I was getting booed. So what I did was I tried to hang on to the puck longer, just to see if I could get them to stop booing, run out of breath so they couldn't boo any longer. But I mean, that's where it's a little bit different now. Now you go into a rink and everybody gets cheered. Yeah, I like the booing part. I just think, I mean, in Philly they probably do it no matter what, especially the Eagles. I thought that was I thought it was a badge of honor when you got booed. It just meant you were a good player.
Well, sticking with the Flyers, next name on the list is Mark Howe.
Pretty good lineage. I mean, Mr. Hockey being goalie, but Mark was an incredible. I would say, and again, it's tough to be a Hall of Famer and be underrated, but Mark would be underrated, unsung in my mind. I had the pleasure of playing with him in Detroit and watching him practice every day, and you know, just an incredible athlete. Could play any way. Could play forward, left wing, right wing, or defense, and he was an incredible defenseman. And if you remember, him and the late great Brad McCrimmon with the Flyers would be playing. Now they talk about players, defensemen who play 30 minutes a game. Those guys would do that for fun. You know, they were the top 2 defensive pair in the league, and you know, Mark's just an incredible athlete, great person, and I really enjoyed playing with him in Detroit.
And then next up, we have one of the all-time greats, Mark Messier.
All-time greats, on and ice, in the dressing room, person, the whole bit. The beauty of Mark to me, other than everything that's always said about his leadership and the whole bit, and just an incredible player, but hasn't changed a bit. You know, I saw him in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't seen him in a while. And it's just, you just pick up and laugh about certain things. But Mark had a, you know, kind of like Eric. He would have been the modern day Eric before a guy like Lindros came around that could play any way you wanted. Mark could skate, pass, hit, shoot, lead, have fun on and off the ice, and just a pleasure to play with. I mean, 6 Stanley Cups. I mean, where do you want to start? You know, but he competed as hard as anybody I've ever seen. And the beauty of our teams in Edmonton, for the most part up front, we're dominated by 99. And Mark's like, nah, okay, Wayne scored, Yari scored, that's good. Andy, he would say, Glenn Anderson, let's go get one. And he would compete hard against Wayne in a good way, like happy Wayne scored, but hey, he's not having all the fun. We're going to go out there and score now. And that's what I remember about Mark, but he's just a great individual, great person, good family man now, reinventing himself on with ESPN, and another great ambassador of the game.
Definitely, he's got an electric personality. Like, he's very, very magnetic, especially on TV, doing the analyst stuff.
Well, if you had seen him at 21, you would have really liked him, especially off this.
So, from one Mark to another, one of my favorites growing up, Mark Recchi.
Rex, same. Mark came into Pittsburgh at the perfect time. We had, management there, Craig Patrick and Eddie Johnson prior to him, had the uncanny ability to bring in good young guys with energy. I went there, and then with Mario, we had a couple other guys, but we had a pretty older team, but a veteran team, good guys. And then you brought in Kevin Stevens, you brought in John Cullen, and you brought in Mark Recchi. And from that point on, they were new kids in town that knew their role, respected the older guys, but we're not going to take no for an answer. And that's what Rex was like. He was going to make the NHL, and nobody was stopping him. Size, stature, nothing. He would run over guys. He could skate. He could shoot. I think he has 4 Stanley Cups, which is 3 for sure, which is incredible. And, we got traded at the same time. I went from Pittsburgh to LA. He went from Pittsburgh to Philly. Another best buddy of mine, Rick Tocchet, came to Pittsburgh. But Rex is a great individual and deserves everything he got. And Jersey's going to be better for him, having him on the coaching staff.
Absolutely, man. I 100% agree. He was one of my guys growing up. Moving down, we got a couple more here. Nicholas Lindstrom.
I don't think Nick, and I say this very respectfully, ever sweated. I'm sure after where it was wet, but he was just so cool on the ice. Never out of position. I never hit anybody in my career, but I don't think he ever hit anybody because he never had to. Just an incredible positional player, great stick, great shot, smart, true leader. And, I other than Bobby Orr winning, I think 8 Norrises in a row, Nick was right there, just an incredible guy. And if you see him now, you talk about Mark being that same guy. Nick's the same guy. Big, quiet, graceful, and that's kind of the way he played. And, another real credit, Stevie Eiserman, being a great leader, champion, and a real smart manager. He was the first guy he hired, Nick Lidstrom.
Yep.
Have him on the side. It's good.
Speaks for itself. All right, we got two left here. So we talked about this guy earlier too, Ron Hextall.
I love Hex. Who doesn't love him? You see him. I had the pleasure of playing with him in a Canada Cup and a brief period with the Flyers. And, you watch as a visiting team, you watch the ferocity, you watch anybody come anywhere near his net, you know what they're going to get. They're going to get chopped. They're going to compete. And, he pretty much almost won a Stanley Cup in '87 all by himself. We're up 3-1 in that series. We're up 2-0 Game 6 in Philly. Half the spectrum was empty. He kept them in there, until they beat us in overtime. And again, as Mike Smith in Edmonton, who's 40 years old right now, just had back-to-back shutouts. I've never seen a guy move the puck like Mike Smith. He can pass the puck harder than most defensemen and see the ice better than most defensemen in the game. And the original guy for me was probably Hexy. He came back, was like you can ask Mark Howe or any other defenseman that plays in those teams. He was instant help and then snapped and got the goal that time. But I liked Hexy as the individual. Of course, the character on the ice, how good he was in that. But fun guy off the ice, serious but fun. And he's with the enemy right now in Pittsburgh, but he's doing a great job.
Yeah, he's the man. One of my favorites. He's just awesome. just a badass, you know, straight up
Yeah,
badass.
and he was. I mean, he had, because I went to Philly, and he'd have his goalie pads stacked in the dressing room, and guys would walk a mile around them. Nobody would walk anywhere near them, because if you knocked those over by accident, it wasn't going to be good.
Wasn't going to be good. Well, we're gonna
way around
it. We're gonna end it with the great one, naturally, Wayne Gretzky.
Better, you know, I said it from day one. I've known Wayne, so I'll tell you an interesting story, but I've known Wayne since we were 12 years old, or 14 years old. He is a better person than he was a hockey player, and those are pretty lofty statement. But we met when he was 14 years old. He lived in Brantford, Ontario, and came to Toronto to play for the Bantam team. I was on the Toronto Nets, and he tried out for our team, and he didn't make it.
Wow.
So he went and played junior B instead. The reason he didn't make it is but he went and played junior B instead. Didn't make the Bantam team. The reason he didn't make the team is he couldn't get his legal guardianship, which is if we had played together, would have made our team that much better. But we had passed. We met then. We played junior B together. He went to the Sioux. I played tier 2. I went to the Sioux. He went to Indianapolis. Then we ended up together in Edmonton. But you know, Wayne, Mario, guys of my era, Steve Yzerman, of course Eric, but it unfortunately didn't happen. They were driven by one thing and one thing only, and that was to win Stanley Cups. They knew offensively what they needed to do to contribute to the team, which is to score goals and set guys up, and nobody did that better than Wayne. You know, I hear the stuff all the time now. How the heck did he ever get 215 points? And my answer is easy. He was trying to get 300. Every single time he stepped on the ice, he was trying to score. And, you know, and I snicker every now and then now because people will say, oh, the game was different back then. And I'm like, sure it was, but if it was that different, why wasn't everybody getting 200 points? Right?
That's a good point. There you go.
Like, nobody could. His willing to compete and his heart and his desire to win is as good as anybody I've ever seen or played any sport. I remember in 1983, when the Islanders beat us 4 straight, we played them hard. I think 2 games were overtime or empty net goals or something, but they beat us and they deserved to win. And after the dressing room, I'm kind of looking at him and he's really down. And I'm thinking, like, I think he just got off a 212-point season. We made it to the finals. Life can't be that bad. And I went over to him and I said, "Are you okay?" He goes, "No." He goes, and he said 2 guys' names you use. He said, "I'll never be a Guy Lafleur or Brian Trottier unless I win a Stanley Cup." And from that day forward, I said to myself, if our best player, our leader, wants to be a champion, we're going to be champions. And that's
I love that. And
the rest is history, right?
Yeah. Man, I can't think of a better way to end this interview with that nugget there. That was fantastic. So I want to thank you so much.
I thought you were going to throw another flyer at me. I thought you
I
were
can do that all day. I can kill all day. I was a big Roenick guy. I mean, I know he was a little bit, later on in early 2000s for us, but Roenick, Primo, man, Desjardins, Rod Brindamore, come on.
Rico, yeah, they all competed hard. They're all good flyers for sure.
Oh yeah, that was such a fun time, man. It was so I want to thank you so much for coming on and taking the time to talk to us today. This has been fantastic. I could do this all day, talk hockey all day with the great small coffee. But I also want to remind fans as well. If you haven't yet, download the Topps Skate app. We have some live signatures of Paul Coffey cards in the app. I know you did that for us at the NHL All-Star Game a few months ago, so thank you again for taking the time to do that. But you'll be able to find those in the app. Collect all your favorite players, trade your favorite players. But yeah, just want to thank you so much for hopping on, man. This has been great.
My pleasure. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's the sad time of the day where we have to almost say goodbye, unfortunately. But I want to thank. Go ahead, Gabby.
I was just going to say, time flew by. I can't believe that's it. Like, wow, we crammed so much in these last couple of days. Yeah. And wow, here we are. Here we are at the.
I know. I want to thank Paul Coffey and Kermit the Frog. Kermit for coming back to answer some fan questions for us. And of course, Paul Coffey, as you guys could tell, I was fanboying out pretty hardcore there. I apologize for all the flawless questions, but he's one of my favorites of all time. And I was talking to a coworker of mine, Gino, who you guys saw earlier. We were just naming some of the guys he played with over the years. Gretzky, Fuhr, Messier, Yzerman, Lemieux, Yager, Robitaille, Fedorov, McCarty, Osgood, Lidstrom, Primo, Lindros, Shanahan, Recchi, Leclerc, Hextall. I mean, like the guys that he's played with over the years from 1980 to I think he ended his career in 2001. Just like you're talking two of the greatest players of all time there with Gretzky and Lemieux. Like you could stop there and still have an amazing game. But he's been great to us. He's done a lot of stuff for us this year so far. Like I said, the live signatures he did for us, and of course this interview today. Hopefully we can get Paul for some more stuff because it's a great conversation, some fantastic stories. Kermit had some great answers to our questions, so thank you, Kermit, one more time. That was a dream come true for both Gabby and myself. And I guess, I want to thank everybody for entering the contest earlier, and subscribing and following, and of course for redeeming the codes. Just thank you guys so much, and tell us what your favorite moments were of the weekend in the chat while we got a little bit of time left here. And Gabby, do you have anything that stands out throughout the whole weekend?
Well, obviously today was the day I was most looking forward to, but I enjoyed everything so much. Getting to talk to D. Bradley Baker back on Friday, yesterday, talking to John Romita Jr., all of the athletes we talked to on Friday when we talked to Kellen, and I hope that we can secure an Olive Garden sponsorship for him. I would love to help him out with that. No, but in all seriousness, it was great. And of course today, I feel so lucky to get to talk to people like Kermit and Paul Coffey, and then get to share that stuff with the community and everyone who comes in here and watches it with us and enjoys it with us. Hey, we do it for you, just to give you all some more stuff to supplement all the cool collectibles and events we've got going on in the app. So absolutely. Hope everyone appreciated it. I know I saw a lot of the skate fans saying, we want more skate stuff. Well, all I can say is there's a lot of stuff on the horizon for all of the Topps apps. We've got a lot coming up for us. We are now part of the Fanatics Collectibles family, which honestly, it only means good things for us going forward. And I think we're going to see a lot of cool new things in the future. You're going to see Bob at events out there in the world of sports and entertainment, connecting with y'all. We're going to get you more live signatures, try to get you some more cool interviews and special content. Just let us know what you want to see and we'll try to make it happen.
Yeah, and for me, as I've mentioned ad nauseum here at this point, being on the Slam app before, being able to interact with you guys, really only in the apps for that time period, and maybe seeing me on camera once in a while for interviews or the occasional DigiCast. It's just nice to be able to connect with everybody finally on a much broader scale. And, it's been an honor to be able to talk with you guys all weekend. And, the fact that Topps was able to, had enough trust in me to be your host, your co-host for the weekend here. So it's an honor for me to do it. And I really appreciate your guys' support and all the positive notes that you're giving me. I really, really appreciate it. My friends would probably beg to differ. They probably think I'm a goofy idiot. Well, you guys probably think that too, but I'm okay with that. That's fine.
I don't know if you're familiar with the DigiCast, but that's kind of like the prime criteria that we're looking for here in a host, at least historically speaking. That's kind of our track record here.
I have all the signs, right? Yeah.
Yeah, hey, that is a great point. BS, no BS. There were no technical difficulties. I think that's our first Digi event to go off without some kind of massive technical screw up. So yeah, hey, that means progress. It means we're always getting better.
Progress. And shout out to our great production team that helped us out all weekend.
Yes.
I know it was a lot of work
Thank
for
you so
everybody.
much.
So group effort, and thank you guys for helping us out this weekend, giving us all these pretty graphics, putting us on camera at the right times and everything like that. We're making sure we hit our cues as well, our talking points.
Exactly.
Shout out to the marketing team that helped put this together, our social media team, of course, Gino, who you guys saw earlier, our graphics designers internally, and then, of course, our content teams that work tirelessly. Let me try that word again. Let's try it one more time. What's in this? What's in this? I have to see what's in it.
It's not the after party yet, Bob. Give it like 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Our content
Thank you
teams
to
that work tirelessly.
the content teams. Yes. Our
To
content
get you guys
designers,
all this
producers, all of them. Yeah.
All of them. To get you guys this great content this weekend, we obviously couldn't have done this without them. So kudos to everybody at Topps Digital for getting that together. Of course, our friends at Zero Cool and Fanatics Collectibles for joining us. Arielle joining us to talk about her career, and all the team members that joined us throughout the weekend too, that took the time to hop on from their busy schedules and give us a little insight, maybe something we don't know about a certain guest or anything like that. So
And
thank you to everyone.
We also had some Topps team members who were kind of incognito, in chat every now and then, supporting us, sending us some great vibes, or helping us moderate. And of course, Topps Mod, thanks for giving us your time this weekend. I know you have a lot of stuff that you actually, Topps Mod's actual job is pretty busy. So thank you for hanging out with us, getting the gang back together here. And everyone on the Topps team, from our engineers, like you said earlier, to our designers, to our QA, to our CS, to I guess Tobin too. Thanks, Tobin. Thanks everyone.
It's been an experience for sure. I mean, I've done some types of this stuff in the past for past gigs, and a little bit here and there, but never a 3-day marathon like this was. So I'm glad we were able to rip the Band-Aid off. Got this first one out of the way. I'm ready for more. Sign me up. I saw someone talking about the bear. I'll bring the bear back in for a second.
Bring the bear back.
I don't want to mess up my hair again, but
bring back the bear.
There's the bear.
I should grab some ears for the closing. Let's see. Let's go with my
keep telling us, guys, what your favorites were for the weekend. For me personally, obviously Kermit the Frog, and talking to Paul Coffey. And I keep going back to it, but it was such a pleasure to talk to John Romita and Brett Phillips. They were just so awesome.
Absolutely.
Got to take those guys out for a beer one day. I would love to just be able to sit there, like John talking about how much of a movie fan he is. I would love to hear.
That was unexpected, right?
On everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, we need more of this. We need like a movie chat with him.
Yeah. But hopefully, more to come in the future. We'll work hard on our side to try to make this more of a thing. I know it had been about a year or so since we'd done it last. So glad we could really get all this together. And again, can't stress enough the hard work of all the teams behind the scenes. And of course, the effort of you guys sacrificing your weekends to spend it with us. So we can't thank you more for that.
And, hit us up on social media. Let us know what you want to see in the future for more broadcasts like this, or for more events like this. Do we want to have another DigiCast? Do we want to have I don't know. Do we want to have a movie chat with John Romita Jr.? Who do you want to see us interview? Who do you want to see in the app? Who do you want to see signatures from? More and more, just more of everything, right?
Maybe that could be a future social post where we ask who you want to see in the next iteration of this.
Yes,
but
because there will be another. We'll find a way.
Yes. And, hey, you guys know what I look like now. If you're ever in the Nashville area, if you're in the Philly area, I go back and forth quite a bit. So seek me out. I'll be around. Just don't throw any water in my face or anything like that.
Buy him a drink.
Yeah.
That reminds me, we're going to be, Topps Digital is going to be at a few places this year. So come look for us. Bob, this summer, where are you going to be? Are you guys doing also? Well, you're going to be at Star Wars Celebration, pretty soon.
Yep. Next one coming up is Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. That'll be Memorial Day weekend. We'll have myself and a few members of the Star Wars team joining us there. Brendan, who you guys met on Friday, as well as Brandon as well. Then we'll be at what's that? May
All-Star
in June. MLB All-Star Week in sunny California in LA once again. So we're gonna have a lot of stuff going on that week. So
we got some help in chat here. We're gonna be at San Diego Comic-Con. I want to go. The National.
Yep.
I'm gonna be at D23 Expo in Anaheim. I'm gonna be there. Better be there. New York Comic-Con. I want to be there too. So I mean, you know, whether it's me or Bob or other people from the Topps team, there's a lot of places you can see us and catch up with us. Maybe, maybe we'll be at some, maybe we'll be at some MLS games or at some NHL games or some MLB games here and there.
Nashville just opened their new stadium today, so I think they're playing tonight.
Yeah.
So you're in the
We
area.
actually at the beginning of March we had an unofficial, not necessarily non-work sanctioned Topps digital meetup. We went to an Islanders game in New York when myself and a couple of the other product managers, actually Brendan and Trev, who were on the DigiCast, we got together in New York with a couple of the Topps team members, and we went to an Islanders game, which was pretty fantastic. We had a great time. Hope we can do more of that.
That was a new arena too, right? UBS.
Yeah,
I think it was
really nice. Like just a cool place to hang out. Let's see, NFT NYC in June. I just got hit up. Someone said we're going to be there. MLS All-Star 2 in Twin Cities. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We're going to be all over the place.
Bouncing around. Yeah. So you guys are going to catch us at one of these, I'm sure. Look for the Topps booth. We'll most likely have some giveaways. We'll have some fun games to play at all the booths. Obviously, have your questions ready for us. We'll be able to happily answer those for you for anything that you guys, have to ask for us in the app. But this has been fantastic. One thing I do want to remind everybody of is at 6 p.m. Eastern, we have our Turning Red watch party in the Disney app. So for those of you who weren't able to join a watch party before or weren't able to join yesterday, the way you do it is it's not on this Twitch channel. You'll have to queue up your Disney Plus to Turning Red. And then go into the Disney Collect app. There'll be an article waiting there where you can join in, and you'll be able to comment along with other collectors, watch the movie along with them. I believe they'll probably prompt you when to start it. Or does it start at 6 p.m. on the dot?
Well, we typically right at 6 p.m. get it queued up and hit play. And I'm sure in chat people will be counting us down, getting excited and hyped up for it. But yeah, just hit play and then just join us in chat, and there will be some cards. Some packs to open. There's a ton of Turning Red content in the app today, which is so exciting because I know people were asking about it for a while, and we've got a ton of it that's there ready for you. So go ahead and enjoy that. And then I've also been asked to please remind everyone that if you won a Topps digital physical prize pack, that super cool swag pack that we showed you earlier, if you won one of those, and you haven't yet, please respond to our Topps mod. You got to give us your shipping address since it's a physical product. Unfortunately, we cannot deliver that to you in the app. We've got to actually put it in the mail and send it to you, and we need an address to send it to you. So,
mail.
Yeah, hit them up, hit up Topps mod, and we'll get that to you as soon as our mail carriers can carry it.
And if the filters were going at Snapchat, try to take some photos, post them on our digital channels. Obviously, we won't be able to put them on the stream at this point, but we may be able to share them out on our social channels and give you guys some love. Again, can't stress enough how much fun this was. This was so awesome. I hope we can do this more. Thank you guys so much for joining. And with that, I bid you a fond farewell. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Have a great night.